They want with it, go with it, no, same, so abstract, so no equivalent, I suggest, prove best, got a bar, with chest, cause a massacre, from my caliber, anyway, back to the subject, expose devilish acts to the public, talk, they won't publish, instigating cold wars like Scottish, heard the view with a fat like you, heard the cattle these parasites do, worshipping the gods and the god, slide like you, never the fighters remain reminded, they drink blood and sacrifice you. So misguided, guided, provided benefits for those of you. We rise above and extinguish fear with a generator. Single candle lights up the darkness. It's the power we all harness. Let's identify targets, light them up, let them down. Copy, beat, sprinkling garnish. The message, word, power, sound. Don't care, it's tarnished. Split this shit till I'm dead in the ground. When they pollute your mind with mind, we feel just hold it down. Rise above when we generate, generate, extinguish fear when we generate, rise above when we generate, rise.
Yo, welcome everybody. How's it going? I apologise if the intro tune was doing that. I don't know why that's happening. Welcome back to Rise Above. I'll just put a little tune on while we're welcoming more people to the stream. Okay, let me know how this one sounds. Live on your Friday night, it's me, Double LMC, with Andy PG, as he's become known. Andy PG. Let's move that over. Hang tight, everybody that's looking on early. We'll wait for a few more. Same thing as last stream. It's kind of disappointing that's happening. Big up, Jason. So tonight, it's not music with me and on the beats. It is Rise Above. We'll wait for a few more people. 27 in the room. Let us know how we're sounding. Big up Roxanne. Really woke Roxanne. How you doing? We'll wait a few more minutes. Okay. Yeah, welcome to Rise Above. How's everybody doing? I've got a few shout outs first of all to do. Where are my notes here? Okay, so big up Roxanne and turn up for the children from the Really Woke show that had me on earlier in the week. Thank you very much. That was awesome. Let's know how it's turn up that. Not about the music tonight, it's Rise Above. Okay, hang tight Roxanne, hang tight Sarah, hang tight Peter, Victoria, Jason. Yes. So this week I've been really busy. I've had a few interviews. 44 people. Yeah, so the Really Woke show, big up them. Big up Clive and Carl. That hasn't been uploaded yet. Last night I featured on the Underground podcast. That will be going up really soon, within the hour, I believe. A lot of people have been sharing my work. So big up to Farmer Jones. Also, big thank you for Tony Gosling for joining me last week or the week before now. Oz Trade, they've been sharing my stuff as well. Anybody else sharing? Everybody that I saw at the London protest last week, big up. One person I bumped into, I can't remember the guy's name, but this is his website, okay? What's going on? Earth Strong 1. Oh, we've got a full screen here. This guy gave me an EMF protector to shield me from EMF harmful radiation and put on your phone. He makes it from orgonite, all handmade stuff. So check out his website if you want to get protection from EMF and dangerous frequencies from 5G. Earth Strong orgonite is how it makes it. So big up him. I got a free thing for my phone. Right. Okay, any more shouts? I think it's good. Say hello to Andy. Andy PG in the house. How you doing, mate? Friday night stream. It's a little bit early, so we'll take it easy before we start sort of really getting down to business.
In the house tonight.
Coming up later.
Coming up later on.
Ooh, what have we got? Deep stuff.
Here I am.
This one's Deep State by Oma Beats. Hang tight, everybody that's tuned in. Tonight we are going to be discussing things like COVID 1984. What else are we going to be discussing?
We've got some big news from this week, which is linked to multiple people in multiple high organisations. We're going to go into that, which all links in to some work that I don't know if some of the viewers are obviously aware of, a researcher and activist called Young Pharaoh. We will share a little video from one of his live streams about a week ago, which ties into the Pizzagate stuff, ties into Epstein ring, ties into what we're going to talk about tonight. What else did you read out tonight?
I've got a little bit of follow-up work to do. Back in COVID 1984, episode 4, I think it was, I looked at this thing where a citizen, actually requested information from Public Health England, or was it Public Health England? Here we go. So yeah, the Department of Health and Social Care. This guy called Mark Horn. I don't know if you guys can see this. Let me turn this bigger. Okay. Turn up the mic. I'm hearing turn up the mic. Okay. We are turning up the mics. Is that better? Can everybody hear me clearly? Big up Global Fiction. Turn up the mic. Turn it up. How is that? Oh, that's too loud. How about that? We will turn off the music. Thank you very much, Saggy Tits. Can I ask you, Double NMC, you know this backing music is part of your sold or just for flowing sample? It's not a sample that's made by Oma Beats. It's not for sale. It's all free. Sophie can hear us, right? No. Oh, yeah, we turn the music off. Let's have a quick chat about what we actually want to talk about today. So back in episode 4 of COVID 1984, I showcased this guy, Mark Horn. He wrote back in July to the Department of Social Health and Care, asking if they have, here we go, I'll read it out. You originally wrote to the Department of Health and Social Care on the 25th of July requesting information about SARS-CoV-2 virus. We responded to you on the 24th of August, stating we do not hold the requested information. Basically, he had asked for an isolation or any evidence that it's been isolated. So it says here, a copy of our response is here, and we have the response. I've already showed it. Your subsequent email on the 25th of August requesting an internal review into the handling of your original request. A copy of the email is at Annex B. So the purpose of the internal review, how your FOI request was handled in the first instance, and to determine whether the decision we made was correct. So basically he's saying, are you absolutely sure you don't have any evidence to show that SARS-CoV-2 exists? Here's the conclusion. After careful consideration of the subject matter, I've concluded that the response that you received was compliant with the requirements for the FOIA and upheld the DHCS statement that the department does not hold the requested information. Now, this is dated the 28th of October, 2020. So this is like recent. Really recent. Okay, so basically, he's wrote back in August asking if there is any evidence of SARS-CoV-2. It's all here. They said no. He's asked for a review. And the same answer. They have no evidence of an isolation of SARS-CoV-2.
So basically, they can't provide any evidence for any reasons for all of these lockdowns, for all of these restrictions, all these mask mandates, all of it, because there's no actual scientific medical evidence that this has been isolated in a laboratory.
Or at least the Department of Health and Social Care don't have any evidence of it.
That they can provide us anyway, or not us, anyone. They can't put that out to the public.
Who we got here? William Smith. Yes, guys, subscribed 2 weeks ago. Came across you on someone's Facebook. Absolute fucking legends. Thank you very much,
awesome.
Mate.
Big up, William.
Big up, buddy.
How are we sounding? How's the mics, guys?
Yeah, do we sound nice? Big up, Roxanne from the Really Work Show. Check out the interview on that. Okay, so that's a follow up of something that I covered back when it happened in August. Nerd reporting for duty. SpokenWord Nerd is in the house.
And we've got Fluid Poor Patriot.
Oh yeah, big up Fluid Poor Patriot. How you doing? That was our
Nerd.
first guest on the stream last week. So our guest later on is going to be SpokenWord Nerd, who was actually on the first ever episode of Rise Above in the studio and did an awesome interview into his he's a left-wing activist on the anti-war circuit, on the environmental circuit. He worked alongside and rubbed shoulders with people to do with the UN and George Soros. So, you know, he's been in those sort of roundtable meetings. He was their chosen activist. And yeah, he's got very interesting insight. So he's going to be coming on a little bit later.
I'd actually quite like to for Word Nerd to give the listeners a little bit of his own words about what it was like mixing these circles and, you know, what these people.
Yeah, we'll relive that interview, I think, tonight. Wow, we've got 60 people tuned in, only 10 minutes into the stream. Remember, we're going to be doing this every Friday night going forward. So it's going to be Rise Above, bringing you like a roundup of what's been going on, what we think is relevant.
7:30 p.m. GMT.
GMT, Greenwich Mean Time. Funnily enough, Greenwich Mean Time, the universal time of the planet, is actually administered by guess who? You know, it's Serco. That was one of the things in my deep dig. Yeah, they actually run Greenwich Mean Time. So the circadian rhythm of the entire planet is administered by Serco. Just another one of the things under their umbrella. Right, where are we going next, Andy? What have we got on the list here?
So,
we haven't really planned a lot tonight. We thought we'd just flow a little bit. Are we going to go straight in with the Jeffrey Epstein material? Who wants to do like the Epstein material? Should we go there?
Should we go there? Because we've got. Should we start with the announcement? Let's go with the announcement.
Oh, who's this? Who's this? Linda O'Callaghan. Hi, looked in from Ireland. I came across your Serco video a few weeks ago. Well done, and keep telling the truth.
Awesome.
Thank you very much, Linda. I got deplatformed for that, but they'll have to try harder.
I got deplatformed.
Oh yeah, and Andy got deplatformed as well.
And our mate Jacob also got deplatformed for that. We weren't even at the speech.
You need more mic, apparently. You got to kiss it. You got to kiss the mic like a beautiful lady.
Guys.
Make it sound nice. Right, 62 people tuned in.
Is that better, guys? Is that better for me?
Do we sound nice? Right, okay, let's go in
Lavender lady there saying
with the next level of information. So we are going to point towards an amazing researcher called Young Pharaoh. If you know this guy on YouTube, you know about Young Pharaoh. He is a lord of the rabbit hole. He is a seasoned rabbit hole master. If you think my videos are good, this guy does like 3 or 4 hour one-man shows where he goes through slides and he rips things apart.
He goes in.
Right, yeah, he's amazing. So big up Young Pharaoh. Oh, what's going on there? So big up Young Pharaoh, and we're actually going to play part of one of his presentations, which is to do with Jeffrey Epstein. I want Andy to introduce this one.
So basically, this is a guy called Steve Penesnik. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that right. He is a member of the Jewish community. He's American. This is just, I think it's about 8 minutes, this video. So I was watching the live stream of Young Pharaoh, and this guy came up, and I think he just puts into.
So what is he actually going to? What is this guy going to be explaining around?
So he's going to be talking basically about the first-hand experience from the Epstein ring, which leaks into the Nexium ring, which takes us to our announcement which happened earlier in the week, that the Nexium ring leader has he been sentenced, or is he
has been sentenced and charged.
There you go, charged and sentenced.
We'll come on to that because it's a very, very big charge. Okay, so the mic sounding nice, everyone, because we're going to be going with some deep information here. So what we're actually going to do is quickly mute the mics, and now we're going to play this clip of what's this guy's name?
So this Piesnik, and he was
Piesnik.
He was a Deputy Assistant Secretary of State under Henry Kissinger. So this guy, he knows what he's talking about when he's. So let's just play the video.
Deputy Attorney of the State underneath Harry Kissinger. Okay. And as a renowned psychiatrist, he was utilized as a press source for early information on the mental state of the hostages involved in the Iran hostage crisis after they were freed. In 1977, he won a Pulitzer Prize, winning journalist Mary McGregory described Stephen Piesnik as one of the most brilliantly competent men in the field of terrorism. Okay? Now, you might say, Pharaoh, well, why are you giving me this man credentials? Because he is about to confirm that Jeffrey Epstein is a spy. Let's go.
Hi, this is Dr. Chenik. I want to talk about the Epstein pedophilia ring. What it really is a Mossad Israeli operative ring, which goes back decades and decades, all the way to the time even where the Liberty ship was attacked by Israeli planes, unmarked Israeli planes during the 6-day war, and Israel said they didn't do it. Well, that was a lie. Israel has not been our greatest ally. It's been our greatest enemy. They were also involved in 9/11 and the stand-down wall, for which this deputy confirmed that to me. Israeli Mossad operatives who I interrogated and threatened confirmed that to me. And I
pause. He personally interrogated Israeli operatives who confirmed this information to him. So I don't want to hear nothing about no conspiracy. Let's keep it rocking.
put away 2 Mossad operatives. The key to this Epstein problem of pedophilia is the fact that it goes back decades. Jeff Epstein was picked out by the Mossad as the proper agent of influence because, number one, he was grandiose. 2, he had some intelligence, but came from a poor Jewish background, had no real education, did not speak a foreign language, and was so narcissistic that they could manipulate him up and down and create a false front for him, which involved the fact that he had multi-million dollars or multi-billion dollars. He may have no money. It's not even relevant. But to make sure that Jeffrey Epstein was working properly, they had an operative from the Mossad who was named Maxwell, the daughter of Robert Maxwell, one of the greatest crooks in the world, who was an Israeli Mossad operative. When he died in 1991, he was either killed or he died. He was one of the biggest contributors to Israeli national security than anybody else. So his daughter was the control operative of Jeff Epstein. At the same time, we had Nexium in New York City, which was run by a non-Jew named Renier, but controlled by 2 Jewish women, the Bronfman family. And they, in turn, were propagating pedophilia. Now, why is pedophilia so lethal? From an intelligence point of view, from my point of view, as an intelligence operative and a counterintelligence operative, one of the most disgusting things that you can do in the intelligence world is to double you up or co-opt you through the use of a honey trap, but not only an adult honey trap, but a child. When you use a child, you pretty much terrorize that child so that you know anybody who's gotten involved with pedophilia cannot speak out, the child can't say anything, and it's a legitimate way to denigrate both the operative and the problem itself, the children. Nevertheless, the Mossad incurred so many operatives that were involved with pedophilia under the Epstein ring and under the Nexium ring with the 2 Bronfman daughters, that you're talking about thousands of people. Now, it also goes all the way up into the presidency. It goes into the Bush family, Bush Jr., Jeb. It goes into Clinton's, as we know, Hillary, Bill Clinton, who's a pathological liar to the nth degree, to Obama, who had a history of homosexuality, all the way down to the Bushes and beyond that. So what the Israelis did under the tutelage of 2 brilliant Mossad chiefs, Halevi and Yatom, both of whom used pedophilia as a honey trap to encapsulate any one of our operatives in America. Jeff Epstein was a willing operative. He willingly was involved in pedophilia. The Israelis knew that. They created his storyline. They made believe he was a billionaire. Wexner was the theoretical backup man to him. And ironically, he was in Bear Stearns, which was another corrupt Jewish firm that went under, along with Drexel Burnham, another corrupt Jewish firm. So we have a lot of corruption here, which goes all the way back to 9/11. When we had Jews like Silverstein, who had the lease to the World Trade Center, we had Lowry, we had Lauder, and we had Eisenberg, all of whom were involved in the stand down and the false flag of 9/11. So from 9/11 on, Trump understood that the Israelis had been involved in our intelligence service and in compromising America. He never forgot that. And what he did was turn around, and on a certain day, he decided he was going to indict every one of the Mossad operatives, as well as the Israelis, on charges of pedophilia. Not on charges of spying, because that wouldn't work. But Acosta, the Secretary of Labor, was correct when he said that Epstein got off of the prosecutors indictment in Florida because he worked in the intelligence service. Now, it's not only the Mossad that's involved. Clearly, the CIA was involved, and it was the old CIA and not the present CIA. Why do I say that? Because the heroes of this picture is not only Trump and the White House, but it really involves what I consider to be my deep state, which is what I've talked about for 20 years. The people at the NSA, the NRO, the NGA, the CIA, the new CIA, and other intelligence organizations, which blew this operation apart over the past 10 to 20 years, because in their NSA sweep of our telephones, or the metadata, as they called it, they had picked up Israeli compromises all over the United States and in the world. What we have now is a real problem with Israel. And Israel has been placed on notice because our ambassador, the Jewish ambassador there, as well as Kushner, have made a very clear statement. Israel, you're on notice. If you do not make a peace treaty with the Palestinians, there will be more serious repercussions than you imagine. The beginning of the takedown of your Mossad operatives, who are all present, and we will put them in prison, is just the beginning of what we can do to the future of Israel. Now, as a Jew, I am not proud what American Jews have done. For the most part, I find them to be arrogant, ignorant, totally devoid of any world culture, totally devoid of understanding what happened to us in the Holocaust, totally devoid of understanding what Israel is really about. And it isn't the sanctimonious state that people think it is, because I was there in the 1980s when they created Hamas. I was there when the generals were terrorizing Palestinians and the Intifada was created. But let me quote to you my rabbi, and it turns out to be a family member, Soloveitchik, who said, in order to be a good Jew or a good human, you have to follow the righteous way and avoid evil. Thank you and good night.
Okay. And so, with that being said, everything that we've been expounding upon in this entire presentation, okay, he just confirmed. So,
okay, so there was a lot of information to unpack there. Now, let me just get this back on the screen partially, right? Yeah, I'm surprised this hasn't been taken down because it's pretty sensitive information. So let's just have a recap of what we've just learned.
There was a lot there.
This guy, Steve Pizzanik, is a highly esteemed. He was Deputy Assistant Secretary of State under Henry Kissinger. Yeah, that is from Wikipedia. So this dude is no joke, and he has just basically laid out exactly what Jeffrey Epstein is. He was a poor young Jewish guy with a massive ego. A narcissistic complex, and he's super charismatic, and they basically gave him everything. They gave him his wealth, they gave him his network, his influence, his power, and they put him in place. So, and he basically attests to what is going on with Israel, and that's very, very telling, right? Let me just get this camera straight. He talked about Israel being put on notice. How old is this, Andy? Let's have a little look.
I can't. This is a recent stream from Pharaoh.
26th of October. Oh, right. So this is recent.
Yeah, this is a recent stream from Pharaoh.
So we don't know when this guy said this, but look.
Sure, yeah, how recent, posting the article, however you pronounce his name, how long this video is, how old this video is, but it was put out by, I think somebody sent this to Pharaoh.
This has already had 90,000 views. Pharaoh's a badass.
Again,
mate.
this has got. Don't forget, this is only what this guy's credentials on Wikipedia. So this is, this the watered down version of what he really.
Big up, Lord. What's his name? Lord Arham. This is a big comment. ISIS equals Israeli Secret Intelligence Service. Wow, yes. Don't know. We've got some real informed comments going on here in the comment section.
In the first one last week, we had some.
I think it's time to get the nerd that's got spoken word in on this. Let's send an invite to SpokenWordNerd, because this guy has got some knowledge, and I think we need to get him in on the chat. SpokenWordNerd, you are getting an invite right about now.
Let's get him in.
Let's get him in. Let's get Word Nerd in. Hang tight, everybody in the studio. Let's have a little tune in the background while we just digest some of the information we've learned. How is everybody feeling on the Friday night? Did you enjoy the music stream with me and Omar on Wednesday? We tried to keep it light, we tried to break up the pattern a little bit. But tonight we're going in deep. We are now talking about Israel, Mossad and Jeffrey Epstein. It's only a matter of time. All the goodies, we've got all the good ones, goodies. It's only a matter of time before the stream gets taken down. This is super sensitive information. I have sent the invite to the man like SpokenWord Nerd, and we're waiting.
If it keeps going the way it's going,
yes, but ISIS hate the Jews. Who said that? Okay, if that's the case, then why does ISIS never attack Israel? Why were Israel known to be patching up ISIS fighters in the on the border? Yeah. Israel. Picture neck pronounced as it sounds. Picture neck. Thank you very much, Lord Arahim. JT. Steve also says, I'm not a fan of the US Constitution because it's outdated. He's a snake and he wants the US to be a welfare state. Are you talking about Steve Bannon, JT? Jack John, you want this tune, Break the Deep State. Right, music is too loud. Turn the music down. Sorry guys, I'm so used to speaking over the top of music. 70 plus in the stream and growing. Guys, right, we're going to start going really deep. We've got a guest coming in any minute now. We've got record numbers in. Share the stream on Facebook, on Twitter, on Instagram, across all social medias. Steve Pitchneck, that's it, Steve Pitchneck, yeah. Israel equals ISIS, Ra and Elohim. Someone's been doing their homework, Lord Arahim. Somebody's been doing their homework. That is actually what it means. Three different deities in one. That's what it means. Okay, thank you very much, Richard Alvis, man empowered, loving the channel. I love a man that's empowered as well. Stand up tall, mate.
ISIS apologises to Israel for bombing.
Oh, we have the man with the word that is. You need to turn up your mic. I can barely hear you. Martin. I love a man. You can't get any audio, mate. Unmute yourself. Can you say something? Bear with us, guys. I reckon he's got a poor connection, so let me just put him out and then we can bring him back in when it gets better, because right now we are discussing Israel and we are discussing the institution and the not people that live in Israel, okay? So let's have him back. Can you hear us? Can you hear us? I can't, he's so quiet. I reckon he's got a poor connection.
Well, can you know?
Okay, we are now ludicrously loud. You're super quiet, mate. We have turned the music off. I apologise. I'm just so used to being in nightclubs. I apologise, guys. Right, so let's see what we can do here. Remove. Back in.
Hear me any better now? I'm on a.
I can hear you, but you're like stupidly quiet, and I'm all fucking hell.
Yeah, we're super loud.
We're super loud, and you're super quiet. Let me have a think. 1 sec.
See if we can check.
So we're just gonna, Lance is just gonna go and see if he can have a little wiggle with the cables, and we're gonna see if we can get word nerd in. So Martin, if you can keep talking your end, mate. If you can introduce yourself, guys in the chat, let us know if you can hear SpokenWord Nerd. It looks to me like his camera's started frozen up a little bit. See, I can hear you tiny little bit.
Yeah, we'll do a mic check on the sound.
You keep dropping in and out, mate. I'm not sure if it's
I'm on a little network
internet connection or your mic.
So I'm not sure how good the sound's going to be. I'm hoping it's going to be all right. I've just unplugged the headphones.
Let's do audio. Word nerd.
Can you not hear me at all then, or is it just very,
audio, mate?
Very quiet?
Let's see if we can get this fixed. Sorry about this, guys.
Right, let's do remove, add to stream.
This is all new to us, our end.
Remove. Okay. Kick Mic from studio.
We're gonna just bring Word Nerd back in.
1 2 1 2. I can't even. Oh, I've pulled my headphones out. Right, you keep talking to him. Do some shout outs.
We're gonna invite Word Nerd back in a couple of minutes. So a couple of shout outs in the chat there. We've got some lively chat going on. Bradley Golden, Jason Renix. We got Sarah Pack. She was there last week. Pick up Sarah. A few comments. Lord Aaronman. Sarah S. Who else we got here? Jack John. Sophie Tyson. Big up yourselves, guys, in the chat. Let's keep it nice and friendly and respectful tonight.
We sound good. We sound all right. Let's invite the spoken word man again. I can't see how to do it just with the audio. If anybody uses StreamYard, please tell me how to get someone in just with audio.
Again, this is all new.
Right, so spoken word nerd, you have a new invite. Please come back into the stream. Right, you keep talking.
We're gonna do the quick off and on thing. So yeah, tonight basically we're gonna be talking with Word Nerd about the Epstein and Nexium ring. We're going to be discussing the Boffman sisters, who were busted, have both been sentenced to 7 years. The ringleader, Renam, he's been sentenced. One sec, someone's talking to me. He's been sentenced for, I don't know. So for those of you in the chat or those of you who don't know, the Nexium ring is the ring where the guy, the leader, was branding hot branding women above their genitalia or at the bottom of their stomachs with his initials. Pretty sick stuff. It was, he's the twisted satanic cult leader. So we're going to be talking about him tonight, who's actually just gone down, and with the Boffman sisters as well, who've gone down. That's a big name. To go down.
Yeah, people like that don't usually go to prison. Okay, I have turned off all of the other devices of the internet in the house. We have now got maximum connectivity. Word Nerd, you have a new invite. Please attempt to join the stream again. See if you can do it just with audio, mate.
Hopefully we'll get Word Nerd back in momentarily. I know we'll have a lot to say, especially a lot to say about some UN characters that he's had first-hand contact with.
Ralph, I would love to talk about that particular laptop from the man that sounds like Chunter Ryden. But the thing is, right, if you talk about that, you literally get deplatformed immediately. I got shadow banned on Twitter. I typed in Bunter Ryden, it sounds like, smokes pack, sounds like, yeah. That stopped me from posting for 1 hour. After that, all I had to type in was the man's name. And you couldn't even post that. Out. So that is super duper censored at the moment. So unfortunately tonight I don't want to lose the stream. We can't talk about that, but we will be talking about everything else. Right, spoken word nerd, please attempt to join the stream again. Brendan O'Connell, I haven't actually, JT. I'll check that out if he's got some explosive stuff. I'd love to talk about that laptop, Ralph.
We can't right now, guys, because we want to keep the stream going. Here we go. We got Word Nerd back in. Right now, guys. Let's see.
1 2 1 2.
Are you there, Word Nerd?
Hey guys.
Oh.
1 2 1 2. I'm here.
We can hear you.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, but
so
you're
low,
really quiet. Have you got a pair of earphones that you can use with the built-in microphone?
I can, but they don't have a built-in.
How does spoken word nerd sound to you guys? Can you guys hear him?
My microphone's built into this device, so I thought it'd be better to plug the headphones.
All right, I'll tell you what. You're coming through, but you're just really quiet. Why is that?
How am I sounding over the stream?
You sound okay.
Okay, these might.
Keep talking.
Hang on, I've got a mic built in on these. Hang on, lads. Let me get these in. Let's try this one.
So while you're doing that, we'll continue. If you can get that sorted, right? We'll
All
go
right.
back to what we were talking about.
That sounds clear on my end. Can you hear me do that one?
About that tonight. We want to keep the live stream going. We don't want to get taken down. We might be able to talk about that.
I've already been deplatformed once in the last couple of weeks. I don't want to be it to happen again. So I'll tell you what. we've just presented some information about Jeffrey Epstein. Big up SpokenWord Nerd. Now we've got a little bit of issue because he's quiet. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask him a question, let him respond. The connection's fine. If you could just turn him up while he's speaking. Okay. Oh, he sounds good. All right. So did you just see that video from the Steve Pitchneck guy about Epstein? Martin?
Yes. Yeah, I was nodding.
That's quite concise. That's a quite concise description of like what role Epstein actually played and what he was for.
From a highly credible source.
Yeah, and it's interesting. That's one thing that gets bracketed as conspiracy theory. But when you read out his credentials, what was it? He was the Department Assistant Secretary of State under Henry Kissinger. Under Kissinger. Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Can you hear me all right?
That says it all, really. Henry Kissinger is sort of like one of the original economic hitmen, warfare hitmen, frontmen of the military-industrial complex.
He's not shy when he speaks either.
No, he's not shy. He's very open about like his absolute disdain for humanity. He literally hates humans. It's very obvious when the guy speaks.
I really think a new world order can be created.
Is Obama created? Yep, that's true.
Yes, every crisis is an opportunity. That was another one of his as well, wasn't it? Which is literally what I think the Lannister says in Game of Thrones about a crisis being an opportunity. And Kissinger's of that league. Yeah. And then it's funny, I can't remember if it was Aaron Russo or Jordan Maxwell or both that were talking about when you get to a certain level of play with these internationalist black credit cards, that people coming up and saying, this is a card you can just, might well been Aaron Russo, talking about these cards that are just the maxed up.
Yeah, I referenced that Aaron Russo interview in COVID 1984 Part 3 because he talked about when he met Nick Rockefeller, and he was actually quite good friends with Nick Rockefeller for quite a long period of time because he was a famous movie producer. If you type in Russo, you've seen some of his movies. So he got quite high up with these people and spent a lot of time with Nick Rockefeller. And I think what he basically said, to sum it up, he said he got to a point where basically he found out that their plan was to enslave the human race, and they spelled it out to him, involving
through microchips.
The microchip, But this was back in the early 90s, and like I keep pointing out to people,
I believe it was Alex Jones, wasn't it? Sorry, cut you off. We had a slight delay there. Sorry, I believe it was Alex Jones. It was one of the really early Alex Jones interviews, I think, that was interviewing him. When he was talking about that.
Everyone called him.
Yeah, it's right. It was Alex Jones, which is kind of sad because, for some people that discredits it. Whatever you think about Alex Jones, Rousseau was a genuinely high up Hollywood guy. He genuinely was friends with Nick Rockefeller, and he genuinely did die shortly after that interview, back in 2008.
What exactly did he die of?
I would assume it's something like a heart attack. It normally is something like that.
Or doorknob.
Oh, let's have a look at this comment from Joanne. Epstein was invested in some companies to do with some cyborg type shit. Yeah, he was. God, I've got to turn that down. So basically, they found Epstein had links into the military industrial complex, big pharma, the intelligence services, obviously, but he was in his New Mexico ranch. It said that he had a baby farming facility, and he had like these young virile women that were taking his master seed. So like that's really do it yourself eugenics, like creating your own master race, isn't it? What are your thoughts on that, Martin?
Oh, exactly that. He wanted to pass on his DNA. It's all this sort of like a micronized version. That's not a word, I don't think, of the larger agenda. And of what these freaks are into. This idea of the eugenics plan. Yeah, really creepy. That he wanted to have a set of women or something that were all. He wanted to pick highly intelligent women and breed with them to pass on his DNA. Was that right? Was one of the weird things he was doing.
Yeah, sort of like he wanted to sire his own race. Now we just got a comment from Funky Soul P-Funk. I guess this is to do with Aaron Russo. He died of cancer, not a heart attack. Yeah, I was about to say, well, cancer is like the second most easily simulated death if you're going to take someone out. Suicide, cancer, and heart attack. But, he might have just died of cancer. It could have been a cancer.
I remember that. Yeah.
Seems to be once.
Yeah, it was a funny timing though. He put out quite a lot of information, and I remember Freedom to Fascism at the time was quite hard hitting. And I saw the Alex Jones and I was quite hold of it at the time. That was quite you couldn't put it all together at the time.
That was our
But
mistake.
they were
Sorry,
talking about
carry on, Martin.
looking at the larger agenda and be a chip. Sorry, ultimately everything was going to be in a chip, and that's been quite clear if you're looking at the technocratic agenda. That it would all be chipped, and then if you protest what they're doing, they can turn off their chip. I remember that hitting me very hard.
That's exactly what he said. That's what I saw. What I saw Andy Omer Beat sampled in the tune that I played in that episode. That I played at the intro.
People speaking out like we are now, delivering this information,
Right.
chips would just be off. No money, no access to food, water.
The thing is, right, the way that I look at it, I think it would be even worse than that. From the research that I've done into where the AI will go when it can be symbiotically joined with humans through the neural lace or whatever Elon Musk wants to do, the way they explain it is that it will actually sort of bypass our thought process. Because, instead of thinking about something and getting it from your brain, you'll be using the AI to draw the information from the cloud. But that means that there will be like a firewall barrier between your brain, and accessing the information, which will be the AI.
That's not human. That
is
not human.
But the question is that, well, when you are asking this AI subliminally, what point of it is you making the decision or the AI? And the worst sort of picture that's painted by this coming singularity, when we've all got the AI 5G digital vaccine patch tattoo, the link up to the cloud, whatever it is that we will just become essentially drones or nodules in a network, and we won't be able to make our own decisions. So the way that I see it, when we get to that point, there wouldn't be any dissidence anyway, because as soon as you had the thought to rebel, to question, to think against the narrative, it would instantly be quashed before you'd even had the thought, before you'd even consciously thought it. This is real 1984 stuff. But I've read the documents from the real pioneers of this shit, and that's what they've actually said themselves. That the thinking process between the human and accessing the information from the cloud will be totally symbiotic with the AI. So you won't know if it's you having an opinion or an original thought, or you don't know if it will be the AI. And Elon Musk has openly said, our only hope, our only chance is to merge with it, because it will instantly defeat us. Anyway, that's my little rant.
So that to me is basically.
Does it literally say that as well?
Everyone talks about Bill Gates being. Everyone talks about Bill Gates and the big up D Vlodovec in the house there. Research Luciferese. Yeah, everyone wants to go and do that because that's the new technology. Anyway, everyone talks about Bill Gates. Yeah, as much as I hate the guy for what he's doing, Elon Musk is no saint for what he's pushing either. He's still pushing this transhumanism agenda where he wants to hook everyone up to this AI system and just, engulf the world in 5G and just hook everyone up to, I've said it before. I said this to Lance. So the internet, and the World Wide Web. Okay, what the nets and webs do, they catch shit. Okay, nobody knows what happens when we die. I said this last week on the stream. Nobody knows what happens when we die. Nobody truly knows where our consciousness goes.
Well, I don't know about that.
What if our consciousness is going to get trapped in this fucking AI system?
No, that's exactly what
which they want to hook it up to.
Right.
And then we end up being slaves for eternity.
Here's the other thing.
Their AI system.
Exactly what you just said. The pioneers of this have already envisaged how this could work. If you were on your deathbed and you were terminally ill and your body was totally fucked, and even if you had a totally debilitating brain disease, which was totally incurable, the AI and basically uploading your consciousness to the cloud will allow you in your dying moments to make a single millisecond last for eternity digitally. So they're actually talking.
That's really scary,
Yeah. That's literally the stuff of nightmares. I am absolutely 100% convinced that many people have already successfully and unsuccessfully uploaded their consciousness to a cloud. They've been talking about it for 10 years. Generally, when something's talked about in the mainstream media, even in the most cutting edge science papers that a normal person can get their hands on, that means it's already happened 10 years ago. That's from my own research. So for instance, when they said they cloned Dolly the sheep in the late 90s.
That was late 80s.
Early 90s, late 80s, I think. I remember I was a little kid.
Decade behind.
Well, you know, if they're telling you on the ITV news that they've cloned a sheep to, you know, Jill and Dave sitting in their 3-bed semi, well, that probably means that, you know, cloning has been going on a long time. Apparently, the Nazis were able to do it.
Well, that's where my research tells me that they were doing this in the late 30s, mid to late 30s.
A lot of stuff that we consider science fiction was apparently
not necessarily cloning humans perfectly by any means, but cloning nonetheless. No, you know, they weren't saying they got everything perfect, but you think now,
I just seen a good comment.
It's nearly 100 years on. We're now in 2020. You think what the technology they can do now if they were cloning shit back in the 1930s, and it's now 2020.
It is scary.
You just made a comment about tomorrow's world. Go on.
When you extrapolate out and you think about where it could be now, we've got a slight delay, so I'll try be careful when I'm jumping in. When I did my cloning dig on Bill Clinton, because I was thinking exactly the same as you, Lance. Like, it's been 10 years, and if it's possible, there's a good chance someone's already trying to do it or has already done it. And Bill Clinton's actual turn of phrase that he used was, "We're going to ban cloning in the private sector, and we're going to have a voluntary memorandum on other human cloning experiments." I thought that was an interesting way to put it. A voluntary memorandum.
The key word in that is
if they're putting in legislation
it's not stop. Yeah, it's not stop. It's actually private sector. We can't officially endorse it through government, but that presumably would have pushed it into the private sector, because I think he said, we're going to have a stop in government, I think, as I understood it, but a voluntary memorandum for the private sector, which sounds like, you know, to the private sector is just, okay, a voluntary. Voluntary is the only word they need to hear.
Check out this comment.
So it hasn't stopped whatever the research has been. Yeah, I can't see the
There's
comments.
There's a base in Hawaii where they're mixing humans with animals.
Big up D.
Do we have any more information on?
Yeah, Alex Jones got a lot of flack for that. He was absolutely. Yes, chimeras. Yeah, Alex Jones got a lot of flack for it because he was saying it in one of his excited rants, as he often does. But as with a lot of things he rants about, there is research for that, and it's creepy. There were these labs with I believe human chimeras, if you call it that, where they were mixing embryos and growing human embryos.
In Hawaii.
I believe.
I've heard about this for years, but to actually know that there is one particular installation
in the location of Hawaii, that's very interesting. The furthest island away,
China, I believe. Is that what
we have a counter narrative? People, Jacqueline says that Steve Pinchbeck is a liar. Okay, well, you know, we've only uncovered this interview today, and we've done a little bit of you know, we've backed up that what on the screen is correct. If you have any more information about why he's a liar or what the actual correct narrative is, please put it in the comments. We're open to all ideas.
Drop that in the chat, Jacqueline.
Check out the hologram at the recent Kanye West and Kim Kardashian. They've been using holograms much more than we think.
Just move your mic stand over, mate, so I can just read.
Oh, sorry. How inconsiderate of me.
Guys in the chat. There's always good comments, guys.
We have some fire comments in the comment section. I'll tell you what.
So yeah, here we go. Gerald Cragg, there, he says the vax animal DNA.
Yeah, this is a good point. So we're talking about chimera, which means when you blend two different species together.
Transhumanism.
Yeah,
doesn't necessarily have to be with mechanics, robotics, digitally. Yeah, transhuman just means to transition from a human to something else, and it doesn't mean completely. You can be half something, halves. You know, even like Bill Gates said. He said in that interview, we're getting genetically modified organisms and shooting them straight into little kids' arms.
Yeah, he was boasting about it.
Yeah, boasting about it. So that's a form of transhumanism, because we know there's aborted fetal tissue, which some of these vaccines
like recumbent embryo, like monkey embryo genes, and do you know what squalene is? That goes in vaccines. Have you heard that? It's called an adjuvant, and it makes like, I think it makes other drugs and viral infections more powerful. But these adjuvants called squalene, it's like, oh god, I can't remember what it's made of. It's absolutely disgusting. But like, they put loads of different types of like bovine growth serum. So that's like was it stem cells? That's like bovine, so that's cow stem cells. That's calf stem cells. So when you're putting, you know, 20 or 30 vaccines into a growing infant, and each one of them has got like recumbent monkey cells in bovine growth serum, it's like, you know, we complain about like growth serum going into beef, into the meat that we eat. And apparently that's bad.
90% of the population inject it into their kids'
Yeah, well,
arms.
if you inject bovine growth serum intravenously straight into an infant's arm, don't tell me that is not destroying people. Right, the vaccines contain dog kidney and human fetal baby cells.
Wow.
Who put that? Is that Jason Renix?
Oh,
Jason always comes at the fight. No, it's Lord Arahim. Right, Lord Arahim is getting best comment so far tonight.
Hold up.
He's making Andy spaz all over the place. He can't even find the
There's
comment.
some good chats.
Yeah, hashtag ligers. Yeah. So a good example of a chimera is a liger or a tigon. I can't remember which one's which. It's a cross between a lion and a tiger. One male tiger.
There we go. The vaccines contain dog, kidney, and human fetal
That's it.
baby cells. Abortion is a mass satanic ritual by the elite. Bang! Someone has done their homework here.
So let's go deep on this, right? Here is the link between what Lord Arahim is saying between vaccines, Planned Parenthood, and eugenics.
And
The Planned Parenthood, right?
We all know who started Planned Parenthood.
Planned Parenthood was started by the Bill Gates's father,
who was a eugenist.
Father.
No,
Eugenist.
his mother was on IBM, and his father was on Planned. His mother was on Planned Parenthood, and his father, William Gates the First, was IBM or something. But basically, so Planned Parenthood run all the abortion clinics.
I'm just going to interject very quickly there. So the name William, everyone, Bill.
Will,
is
I am
another name for William. Bill, Ball,
Bell. Okay.
Yeah, Bill.
Well,
Gates.
Mark Passier works always seeps in.
And we always, as we know in the in Revelations in the Bible, it says 666 will relate to a man.
Yeah. Base consciousness.
Bill,
so,
Ball, Bell.
So we're talking about abortion is a mass satanic ritual by the elite. Yeah. So this is what I think has happened through cultural conditioning, social engineering. We've promoted very careless procreating and abortion. So abortion now has no stigma, and it happens willy-nilly, and in some places it's promoted. All of the abortion clinics in America are run by Planned Parenthood, most of them anyway, as I believe. That was started by Bill Gates's mum, or she was on the board.
Father.
His dad was a eugenicist. It was father and his mother. One of them was IBM, one of them was Planned Parenthood. I can't remember which way around. But there's a massive link.
I thought IBM got him into computing. That's how he got his leg up into the industry. It was much less than they made out.
I need to look at this again. I should do a whole episode.
It doesn't matter.
The
whole point is
William Henry Gates III.
Yeah, so Bill Gates is not a normal person. He is not a regular computer geek that just created Microsoft and got rich. He is an elite bloodline.
Whatever you think, but don't buy into the narrative that he created Microsoft in his garage with,
Same as Zuckerberg created Facebook. Yeah, right.
Come on, guys, come on.
Okay, so this is the point I was trying to make. Planned Parenthood controls all the abortion clinics. So where do you get the fetal cells from for these vaccines? Where's the best place to get them from? It's from aborted fetuses. There were bills passed by the Democrats before Trump came in. No, it was after, in California, where they allowed babies to be aborted right up until they basically allowed you to abort a baby on the day it was being born naturally. And the reason they did it, and Alex Jones broke this as well, is because they were keeping the babies alive in the abortion clinics and selling the organs off, because a baby that's alive is obviously a fresh product. Yeah, so the stem cells, the fetal tissue for the vaccines, for transplants, and they're basically doing what the Chinese Communist Party were doing with the organ harvesting factories in Xinjiang and the other provinces with the Falun Gong. And funny enough, at the protest last week for the lockdown, I came across this stand that was all in Chinese that showed the pictures of the internment camps that I've been talking about, and the Falun Gong, they're not the Uyghur Muslims. These are actually ethnically Han Chinese people, but they're pulled off the streets by the Communist Party because they practice Falun Gong, which is sort of being a Taoist Buddhist Jedi, and you do it's badass. It's like Tai Chi and everything. They're the healthiest, most spiritual people. No alcohol, no drugs. So they obviously not allowed.
They're the healthiest.
Yeah, they are like what like ancient Chinese culture of being like Zen and Tao
mystery traditions.
Yeah, but they are like fully practicing like super Buddhist basically. So the Communist Party can't have that. So it's illegal to be Falun Gong. And they've got 1 million of them in concentration camps, and they harvest their organs.
So the only way I've heard to get out of the, I don't know if any of the listeners, I know you're familiar, and probably you are as well, Word Nerd, with Edge of Wonder, those the guys on YouTube.
They're good. They're a good entrance point for normies.
They've got a great, real friendly. You could even sit down with your parents, with your folks.
They got Owen Keeling. Yeah, chimeras.
They did a great series on Falun Gong, and they had a actual survivor from a camp in China who's now got national residency in the US, and she's speaking out against the Chinese Communist Party for what they're doing with the Falun Gong. So if anyone wants to go to the Edge of Wonder and check those guys out, they do some.
They've been taken off Facebook as well. No, they've been taken off YouTube.
Have they?
Yeah, they went down with all the 17th letter people.
They have actually got their own channel called Edge of Wonder.
Got their own website. Go directly to their website.
Go check them out, guys, because they do some great work on the Chinese organ harvesting and the stuff with Planned Parenthood and the Falun Gong stuff. So if anyone wants to go and check that out, it's a great.
Wow, Coalhouse Jr. Is that actually your genuine profile picture? Because you're a badass, mate. Serious talk. Yes, the only way out is death. As a free human spirit, you return home. If you accept the mark of the beast, you are damned, maybe forever.
So the mark of the beast.
Yes,
that
Junior.
is the system itself, as far as I'm aware.
Zuckerberg has a headlight Sputnik.
Can I?
Right, you know, we say words are important. Go, sorry, Martin.
It's all right. It's hard to interject because I've got a slight delay. I was wondering, like, do you think they're trying to cheat death? Because when we're talking about them going into the AI, you're saying that when you upload that, a part of your consciousness is going in there, I often wondered, like, are they trying to escape? They're trying to escape death, the judgment.
I reckon
when you die, you really probably got to meet the big guy.
I think that what they're actually trying to do is depopulate the planet, but still keep the amount of consciousness on the planet. So there's not actually going to be hardly any more people physically born, but when they're conscious, when they die, when the people die, their consciousness isn't going to die. That's what I think it is. They're going to trap everyone's consciousness within this AI system, so no one's going to be born. Because you think about it, with very little people on the planet, these,
like a soul trap.
These puppet masters, they're not going to have the level of power because they're not going to have the financial gain which they're getting from the 7 point whatever billion people on the planet. So they still need to keep that mass of money flowing in, their satanic fake money, which doesn't even exist in the first place. It's just a belief concept of money. It doesn't exist in nature. Yeah, give a £50 note or a $20 bill to a squirrel. See what he does with it. Yeah, it's got no actual value. So, you know, they're trying to trap everyone's consciousness. This is, again, just my take on it. Okay. So people...
You got a good question there.
People are going to die, but no one's going to be born. But everyone's consciousness is still going to be here to pay into their new system.
Right. The Buddhists say that we're already in an incarnation trap. One sec. I'm going to pass it to you in a sec, Martin. They say that we're already in an incarnation trap of souls. I think what the controllers are trying to do is create a soul trap within a trap. And I think that's what the mark of the beast system is, the AI. It's basically to trap our consciousness digitally so that we can never ascend. So I agree with you. Right. There's a question on the screen. I was
on a similar track to you two guys, except I think that's where they're going, and then it's clear with whatever the digital plan is, they're all trying to buy us into it. It's been incrementally popularized, and there are buy-ins where it's cool. But I mean, I was scared with Elon Musk. I really wanted to like him so many times, but when you actually look at what he's saying, like you said, when you put out what they're saying, it's like, well, we're just going to bore a hole in your head, and then it's just going to be an inch wide, and then the nodes will be implanted directly, to connect to the neuron. I'm like, holy fuck, mate! I thought you were like taking mushrooms at Burning Man. Why do you want to bore a fucking hole in your head? Like, I'm up all the way with like a certain merge with like just advancing as human beings. But if you keep your humanity, but boring a hole in your head and putting a chapel, no.
Let me say something, right? This neural link that Musk is talking about, right?
Bad robot.
It does the neural link, right? Imagine if you're paraplegic or you are completely physically disabled, yeah? It has some amazing capabilities to bypass the problems in the brain, right? However, when you put a back door into someone's frontal cortex, the ability for abuse is just unlimited. This is absolutely unlimited.
Exactly. And we live in an age where nothing is safe. Nothing is everything's hacked at the moment. Like, this is the least. We may have technological advancement, but this is the least secure we've ever had it. So we should at least get that down before we even think about any of these extrapolations.
No one can tell me that people like Elon Musk and Bill Gates aren't dark occultists. Okay, they might appear all friendly, but they are dark occultists. And don't forget, occultist, someone who studies the occult, is just knowledge, right? So this knowledge can be used for good. Like you said, a paraplegic, who this would be fantastic technology for, but you know, there's no reason for me to drill a hole in my head and implant myself into some AI grid. There's no reason for me to inject some Luciferese technology into my body to hook me up to some AI system. I'm fine. I'm happy as I am. I don't need to be transhumanized into some technology.
Yeah, because the way
I don't even like wearing a watch.
The way they're going to push it is if you don't have it, you're going to be an instant disadvantage to everyone else that does have it, and everyone will have to have it because it'll be so much more advanced than us. So it is a satanic inversion. It is a ritual. It's so many things. And I'm just looking at some of the comments in the comment section. Absolutely spot on. Let's change the subject. We've got so many things to cover. Let's change the subject, right? We've got a comment on the screen, a question from KDHH. What do you think about the coming election? I'm going to hand it over to SpokenWord Nerd. You can see the flag in the background.
Oh, don't say that to me straight away.
No. This is your question, mate. I've been just gassing. Go for it.
Oh, the current election, Trump's going to win almost certainly. It's a scary time, man, because I've been following the Q side of Trump, and that's been a level on which I've been actually able to talk about it openly, especially recently. And I left Trump out of it because it was just, is QAnon on the US military for me, which is something we may end up getting into.
I've got a feeling that's
which it is, as we've got a feeling that is the case, and there seems to be quite a lot of evidence for that. So that's where I've come down with it. But recently, the Democratic side, it's so beyond corrupt. You've got people like Podesta effectively running the Democratic Party, who are saying they're not going to concede the election. They're not going to accept a defeat, even if that's certainly what they get, no matter what their projections they put out, like they did with Hillary. But, you know, they barely wanted to concede with Hillary. That took a day, I believe. So it's a crazy time. Yeah, but it's like, I'll be honest, I wouldn't have even. It's got so bad that I wouldn't even sit back in this one. I'd say you have to vote for Trump because we don't know, which is exactly the same as it was 4 years ago, except there's a lot more positive on it with the Q stuff. And it's certainly like the Democratic Party is so bad. I wouldn't even say passive. You have to vote Trump.
I think it's really actually subjective about being on.
It's such a parallel now. Sorry, we've got a slight delay, so we'll have to try and
keep interrupting.
Jump around.
Yeah, I'm saying we're getting to the point, really, in my humble opinion, that if you take a subjective look at what's on the table and you haven't been completely compromised, it's not really a choice anymore. It's actually just a very obvious decision about being on the right or wrong side of history. You know, there is so much on the table about just Joe Biden and his son that is so controversial we can't even talk about it on the show because we'll just get taken down. But one thing I will say
Hunter, we're not allowed to talk about it.
No, don't say that. No, honestly, mate, I don't want to get properly platformed.
What's your language?
Tomorrow might be a blue hunter's moon. A blue
That's what I was talking about, the moon. We're going to have to clear this before then. All right, I had loads of stuff
we just don't say his name. We can speak around it. So what I'm going to say is, right, I forgot what I was going to say now. So just him, just that son himself. People are thinking that is that computer that was apparently left. People are actually still questioning the authenticity of that, and I don't think
it's supposedly Russian disinformation.
Well, I don't think people are aware that the FBI have come forward and said
they've confirmed
that it is what it is,
and they've confirmed what's on it as well.
And I can't remember the guy's name.
100% they've confirmed
it's got CP on it, basically, guys. You know what CP is.
And the dude with the Q level clearance has come out and said that he's a billionaire. He was US military intelligence, and what was it? He's basically said everything on it is true. He's not getting dragged down with Hunter Biden. He's a patriot. Called him crackpipe. Big up where we go on. We go all bazzer.
Crackpipe. Yeah, we'll call him crackpipe. Well, we're going to get down to saying
BLM, Biden lives that matter.
Let's jump away from Hunter hiding. Hunter hiding. Let's
we can
away from that.
Because apparently that stuff is being streamed in China, like the whole contents of the laptop, and it's absolutely disgusting.
Yeah, let's leave that one.
I don't want to get taken down. Sorry, guys.
Let's not say top laps either.
So what else? What were we talking about? We're talking about the election.
I'm
let's get back to Epstein.
I'm genuinely surprised.
Shout out on that comment. Yes,
the election. I am genuinely surprised that we haven't had 9/11 similar to 9/11 false flag with mass deaths, like in one hit. I'm not saying the virus isn't bad, My condolences to anyone who believes in it. But I'm genuinely surprised at this point, this close to the election, there hasn't been a false flag which involves, you know, some 9/11 type of incident implemented on Trump's, you know, on Trump's watch, just to disrupt the election further. What
hasn't there been though? I mean, there has been, hasn't there?
There's still time.
Hasn't there been, like, I mean, some people would argue that all of those riots were and the arson attacks in the wildfires. You know what, guys? Before I was going to make the Serco video, I had 32 tabs lined up about the California wildfires, about the arson arrests, about the other narrative that could be causing those fires, and some absolutely incredible footage of the destruction, which I haven't even got to present yet.
On that, can I just ask you, Word Nerd, what is your take on obviously the riots, but obviously what started the riots, the George Floyd incident? What is your take on the policeman himself, the one in question who you know got charged with third-degree murder, then it got dropped? But do you actually genuinely believe that was just bad policing, or do you believe that was something more sinister, maybe something set up, maybe a satanic ritual? Because there's multiple people saying there's 6s sprayed on trash cans in the area, so there was 3 of them, 666. It was on 33rd Street apparently, which is a Freemasonic number. So I don't know. What's your take on the George? And my main thing, and I actually spoke to a policeman about this. My biggest thing about the George Floyd thing was for 8 minutes, nearly 9 minutes, the guy, the policeman, he was there with his hand in his pocket, like shifting towards the camera with his hand in his pocket, almost saying, like,
was his hand?
Look at my hand in my pocket. Like,
did he not have a black glove on though? Because I've seen one that looked like he had a black glove, but it looked very weird. The way his hand was positioned was weird. It looked like the hidden hand. That's what it looked like.
The hidden hand. That's, to me. I mean, if you're, I did ask a policeman. I said to, I asked the policeman, if you're in your training, yeah, is when you're restraining someone or arresting someone or, you know, whatever, are you taught at any point to put your hand in your pocket while you're restraining a villain or a escapee or a detainee, whatever? And he said absolutely not, no. And I said, in the military, if you're a security guard or a bouncer, anyone who is trying to subdue someone, you don't put your hand in your pocket while you're doing it, especially not for nearly 9 minutes when you know you're being filmed. So can I just ask, what is your take on that? You there, Word Nerd?
The last part cut off, but you're asking about George Floyd. Yeah, I did look at it, and there was quite a number of things, to be honest. I can't say for sure what things I've 100% verified and haven't without going to my notes, but I'll just talk candidly about what I found. Like, there's a relationship established. I'm almost certain that that's definitely established between the cop and George Floyd. They knew each other back when George Floyd was a bouncer in some of these clubs. This guy, the cop guy, was rough with people and was already known to be a bit of a shithead, allegedly, and was a character, and I had a bad relationship with George Floyd, or they had a fight or something, some kind of altercation, which is already like interesting in the story, which was left out.
Suspect.
In terms of like when they do false flags and they put it through and in terms of the false flag aspect of it through the media, they do put symbolism in when that's done. I hadn't seen that. I haven't seen the 6s, so I'm going to have to go and look at that. I didn't do a massive dig on it, but there's a number of things, and also
apparently the 6s they're on 3 trash cans. There's 3 individual trash cans in the area with each of them with a spray painted 6 on.
Okay, well, I've seen that in like other false flags where the symbolism sometimes is off the hook. Sometimes when you can see it, because they do put it out there. It's an interesting one. There's so much about it that's stunk, and it set off all of these riots, which is something else, like a whole other thing. But yeah, there was a relationship between them, even with all of the things going on with Floyd. The kneeling on his neck was brazen, and just, I mean, why would anyone? When I've watched it, it was like, this is an execution, and if it's not staged, then that's horrifying, because he's kneeling on his neck, he's turning and he's looking at the camera. Who does that unless you've got total impunity?
Exactly.
And there are some cops that do behave in such a manner. But like, yeah, the whole thing was bizarre, and it kicked off all the riots, which have been like, you know, political operations the way they've run. And these haven't been organic protests or riots. And I can say that as someone who's had an eye on the protest scene and been directly involved for, you know, almost a decade. And it's true with quite a few things now, and particularly stateside managed protest and stage managed protest seems to be. I mean, it's incredible compared to, you know, you couldn't do that here. You can't just buy people here. It's too small of a country.
Absolutely.
So, I mean, everyone knows each other.
My main thing in the George Floyd incident was the hand in the pocket. The hand in the pocket for nearly 9 minutes, where he was almost showing off that his hand was in the pocket towards the camera. I mean, who does that? When you restrain someone, if you're a policeman, in the army, in the Marines, a security guard, a bouncer, you don't. When you're trying to subdue someone, you know, a detainee, you don't put your hand in your pocket. You certainly don't, you know, put your hand in your pocket and sort of, you know, inch towards the camera like that. So, you know, and that to me, I don't know about you, Lance, that just screams hidden hand.
Yeah, it looks very. Let me just sort this camera. It looked very symbolic to me. It looks like it looked like a movie set.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, the hidden hand. I remember coming up. It blew my mind when I first saw Marx doing it. When I was on that rabbit hole many years ago, and I was just like, so it's everyone. It's on both sides.
All those historical photos throughout history. If you see the hand,
there's Fauci. You know, Fauci. He's there in his suit jacket, and he has it like that, and he's on stage behind Trump with his hit. You know, so he's symbolically saying to his Freemasonic brethren, you know, this is us. We're doing this, and he's standing behind. Fucking disgrace.
What's Bazza saying here? He's saying the hand in the pocket was an advertised.
He looks like a rat as well.
He is a rat.
Who? Fauci.
Yeah.
Who looks like a rat?
He kind of like showing his an outer rat.
Yeah, he is a rat. He is a rat. He's just another bought off individual. Like Lance has said previously, it's one of the hardest things for people to accept is that scientists and professors are paid off as easily as politicians and policemen.
Even more.
Yeah, even more.
They're still very much trusted.
They've got less to lose.
They're very much trusted as an institution, and it's a hard one, I think, at the moment. People that their heads around the same levels of corruption and, you know, people could be going on in there. That seems to be a hard one for people to swallow at the moment.
It seems to be a particularly hard thing for people to accept that these, you know, seemingly good individuals that haven't even got, you know, any hierarchical system in their job are paid off. But, you know, to me, they would be more easy to pay off.
There's two problems there. One is that people just, you know, they pretend to be the good guys. A lot of these people. I mean, look at Hillary Clinton. Like, they really rolled themselves out like they're the second coming, and these people are absolutely sick. So it's just that's a problem. That's the first problem. Is these, you know, like the Hollywood stars, and then I can't remember what the second thing was.
Okay, I've just got a little point here. We're talking about Fauci, yeah. We're talking about Fauci, and I'm obsessed with etymology and how words are very important. So is Andy. This is what Fauci actually means. Fauci is an Italian surname. It is derived from the Sicilian word for sickle. So that means a blade. Like a hammer and sickle, like the communist side. And originates as an occupational surname referring metonymically to makers of sickles. Notably, people with the surname Fauci include Anthony Fauci, American immunologist. What does Fauci mean in Latin? From Latin, fauch, falsem. From Proto-Indo-European, a cutting tool. Compare French foe. So basically, Fauci means. I think it also means like it's like the mandibles. It's like a blade, a cutting tool.
Interesting.
Yeah, very interesting.
I
yes, Lord.
So
Jeffrey Epstein helped set up the Clinton Foundation for them. Look into it, guys. Jeffrey Epstein being intimately involved in the foundations of the Clinton Foundation. That is absolutely.
Jeff Epstein was charged by the Mossad with having his nose into multiple organizations and charitable fronts. I'm not going to call them charities. I'm going to call them charitable fronts, because that's exactly what they were.
Yeah, I've got a note here. Somewhere in my notes, I've got something on Epstein. What was it? It was the house he was gifted by Lex Wesner So when people are like, "Oh, well, he's just a nobody," it's like, "Well, Lex Wesner is the head of Victoria's Secret."
Yeah, that house that
he was given a seven-story palace for free, I believe.
It was the biggest house in Manhattan State. The biggest.
That's it. And Bill Clinton, probably, but Bill Gates certainly visited.
Sorry, I have to laugh
in that house.
I was just looking in. I was trying to find.
Well, they denied
map
it.
That has...
eventually have to concede that he had.
Yeah, he gave it to him.
Lance, what have you got a man Trump up with?
I know, this is the funny thing. I just tried to find the Epstein map, and this is how deep the propaganda is. All the famous people connected with Jeffrey Epstein.
Trump got around, didn't he?
Yeah. You know, he hadn't. This is a very famous picture from 1997.
Look at the tie.
He does, Benghazi. He does, yeah.
So it says Bill Clinton, Prince Andrew, the third child of the Epstein web is deep. So we were talking about Epstein earlier on, but we were dancing around the subject because there are two other sort of aspects to this. One of them is obviously Maxwell, and the other one is a totally separate scandal called Nexium. Now we're going to talk about Nexium a little bit. Let's get some Nexium shit on the screen. Okay. We've already got the tabs up. Let's go deep. So this is the leader of Nexium. His name is Keith Raniere. Raniere. He's just been sentenced to 120 years in prison. 120 years. 120 years is quite a lot. Right, now, here's an interesting fact. This guy has reportedly got an IQ of 240. Now, bear in mind that the average IQ of a genius, i.e. Einstein, Stephen Hawking is 160. I think Bill Gates is they're all 160, exactly 160. This guy has an IQ of 240. So that puts him in the top 3 most intelligent people on planet Earth. Nexium was a bit of a weird one. It involved Hollywood stars. It involved bloodline elites, the Bronfman sisters, who have also gone to prison for, I believe, 18 months each.
It involved Oprah Winfrey.
Yep, Oprah Winfrey. So here we go. Seagram heiress Claire Bronfman sentenced to 81 months in prison.
Wow. She actually has got jailed.
Daughter of billionaire philanthropist Edgar Bronfman admitted she held slaves, committed credit card fraud for a cult leader in April 2019. And the cult leader is this man here, Keith Raniere, and he has gone down for 120 years.
120 years.
That's pretty significant.
Under the Trump administration.
140 puts you in the top 1%. No, 240. This guy's is 240. My IQ is almost 140. Come on. Bronfman's not a high. No, I'm not talking about Bronfman. I'm talking about Keith Raniere. This guy, 240. I have no idea what this person's IQ is. They're just like really
counting on it, Ralph Hexman.
Yeah, they're just picking. They're just, you know, the Bronfmans, the Bronfman sisters. They're just part of a satanic Illuminati family. If you want to refer back to last week's live stream, I talked a little bit about Mark Passio's website, What on Earth is Happening, where they had a guy called Neo, who's a really brave guy. He's a whistleblower he was one of 3 brothers from an Illuminati family. And I played a little snippet of his testimony, 2 hours long, with Mark Passio, and it's, you know, horrific stuff. So I would imagine that these 2 sisters are the same from the what's the father's name? The Bronfman. What's the guy's
Edgar
name?
K. Bronfman.
Edgar Bronfman. I would imagine he and his wife, when these 2 sisters were babies, was you know, the two sisters were subject to some probably 99% sure they'll be subject to trauma-based mind control.
Yeah.
Which, you know, ties into what they're doing themselves.
I would like to address a comment on the screen from Ralph Hexam. Trump banned Epstein from his club and gave evidence against him, which is Mar-a-Lago. Now, I don't want to have to like Donald Trump so much, but I judge a man by his actions. And when it comes to people saying that Trump is as involved with Epstein as others, it is quite ludicrous, because I'll tell you what happened. Up until, I believe this incident here was in 2002 or 2005. Before that, there are, I believe, I've seen in between 4 to 5 photographs of Trump with Epstein at high-level New York parties. Now, if you are a high-level socialite in New York in the 80s and 90s, and you are the top of the social ladder, it would have been literally impossible not to have rubbed shoulders with either Donald Trump or Jeffrey Epstein, because Maxwell, because as we've seen through various different documentaries in the mainstream media and the alternative, Jeffrey Epstein was literally the dog's bollocks for like 20 years. He was like, let's make the comparison. He was the American Jimmy Savile.
100%, 100%.
Look at the access that Jimmy Savile had into the upper echelons of British society. It was absolutely unrivaled. He had his own private office in Belmarsh, in 2 other high maximum security mental prisons. He mentored the royal family.
Prince Charles. He
literally could go anywhere, do what he wanted without question. Jeffrey Epstein had the same relationship.
I would like to remind everyone about the interview with Matt Atwood and the Prince Andrew's royal guardsman. Who was on his guard detail, and he said that Jimmy Savile could just walk into Buckingham Palace, literally walk in, unannounced, he didn't even have to ring ahead. Anyway, he could just stroll into Buckingham Palace. You tell me another individual on the planet now who can just stroll into Buckingham Palace.
No one. He was counselling. Jimmy Savile was counselling Charles and Diana through their rocky marriage. Yeah. This guy had next level access to the royal family. He mentored the royal family. What kind of influence, what kind of power do you have to have over the House of Windsor to have that kind of relationship? You have to ask the question, because it seemed like Jeffrey Epstein was able to wield that same power over people in the US, like the FBI when they first investigated him. Now I'm going to address this. Trump never gave evidence against Epstein. I've seen it on testimony from an FBI operative saying that in the original 2008 investigation, Trump was the only person that literally stepped forward and contacted the FBI. This is on record, so I have to refute that MYTMT. And it's absolutely fine to disagree, guys. I don't get everything right, but I am absolutely positive that this is the case. Trump.
I believe you're right about that. They've come out and said that he cooperated, and he was one of the only people that did cooperate with it.
Came forward.
So there are definitely things to look at with Trump's past. I mean, that's a whole other subject. But the part of the thing is, it's not arguable. What he's doing now is Americans knew what they were voting for when they voted for Donald Trump, and he's actually done everything he said he would do. And if the media could, they'd have gone after him on the massive claims he makes about the economy before the virus hit, and all this other stuff. They would be chewing him to pieces if that wasn't true. And they do not fact check him on a single one of these things when he's releasing people from prison, when he's reforming things that haven't been reformed in decades,
when he
which the Democrats have sat on.
And what was it called? What the Mexican gang? What's the really dangerous Mexican gang called with numbers in it? MS-13.
Genuine busts at the border. Yeah, not just we're building a wall because blah, but because we're building a wall and it actually smashing trafficking rings, which happen to all come through the Mexican border. I mean, I thought these people were humanitarians. This is where everyone comes through. And it's a phrase Robert Steele uses. I'm not sure about Robert Steele, but the phrase he used was guns, drugs, gold. And then after that, it's small children. And that's even a link I hadn't made before, unfortunately, as deep as I would have done if I'd known even back then how big of a thing that was. But
Lord Arahim,
it comes after the others.
Can you address this comment, please, Spoken? Lord Arahim, is Trump controlled Zionist opposition like Hitler was?
I've been saying the whole thing. This is like the greatest. It's the only other explanation as opposed to like that. What I say about that constantly is like, because I'm always trying to keep my mind open for a deception. But with the QAnon thing, it's so counterintuitive. Everything else they've done. It makes no sense actually from not only the power structure as it was, but like it makes no sense for trying to keep control now that there is such a big following of QAnon, to keep dropping the information in the way that they're doing it. If they wanted to swing it all one way, they could have done, and they haven't. So that is incredibly reassuring. But with saving Israel till last, that's what everyone's waiting for. I'm one of those
saving
people.
Israel
yeah, and that's been a tough one to deal with Netanyahu, because we all thought he was going to go last year on corruption charges, and then he's still there. And I realized there's a bit of deal making with Trump in the way that things are going forward to make peace deals, but that's been an uncomfortable wait.
If you believe what
we were told
said,
to wait till last. So
yeah, so at the end of the day, Epstein, cornerstone, Israel is very pivotal in geopolitics, and Israel has the thing called the Samson auction. Does everybody know what the Samson auction is? Type this in, Andy.
It's the get out of jail.
Samson. Get that up on the screen, please. So this is the reason that you have to be very, very delicate with Israel. Does anybody know the biblical story of the giant Samson? basically what happened was he was a big giant, and the Philistines were a group of people, and they weren't happy with him. They chased him into a temple, and Samson decided to bring the temple down on top of them, killing him and killing everybody else. So that's the story of Samson, right? But the Israelis have a policy called the Samson option, and I'll just get that up on the screen. It's really good fun. You're going to love this one. So the Samson option in Hebrew, Beret Shimshon, is the name of some military analysts and authors that gave Israel's deterrent strategy of massive retaliation with nuclear weapons as a last resort against a country whose military has invaded or destroyed much of Israel. Commentators have also employed the term to situations where non-nuclear, non-Israeli actors have threatened conventional weapons retaliation, such as Yasser Arafat and Hezbollah. So what they're basically saying is, although this is supposed to be a nuclear deterrent, the Israelis in the past have already threatened it, basically saying if Israel becomes threatened, we can press a button that just takes out the rest of the world with us. Because here's a picture of Samson bringing down the temple. So it's like what was it, Dr. Strangelove, where he builds a bomb that just blows up the whole world, everyone instantly. So it's like the ultimate weapon. So like no one will start a war with this country because we've got a bomb.
Game of Thrones shit, like in the final season when what's her name, the Queen blows up the church in the middle.
Oh, Orion cubes, Saturn cubes. We covered that in me and Andy in the Dark Occult episode of Rise Above.
Yeah, we covered the hypercube as well, and the cube Saturn worship. If you want to go and check out on Lance's channel, the Rise Above one about Satanism and the Dark Occult, we talk extensively about that.
Yeah, another great comment here from Lord Arahim. Yes, Ralph, all pedos are narcissists and they do gravitate towards communism and Satanism.
And socialism.
And socialism. I mean, let's face it, there are some super duper capitalist right-wing pedophiles as well, but there does seem to be...
So again, I'd like to reiterate in what we said in the very start of the Satanism and Dark Occult.
We had some negative comments about that video.
Oh, did we actually?
I actually like to address some of them.
Yeah, let's
do it, because I like to address critics. That's absolutely fine.
I wasn't aware of any.
Yeah, someone told me to take the video down. They said they were unsubscribing because they were really unhappy about what we said. Where is it?
It is,
Satanism and the Dark Occult. Okay, let me do a screen grab, screen sharing.
It is some raw info.
In our longest episode yet, so there were some absolutely amazing comments, but one person was very unhappy about what we said about Lucifer.
Oh no, that's fair enough. You've got to take everything.
Where is
Truth, so I'd like to speak to that. I'll clear with Lance if that's a subject he thinks we'll get pulled for. I don't think so, as long as we're sensible.
What is it you want to speak about, mate? Go, you speak on while I'm looking for this.
Well, that's a big one, to be honest. It was Truth Serum said, is no one talking about JFK Jr.?
Yeah, I mean, go for it. Give us your take on it, because not many people might not be
JFK Jr.
Yeah, this story. Can you give us a lowdown on this whole narrative about JFK Jr.?
Well, it's become really integrated with it now. For starters, it's in the Q drops, so whatever we're making of that.
Right.
And,
sorry, stop. I found the comment in question. 1 sec. Right. Sorry. Hold that thought. Spoken. Okay, yeah, put that on a back burner. Right. So we made this introduction video into the Dark Occult, explaining Satanism, Satanism, and those sort of practices. And here's one of the negative comments we got, and I'd like to address it. From Frank Barrow: you should really stick to things you know instead of parroting someone else's work. I wanted to big up Mark Passio because I thought it was important. Your speeches are badass and great for opening up the minds of the masses. I knew in the first 4 minutes you have no idea what you're talking about with Lucifer or the occult. Okay, he explains. You don't know the first thing about esotericism, and unfortunately you will lead many people astray and away from the truth. Well, I'm quite concerned because I certainly don't want to do that. So while I respect you for your C19 truth bombs, please remove this shameful video. Unsub you because of this vid. For your information, the Bible says that Satan, aka Lucifer, is the most beautiful angel. He is the creator of music, and Jesus has conversations with him. And what you call Christian is Hollywood. Don't educate people on something you know nothing about.
Wow.
Is it just me, or does this guy sound like he's a Satanist?
So I would like to address his comment. So we we actually said, Lance, like, you're a Luciferian.
I'm a light Luciferian.
I'm a light Luciferian. Word nerd is as well. Word nerd is a light Luciferian.
This guy's got his own channel. He's got 2,500 subscribers.
Wow.
Let's see what he's saying.
We'll address that if
Yeah, could you address that, please? What is your take on that?
Wait, was that? Did I hear what I thought I heard?
He said that. Yeah, he
Was
said
that an accusation?
He said that he didn't like our video explaining the dark occult and saying that Satan is Lucifer and he's the most beautiful angel and gave us music, and we're leading people astray.
So I'd like to.
Is that what he said?
Yeah, he told me to take the video down and said he'd unsubbed. He said you're really leading people astray with your misinformation.
So the word
Satan, because Satan did get the whole story that connects to the in my digs anyway. It was the jinn, which was the spirit of the shaitan, which is what they call Satan. And yes, he was leading people away. That's the Piper story. Satan does have music. It doesn't mean that he's not
Satan in the
just makes good music.
Biblical sense, in the Christian ideology, Satan
Sorry for the
is
swears.
Yes,
swearing's okay.
Satan is just a biblical depiction in that term, but the word Satan comes from the Hebrew word Satan, which means to oppose. The opposer, the opposite. Yeah, it just means the opposite of good to bad. It's got nothing to do, which is like, I want to address that. Yeah, because we said this right. The very first thing I said about Satanism was it's not about people dancing around a fire, dressed in robes, worshipping some deity, some biblical deity with horns and goat feet. That's not it. It's just the negative of good. Yeah, it's the opposite of good. It's the opposing force. Yeah,
Shaitan is the opposer. That's what the Muslims believe.
It's got nothing to do with Christianity.
But we took it to a geometric level. We said it. Yeah, Satan is the opposer because Saturn, where the pentagram comes from, which is literally in Saturn, was the opposite of the sun, and then it links back into the cult of the black sun. So
at the time, it was the furthest point from the sun, so it was the darkest. So it was the most evil.
The opposite, the opposer.
The opposites. Yeah, the opposer.
So let's just go back to that comment. I mean, this guy is. I mean, I thought we basically addressed the idea of Lucifer as the light bringer and the knowledge that he brings can be used for the dark or the light. I describe myself as a light Luciferian. I'm spreading light and I'm spreading occult knowledge, a de-occultist. That's what Mark Passio says. Yeah. Maybe this guy doesn't like Mark Passio because he says your speeches are badass, but don't parrot other people's work. Well, we're actually paying a homage. We started the video by saying we're learning natural law by Mark Passio. We think it's a fantastic resource of information. And we want to share it.
And what we did was cram a lot of information into a short period of time. And we frequently said, go and
we said it's a taster. Yeah, we said it's a taster.
100%. It was an introduction. Anyway, I want to get back
to
what,
let's get off that. That's negativity, isn't it?
JFK.
Right, let's go back to JFK.
That's what I wanted to hear about.
Okay.
Over to you, Word Nerd.
Comments on the screen.
Just tying in on that, because I'm still hearing you a few seconds ago. There's a really interesting guy before we go on to Junior. I don't know who he is because it was just a dig ages ago, but he does videos. I think he's an Islamic preacher, but he's talking about the parallels. He talks almost in a way that's digestible for Westerners. So he's talking about the parallels between the religions and like what they call the jinn, and then they have the same stories in Islam about humanity being made out of earth, out of the dust, out of clay, and there's loads of parallels. There's actually much more that we have in common than separates us. And it's always used to divide us. And yet they actually agree. We actually agree on most things when you actually go into the religious texts, in principle, anyway. On Junior, fuck, that's a big one. Yeah. So my direct experience with it has been Vincent Fusca. Was supposedly, when I was following the chatter of the Anons, was supposedly this guy that was turning up at Trump rallies and was throwing a sign up and with his wife and supposedly putting comms up through the signs. So when I went to look at it, it did stand out straight away because he's very, very smartly dressed, which isn't necessarily a standout. But
am I right in saying Word Nerd? Every time he's pictured, he's got a bowler hat on, similar to JFK.
He wears a fedora, which is what his father wore. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah,
But if you want me, I mean, it depends. If you want me to be completely honest about it, I then looked at Vincent Fusca, and there were articles about this guy, and I think there's a Vincent Fusca who is a Vincent Fusca who looks a certain way, and then there's the other guy seems to be someone in disguise. Only barely, if maybe even a prosthesis on the nose, but if not, nothing else. But otherwise, hair and a hat. Who's a good-looking man, and the woman next to him is remarkably like Caroline, considering that she was very.
This is one thing
and
I did actually show my. I showed
actually,
my mum. Sorry to interject there. When you said about how they looked, I did actually show my mum a picture of the woman who's always pictured not far from Vincent Fusca, with her great big smile from ear to ear, with all her teeth showing. And then I showed a picture of JFK Jr.'s wife doing with the very same smile, very, very similar smile. So yeah, just carry on, Werner. So I just wanted to mention the smile.
Yeah, trademark smile. Yeah, and she's got very distinctive features, which makes her quite recognizable even 20 years on. And I'll be honest, I'll just say honestly, the research I did, it is out there. You can find photo overlays, and it's compelling. There was also a website called Vincent Fusca, which was filled with comms, which I think then are to be corrected by comments if anyone's doing these digs. It seemed to either disappear or wasn't. Then there were people popping up on Twitter. The comms line up in the same way you can verify the Q drops. So it's like Q has referenced JFK Jr. as the start as well for whatever. We're taking that JFK Jr. the start 2001, which was the plane crash, which is a whole other interesting thing, because there were multiple reasons why you might get taken out running against Hillary Clinton. And I do think that, it's believable, considering the man that his father was, that this guy would have had a lot of friends in the military, because he was quite an important figure in the military, JFK, and not a lot of people know that. I've talked to you about the coconut story, but not on air before. But
JFK was very pro-military.
I've been JFK coconut. Well, JFK, no, more than that. JFK was a soldier.
Tell the coconut story.
He was involved. I'll have to do it now. He was involved in
bring us the coconut.
Try and do it justice. The coconut story. So JFK Senior. I'll try and do this justice because I'm not an expert on this. Well, I know at least that he was a Marine. I believe he was in that clique before it was the Frogmen and before the SEALs. So back in the 60s and earlier, and was quite celebrated within that as a hero. He had legitimate acts of heroism aside from this particular one, when I believe a Japanese or some other boat, I don't know what, tore through their ship, and a much larger boat. They were on a small boat, and dozens of men then in the water, stranded about 2-3 miles off an island. And Kennedy, who already had a bad back and kidney or liver problems, I believe, something that was really ailing him, but a bad back, ended up swimming with the soldiers in his mouth, with the rope in his mouth between his teeth, with a man on his back, and he swam miles to the nearest island. And then once he got there, him and a couple of others swam all the way back and started picking men up, and they basically rescued these guys, rescued their team. And then they're stranded on this island. JFK, along with a couple of others, then swim to different islands to try and find some natives so they can get the word out that there's a bunch of US stranded Marines on this island. This ends with them island hopping, swimming with no supplies. He then carves a message in a coconut, swims to another island, gives it to a native, and it's like US coordinates, this, and this, and send help. And then the helicopters come. So Kennedy was a war hero already. And then he had the coconut made into a paperweight and had it put on his presidential desk when he was in the White House.
Awesome story.
That's the Kennedy coconut story. He was a badass.
I've never heard that at all. Word nerd.
The coconut's on the screen.
I meant to talk about that in my first live stream with you, on my first podcast with you. But yeah, Kennedy was a total badass. So tying in with Junior was like, and with the QAnon phenomenon, it's like, it's believable to me in that sense. He was running against Clinton. They took out, a whole bunch of people in the 60s. Kennedy went up against the military-industrial complex. He went up against much more than that. And the idea that there wouldn't have been a collective circle around Junior of some of his former friends in the military seems, unbelievable that it wouldn't be to me. He was also a very famous guy, very sexy guy, all over the planet. So Junior, I think, would have been a precious one. Everyone has seen that image of him saluting at the funeral. So it's not unbelievable to me that if they did have legitimate threat on his life.
In one of our previous videos,
that they may have got him out.
A gut-wrenching picture of at the funeral of JFK Jr. saluting.
Very striking. Yeah.
Coconut
And so for me, it's not unbelievable that, you know, if the digs, as far as I can work out, the theory goes is that he was running against Clinton, which we know, and that's never safe. So
crime family.
The idea is that they found explosives on the plane. This is one theory, and then they were like, right, you know, they're going to take you out, so it's better that we make it look like we've taken you out, and then we can put you underground. And then if that's the case, he may have had 20 years working with his friends in the military, like his dad did. Yeah. But a lot of people are missing that context. I kind of had that because I was a Kennedy lover already. Kennedy was kind of my moral compass, to be honest, because he was always so important. Jack totally went in for, you know, and to go in at that level when you're the president and when you have been born into a certain amount of privilege to get there was just, you know, that was the amazing thing that JFK did.
If I'm honest,
so it's not unbelievable to me necessarily, and the Fusca stuff is pretty compelling. The Twitter accounts are also fun, but he's also in a few other places if it's him, unless people are obviously jumping around messing around with it. But there's a man that looks a lot like him, and a man that looks an awful lot like his wife.
I love seeing on social media when I see a Trump rally, when I love seeing somebody's taking a picture of Trump waving or, you know, addressing the crowd, and then somebody's got a picture next to it, zoomed in, circle with Vincent Fusca behind him. And there's multiple times. It's clearly staged.
And one thing that blew my mind that I found on YouTube was an overlay. Was someone put Vincent Fusca's face over Junior, and then they put him over JFK Senior as well.
Yeah, 100%.
He's got someone with his mum in him.
I know exactly what you're talking about there. I've seen exactly the same.
And that's compelling. He's got this really man. And Kennedy, you know, I love Kennedy a bit, but man, he had a hell of a face, you know. It was.
I showed my mum. You know, I showed my mum that picture that you're talking about with the superimposed
very recognizable
onto each other's face, and I also showed my mum the picture of the woman. She's always got a cap on. Can we get her up? Actually, can we Melania? Get not Vincent Fusca's wife, because it's not Vincent Fusca's wife, is it? It's JFK Jr.'s alleged wife. It's the see if we can get a picture up of the pair of them.
I'm just rabbit holing on my own. I totally thought what happened.
You forget we were in the live
that
show.
One, yeah.
What do you want me to look for?
So we want to get JFK Jr.'s wife up, and we want to get a picture of the woman who is always pictured with Vincent Fusca. We want to get the picture of the pair of them up. Because they look remarkably similar, especially the smile. There's a picture, I can see one here. Lance is just typing in. There's a picture of us smiling, JFK Jr.'s wife. So yeah, here we go. Check this out. I mean, look, it's almost identical.
It's a video. Hold on. Hold your horses.
Yeah, hold your horses, guys.
Thank you very much.
I'm doing proper rubbish.
Right,
open image in new tab. This is how we do it.
So yeah, whilst they're doing that, JFK also wanted to bring out greenbacks, a monetary system that you could make interest on. Yes, JFK went up against the banking system as well. And I believe I heard he was actually potentially already printing them. So he went out and go, fuck it, we'll do it anyway. And he was printing the money. So yeah, he did challenge the CIA also. So he went up against quite a few power structures at once and gave some very powerful speeches for a president.
I'm considering putting his last speech on just so we can take a 2-minute break and just play that out, because if anyone hasn't heard Kennedy's last speech, where he talks about a monolithic conspiracy and secrecy, it's supposed to be about the Soviet Union and communism. I don't think it was about
I know most of it if you need it.
Well, no, I was going to play it so we can just have a little break, because we've already been going for an hour and 40 minutes. We're going to carry on, guys, because this is record numbers. Big up everyone tuned in. Thank you very much. But
I'm happy to continue if everyone else is.
All right. Well, I was just going to go for a piss, so you two can continue. Right. Sorry. Anyway, so this is JFK. Which one's which? On the left is Vincent.
On the left is it's not Vincent Fusca's wife. It's the woman that's always photographed with Vincent Fusca, and it's on the woman on the right with the blonde hair and without the hat. That's actually JFK Jr.'s wife, who's supposed to be RIP now. But I mean, look at that smile, guys. What do you think of that word, Nerd?
Yeah, I've done this dig, and it's pretty convincing. She's got Caroline, bless her, she's got this very distinctive little tooth here. She's got this crooked tooth here. It's the nose and the way it lines up. It's very compelling, and it's the same with the other with Junior as well. I mean, the hands are the same, and ears normally give you away. They keep growing as you get older, but ears will normally give you away if you're trying to identify a person. So that's something I look for when I'm trying not to get too excited, because there is a few of these. When you look for these things, a few people that have been able to do this over the years. She and also her. Yes, and her jewelry is lovely as well. They've both got very, very nice. It's like, he's got a nice watch. She's got nice jewelry on, and she's got a very nice Trump pin. And it looks like what they might wear if they were having themselves a Trump rally. So that was a compelling thing actually, and that's one of the ones I was like, okay, this is going to be, I can get off this pretty quickly, because I was passionate about JFK. It's compelling, yeah. I mean,
I've got to be honest.
What do we think? What do we think, chat? What do we think on this one? Who's this woman?
Guys, what do you think in the chat? Do you think these two women look similar? On the right, we've got JFK Jr.'s wife, who is supposed to be RIP. And on the left, we've got this woman who's always pictured very, very closely to Vincent Fusca, who's allegedly JFK Jr. And didn't die in a helicopter accident back in 1999. Am I right with the year? Word nerd?
I believe so, yeah, 99, the start, yeah.
Yeah, in a helicopter accident. And I believe he was buried at sea.
No, sorry, no, not a helicopter. Not a helicopter. It was a small passenger plane. Which he often flew. He flew quite a bit.
Small passenger plane, and I believe he was
flew quite a bit and had a license.
17 people, only 17 people at the funeral. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct. Yeah.
And I think that everyone in the truther community and QAnon enthusiasts all refer to Q as 17, because it's the 17th letter of the alphabet. And if you go to
it is indeed. Yeah.
If you type in JFK Jr.'s grave site and go from the bird's eye view, it is in the shape of a Q as well. So there's a lot of references. 17 Q. It's all very, very. I said this to Lance. I was like, if this is an actual psyop, deliberate psyop, and it's not actually true, then it's fucking one of the cruelest that's ever been played on humanity and the American people especially.
You say coolest?
Right,
the most cruel, the most cruel, most horrible.
Cruelest. Well, if it was not for what it, absolutely, yeah, because it's it would be horrifying, yeah. But the JFK Jr. gravesite is definitely a cue from the that's another one that was very into the Eternal Flame gravesite is very much a cue from there. Much like that one, where we go all better, very much like that one. And that's the cue that Q puts out there as well. That's the stenciling that is promoted by QAnon. But as far as I can work out, as I keep saying repeatedly, QAnon is the US military. It seems obvious to me at this point. At least it's that. The question everyone's having now is whether they trust the plan or not. Because the fact that it's them, the comms have been through the roof, to be honest, especially in the last few weeks.
Not everyone,
and everything they've done, I feel like it's counterintuitive to unless it's what you said, Andy.
We've got a counter narrative here from Man from Room V. Q is for gullible idiots, plain and simple. I'm aware that Q splits the audience. It does. It splits the audience. One thing I'm going to say before we move on to another subject is that one big criticism of Q is that people say, oh yeah, trust the plan, sit back, get out your popcorn, and it makes people inactive. I think that is a massive misinterpretation. Whatever Q is, whatever you want to think, I don't say I'm a follower of it. I look at it, I have an opinion about it, but I have followed some of its instructions, and the instructions are quite simple. It's go out, counter the mainstream fake news narrative, be a digital soldier, form networks, make counter backup plans. Basically, it's a call to action. So, that's all I'm going to say about Q. I am going to move on from Q because I'm aware it does split the room a little bit. We have a comment on, where has it gone from? Lord Arahim is definitely getting best comments.
He's had some blinding comments.
No, not this one, not this comment. It was a comment before. Big up Jason Runnix. Here we go. Lord Arahim, this one. Hence the Great Reset and putting all of the world nations under a globalist, technocratic, Chinese-style social credit system. This is something that I've been banging on about. Yeah,
Lance. I'll old back Lance out there, he has been talking about the CCP's credit system ever since I've been chatting to him.
I've witnessed firsthand the power of the Red Dragon. Like, I have a particular affinity with Thailand. I say I'm in love with Thailand, but I was having a passionate affair with Laos, which is a country north of Thailand. I have a very special relationship with that country. I love it. And I've seen what the Chinese done to it. And it's like the most beautiful country filled with mountains and rivers. It's so picturesque. The Chinese come in, they fucking bulldoze the mountains to make concrete, like these amazing cast limestone mountains. They've displaced like 1 million or 2 million people from building these hydro-powered dams. And then they open the dams and it just floods 750,000 people's homes. They go, we will move you to a new zone. And they move them to another province. And there's just a pile of bricks and cement. They say, yeah, build your house. Here you go. That's what they do to them. And they've basically taken over the country and turned it into a power station for China. And my friends have lived there for a long time and they looked into it a little bit. And it turned out the whole of Laos, the power it was producing, over 60% of it was going to China. So the Laotian people only had 40% of their own power, and they had power shortages because China took all of the power they were producing. And where was it going? It was actually going to one province of which I can't remember the name or pronounce. And that province was the biggest cryptocurrency mining operation on earth. Now, if you know about cryptocurrency and mining it, it's very juicy. It loves a lot of power. So they were setting up these hydro power dams just to mine Bitcoin in one province in China and displacing millions of people from their homes, flooding, just decimating the country. I've seen it with my own eyes. So I've always had my eye on the Chinese Communist Party.
Huge rabbit holes here, people. Huge rabbit holes.
Super duper rabbit hole.
Super deep. Jump in.
Yeah, so let's have some comments.
I don't want because there's a slight delay on there because I don't want to split the room, especially if the room is split with the Q stuff. But I was the last person I ever thought would say anything about QAnon or especially about Trump. I've been on the left for 10 years, and I looked at the jobs with the same level that I've put to.
In none of the Q jobs does Q say to like Donald Trump's the savior of the world. At no point does Q state Donald Trump's the savior of the world. It simply states to ask questions. Does POTUS do this? Does POTUS do that? Carry on, Word Nerd.
Well, yeah. I mean, for me, if trying to pull back, be objective, and if we are going to do a different subject, for me, it's now 100 million people, I believe, that are following Q. It was 60 million last year, and I get all of the potential dangers, and I think you got to be as vigilant with that as you always would be. Like I said about this government, watch them like a rabid dog. You've got to hold your government to account. And if it's the military, there are, even if you're believing in all the good reasons it's the military, it's still then a serious situation, which is then, you're trusting them with, because they're going to have to seize a lot of assets there in order to get anything done. But for me personally, I applied every tactic I did to any other research I did. I found countless confirmations in the drops. And for me, if they wanted to swing it a different way, they've got 100 million people following it. They haven't done so far. They're dropping real information, real knowledge, and that's been reassuring, because it hasn't been swung massively to the right or to the left. It's cut a fairly middle line. Exactly, but I do get all the potential dangers of it. We're winging it on a prayer with them. But the fact for me that it's the US military seems certain. Trusting the plan, I'm not going to, that's up to everyone with their own research.
I'm not waiting for any savior. I'm not waiting for anyone to come and save me. I'm not
trusting
anyone.
Look at it. We've got to resist the same way we would anyway, because if it's QAnon and it's the military and they're good, then they won't mind. So and if we're wrong on that, we rise above it. But if that's really going on and they're doing it, and they're not going to mind us digging, are they?
Yeah, absolutely. I want to address this comment before we move on and stop talking about Q. Man from Room V, Q apostles have been discredited by the media, just like the government planned from the beginning of their mad cult. Now, it's okay to disagree here, man from Room V. I'm going to disagree with you quite fundamentally there, because, I mean, what has the media actually said about Q, apart from the standard, it is a crazy right-wing conspiracy theory? It hasn't addressed any of its claims. It's actually misquoted all of its claims.
And they throw it with 9/11 all the time. 9/11's rubbish, and QAnon, and don't look at the other one, which I don't know if I can say on your stream.
There is nothing that QAnon said isn't true from my own findings that I already knew from my own research.
Everything QAnon,
some big knowledge drops in there,
mainstream has been obfuscated.
Hasn't Q actually discredited the media by making it look ridiculously inaccurate? Isn't this an inversion?
I would say that.
So anyway, I've got to say I disagree with that man from Room V, but that's fine. It's cool to disagree. So we're going to
But
move
we can
on to-
disagree. Yeah, we should definitely be
Guys,
open
we
about
can
it.
all disagree.
Hey,
still
we're
get
here
on.
about discussion at the end of the day. Yeah, it's about discourse. There's no point in always speaking with people that agree with you. It's absolutely fine to disagree as long as we agree on the important things. That's what's important. So let's go
Pro-human
deep in.
future.
Truth Serum, thoughts on Greenland's underground bases. This is an
Ooh,
interesting one.
dumbs.
So there is a narrative that apparently at some point after World War II, the international secret military service that involved, the CIA and the Nazis and the Third Reich, because at the end of the day, it was one entity, that went on their way to Antarctica, to the North Pole. Yeah, because the Nazis were going to Antarctica and the North Pole. They stopped and they made a base in Greenland. And it apparently, has DUMBs, DUMBS, deep underground military bases. Now, this links in with Trump as well, because if you remember, there was a crazy story that Trump made a swipe to actually buy Greenland. Do you remember this, Martin?
Yes. Yeah. I mean, he posted a very funny picture of the golden Trump Tower set in the snow of Greenland, and so I promised not to do this to Greenland. Which was quite funny.
Yeah, so
I
basically,
don't know what that was all about. But if it's there's been a lot of movement with Antarctica. That's the rabbit hole.
Yeah, Antarctica is like a whole lifetime rabbit hole in itself because
I love looking into Antarctica. It's
amazing.
one of my favorites.
It's amazing. That some of the names of there's
It's
a Rothschild.
It's definitely an interesting dig.
There's a place called New Schwabia, as in Klaus Schwab. His surname. There's a place called New Schwabia. I looked into Klaus Schwab, right? And there's not a lot you can find about him apart from his family after the dissolution of the Third Reich basically set up the economics of Germany. And his father sat on top of something called the High Schwabian Council of Commerce. The High Schwabian Council.
Come on.
So, like, if you're that much of a megalomaniac where you create a whole financial committee and you name it after your surname, it's like, well, hey, if I created a bank, I'd call it Murdoch's Bank. But I don't know. It's weird. Anyway, I'm gonna do a super duper dig into Klaus Schwab and really get down to what he is.
Is that gonna be a 60-hour?
That will be like a whole weeker because that Serco. I'm going to be honest with people. Yeah, a lot of people have come on to me because of the Serco speech and the Serco video. Let me talk about that for a minute, maybe, because that links in with all of this. Everything we're talking about is linked, believe it or not. You speak about Jeffrey Epstein, you think that's not linked to Serco? Well, I'll tell you it is. It is. Okay, so the Serco speech. I made a video and then I made a speech which is absolutely exploded because apparently I put together some information about this company Serco and how it relates with the military-industrial complex. I linked it all the way to the Rothschilds, to Jimmy Savile, to Jeffrey Epstein, to the Crown, to everything, to all of the different... I basically did the download on it. The thing was, when I started doing that, I had it was a Friday evening and I had a window of opportunity, a whole weekend to literally go in. I knew I was going to do a rabbit hole or make a video or something. But I started looking into it, but I was distracted for an hour. And the thing was, most of that, I'm going to tell you now, 90% of that research was actually done on intuition and guessing and then reverse engineering. And what I mean when I said that is when I heard that track and trace was being pushed hard and there was a private company called Serco involved, lights went off in my head because I studied the arms of the tentacles of the octopus very carefully, and they're very mechanical and very predictable in the way they operate. So it's not foresight. I just know how they work. And I had all these ideas, and I was like, oh God, I bet it's going to be like this. I bet they're going to be doing this with the prisons, this with the immigration. They're going to have contacts into the AM. I knew, and I literally had like 5 to 8 bullet points. And as soon as I started looking into it, it's like the information was just falling into my hands. It was so easy because once you know how this works, you can see it. And yeah, absolutely inside out control of all aspects that you would want to be in control of if you were going to turn a society or a country into a large open air digital prison like Xinjiang in China, for instance.
That's one place you don't want to be.
Especially if you're a Uyghur Muslim.
Or somebody who practices Falun
Gong. Or in fact, if you're anybody apart from Han Chinese. Yeah, so here's a little insight. I had a friend, Adam, who lived in China for many years teaching English, and he's a bit of a wide boy, excellent character actually. He likes to smoke a little bit of cannabis, and obviously in China you've got to be a bit careful about who you get your weed from. Well, the Uyghur Muslims that live in Xinjiang, because they are Turkic, they're only half ethnically Chinese. They look a bit Turkic. They wear little like fezzes and stuff, so they look like a little bit Afghan, a bit Turkic. So they produce hash. So he has many Uyghur friends, and he obviously has other Western friends that live in China and go out partying that like to enjoy a spliff at the weekend. And what he noticed was all of a sudden, most of his Uyghur friends had disappeared. No, sorry. A lot of his Western friends started disappearing after the weekend, literally just disappearing. And then his Uyghur friends started disappearing afterwards. And what he'd worked out happened was the Chinese Communist police would rush into these nightclubs that were filled with Westerners that mostly lived there or they were staying there for a while, and they would piss test them. And if anyone was positive, and it would most likely be weed, they would have to give up 5 people, and it would have to be a combination of other Westerners that would have a positive test and Uyghurs. So they were targeting the Western expats living there that liked recreational cannabis specifically to be able to get to the Uyghur Muslims to send them to the internment camps. And he actually had to leave China because he had so many friends that literally disappeared. Mostly Uyghurs. The Westerners always reappeared after a few weeks and they came back very shaken, messed up, because they'd been in a Chinese internment camp or an interrogation chair, strapped to an interrogation chair for a week. Yeah, he had to leave, and he left for quite a lucrative job. So yeah, like I say, I have personal first-hand sources about exactly what is happening there, and it's very frightening.
That's a horrendous story.
Yeah, like when it's not like your friends died; it's like your friend was seen being bundled into a van, never to be seen again.
That's it.
And I look on Google Maps all the time, and there's 2 places I always check: Guantanamo Bay and Xinjiang. Every time I look, Guantanamo Bay gets a little bit bigger, and every time I look, there's another internment camp being built in Xinjiang. They throw them up like 20 of these a week. They can build 20 internment camps a week in China. They've got 3 million people like in re-education centers.
Absolutely massive.
Yeah. Right. Okay. We were going to stop talking about Q. I'm not saying Q-tards are wrong about everything, but the type of people who gravitate towards the type of message boards and nonsense will bring the whole thing down. Okay, that's a better point. We're not going to.
However, come on, Q-tards, really?
So
Q-tards?
if you're not saying it's wrong, then why would you call people Q-tards? I agree that some people, 90% of what people think is Q is actually someone else's interpretation of a very raw piece of data. Would you agree, Martin? Because
There's millions of people now, so there's a lot of things to get. When you're looking at the followers, that's a whole different thing. But I'll be honest, I've been following the what I thought really closely because I've been involved with movements before. And the followers are just golden. The core Q followers are a really good bunch. They're great researchers. They do genuine digs that all come from Q's posts. And obviously there's a separation between Q's followers
as well.
and
there's
the
a lot of ex-military.
so many.
MIT says that they don't sell weed in China. They do.
He said maybe don't sell weed in China.
So don't sell weed in China. Oh right, okay, yeah. Well, yeah, that's step 1. But I mean, if you are unfortunately not ethnically Han Chinese and you're a Uyghur, it's like step 1: don't be born. So if
don't type freedom or democracy into your Google search. Yeah,
they're not allowed Google.
Or Tiananmen Square was being pulled. So there was a little movement, a meme movement, where people were replacing the famous man with a duck, I think, so that they could bypass the censorship.
Tiananmen Square.
Yeah, well, they weren't. It was banned. I think no one was allowed to share it anymore because of the imagery that it's stoked up in native Chinese and stuff. So they had to use a duck meme over the man with the shopping bags, the famous man that stood there and blocked the tank momentarily with ducks and stuff, so they could bypass the censorship. So there was a whole duck meme thing that went around China with people trying to bypass the Great Firewall. I mean, it's mad that you can't hold China to account, isn't it? And that they've had a huge pass on the environmental angle, where it's like, oh well, China's developing. It's like, well, developing into what exactly? You've got human rights abuses that would not fly in any other place in the world if they were doing it as openly as it's done there. It's just that it's not open because we talk about China, but we don't talk about what the CCP is, and you barely hear the CCP mentioned. Whereas if it's any other country with a crazy communist, out of control government, you normally that's what goes with talking about that country usually, depending on the
they seem to be beyond criticism.
It's just China. Don't worry about it. That's where we make all our shit. So shush. That's where we're knocking out all this plastic crap. I mean, and it's no secret that all the corporates are in bed with China because that's where we've been making everything for decades. So, you know, that point I understood as well, and seemed to fit with Trump and with the military angle, because, you know, American-made products used to mean something. It used to be good stuff. Sorry, I don't know if I'm cutting you off, Andy, or if I just can't hear you.
Not at all. No, not at all. I'm letting you roll. Word Nerd. You carry on, mate. It's a pleasure.
I was going to rant about American-made.
I see
it used to mean something like it was like,
this is a good one.
The stuff
I see Lance has set up so I've got Maxwell on the
right. So we
here.
started talking about Epstein and Maxwell and Nexium because this story is going to re-emerge. Because I don't know if anyone clocked a couple of weeks ago, not the Lolita Express, not just Jeffrey Epstein's main plane. There is a pilot that's worked for Jeffrey Epstein since, I believe, the early 80s. And
was this his private pilot? Yeah.
And he's been subpoenaed by a judge.
He's been told that he has to testify. Into.
So you haven't heard the last of this yet. So the reason we're bringing it up is Maxwell is a bigger story, right? I'm going to show you something where Maxwell is speaking to the United Nations about Terramar. And if anybody doesn't know what Terramar is, it is her name for her offshore territory. Now I'll let her explain it herself. She's not a very good public speaker, and she's very a bit weird, as you would expect. Let's have a look. Play it for the start. It's only a few minutes long.
I'll do my best. First of all, Your Excellencies, Presidents, Lords, ladies and gentlemen, I just would like to thank you so much, and it's such an honor to be here. I'm here representing civil society. My passion for the ocean, for those of you, there's a slideshow going up there, so you don't just have to hear me, you can see the pictures as well. Started when I was a little girl. I grew up watching Jacques Cousteau on TV and became mesmerized with the oceans. It led to me becoming a deep worker submersible pilot. And ultimately, on one of my first dives, when I went down expecting to see a fish, I switched on the lights at the bottom of the ocean and saw a plastic hanger. It was in that moment, actually, that I decided that I really wanted to focus my attention on the ocean. And the area of the ocean that I chose to focus on was the high seas, which we've discussed so much here today. But for those of you who don't know, it represents 45% of our planet. And by the way, that 45% of the planet belongs to each and every one of you here, because it is our global commons. Under UNCLOS, it is ours. It belongs to each and every one of us, and the assets belong to us too. And I didn't know that when I started the history. The history of this started in 533 AD under Emperor Justinius, whips through the Magna Carta. Of course, I have to give a nod to England, and then ends up in 1982 at the Sea Convention. This area, our commons, are under peril for many reasons. One of the areas that of interest that I'm sure many of you are aware of is the shrinking ice of the Arctic. This is an Arctic map, and you can see the little white bits, which are the high seas areas that will remain. The ice is melting, the Northern Passage is opening. This will just management leads to approximately $50 billion in lost revenue annually, ultimately shark-finning soup, and to make a sustainable.
Okay, so I'll skip through a few bits there. You can see that she's presenting an argument about how there's a huge part of the ocean surface. We go back. Where are those percentages? Where's she got? Here we go. 71%. Where is it? Stop playing around. Right, here we go. 71% of the Earth. 71% of the Earth is covered by ocean. 64% of the Earth is considered the high seas, international waters. The high seas cover 45% of the Earth's surface. I've heard her speaking about this high seas in 3 or 4 different speeches to people like the UN. And the basic summary of it is, this 45% of the Earth's surface, 64% of the sea, is the high seas, is completely under no jurisdiction of anybody.
Basically, it's free game.
It's free game. So why is she talking about this? She's obviously painting the picture, yeah, I care about the dolphins and I found a coat hanger at the bottom of the sea, blah, blah, blah. If you think that Maxwell cares about dolphins and coat hangers in the sea, I've got news for you. So she, Terramar founder. So right,
she had a submarine license, didn't she?
That's what it said at the start. She was talking about submarine.
She had a submarine license, I believe.
She was young.
Right.
Yes. So she has a
submarine base below Epstein Island, I believe. Sorry, carry on.
No, you carry on, because I'm just looking up Terramar. Here we go.
Oh, that was
Here
it.
we go.
Sorry, mate. The delay is bad. We'll try and get that sorted next time. It might be because I've always got 1,000 tabs open. I'll try and
Yeah,
cut it
close
down
your
next
tabs.
time. I hope it will
Right,
run
so
smooth.
here she is, the Terramar project, the Arctic Circle. She's speaking at the Arctic Circle here about her Terramar project. So let's see what her project is.
It is effectively like the Wild West,
Go back a
a
little bit.
world that has laws and regulations, and an entire 45% of the planet that has basically no rules. It is effectively like the Wild West,
No
a
rules.
place that has some rules, conflicting rules, and no rules. What is important about the ocean? Why are we even here? Why do we care? Let's look at some of the tangible things that it does for us. It feeds 16% of the global population. And I know there are a lot of people from shipping here, so you know that 90% of the global shipping trade moves by ship.
Again, shipping.
Let's look at some of the intangible things it does for us. Without the ocean,
Always with
our
the shipping
days would be
containers.
I'm going to skip forward because she's
in
chatting
malaria.
shit. She doesn't
And I
care.
believe that an ocean
Evergreen.
This is all scripted for the audience.
I believe one of the largest
global
shipping container companies.
Yes. Evergreen.
Evergreen, one of the largest shipping container companies, I believe.
And Hillary Clinton's code
Interesting.
name.
Yeah, the Beirut explosion took out Evergreen.
Yes, their Secret
headquarters.
Service code name. For those who don't know.
Yeah, and Evergreen have been linked to.
Evergreen seems to come up a lot as well.
Andy, can you do some rabbit holding?
Yeah, I'm going to jump.
Right, I'm going to put Andy on the buttons because let's talk about this. Andy, can we get up some stuff about Evergreen, please? You might want to go to Twitter for this. You get the best Twitter feeds. So yeah, let's point something out. Evergreen is the most. Andy's going to be the Jamie to my Rogan. I don't like Joe Rogan anymore, though. He's sold out. Another story. So Evergreen is the #1 shipping company in the world. It's the most predominant one. You see the green Evergreen things. If you go on Twitter, do Evergreen Clinton. It's also the name for Hillary Clinton used by the Secret Service. What was Obama's name? Nerd. You know?
Renegade.
That's the one. One sec. We've got a little audio issue here. That's all right. Yeah. Put your mic in the stand. Sorry, it's fine. He's mucking about with his mic and it's buzzing. So yeah. So Evergreen is the #1 shipping container company in the world. It's Hillary Clinton's. Get it away from the thing. One sec. Sorry, guys. Unplug it.
Secret Service code.
Yeah, can you speak a minute while we just sort this problem out?
I'm not sure who designates.
Okay, check. So right, we're getting it up about Evergreen. Now, the Beirut explosion in that port, we've all seen the crazy footage of that, and there's a lot of speculation.
What's up, guys? I'll just end up learning on the QAnon.
Sorry? Now, I was saying, not many people know that at that shipping port where the explosion happened was one of the 3 headquarters of Evergreen in the world. Okay.
Yeah, this explosion in Lebanon.
You might want to zoom out a little bit. Okay, so this is Evergreen Marine. You will have seen these shipping containers. No, it's up there. There you go.
Ah.
No.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Did you not? What did you not know?
Okay.
So this is as well as the Evergreen shipping containers. This is everyone Hillary Clinton's code name as well, Evergreen. Yeah, just so everyone's aware.
Yeah. No.
The Evergreen headquarters was Evergreen was stationed at this port in Lebanon.
Yeah, there was actually a huge Evergreen tanker ship that had been left there because of coronavirus under quarantine. Had been left there for a couple of months at the port. It was accruing huge amounts of rent. That was destroyed in the explosion. Apparently, this is reported. Now, if we are led to believe that it's true, this Evergreen shipping container company is actually also used for human trafficking, the way that the chicken company is used in Breaking Bad to traffic the meth as a cover. It's purported that shipping ship in Beirut could have been full of bodies or evidence, right? So people don't know who did the attack because it was not fireworks. That was a weapon of some type. Me and Andy have shared different ideas about what it could have been. Have you looked into this? Spoken word nerd. He's not even paying attention. Right, you carry on your rabbit hole. Right, have we got one of those cracking threads about Hillary, Beirut, Lebanon, Iran?
Have I looked at what? Sorry.
Right, so
I was replying to a comment.
No, you're replying to a comment.
Have I looked into what specifically?
Have we seen the infrared
I
footage?
was replying to a comment, mate, on one of the feeds, and we've got
Lord Arahim says it was Israel 100%. Okay, so
keep
this
going with
comment
me, Lance. We've just got a 2 or 3 second delay, mate, when you come through.
Why don't you jump out and come back in again? Because now I've worked out the problem this end. Why don't you jump out and come back in? Let's do that.
So if you just want to, I just found this. It's from a woman called Rory Weiss. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing her name right. Beg your pardon if I'm not. I'll just read this out. My first thought was when I saw the video. Was Beirut just had their equivalent of our 9/11. My second thought, was it really being stored in that building and surrounding shipping containers? Noticed an evergreen container in other pics and videos. So what she's talking about there, folks, is the Beirut explosion. And there were evergreen shipping containers in multiple videos and photographs from before the explosion, after the explosion. Obviously, after the explosion, they were fucking obliterated. But yeah, they were definitely in a vicinity. And I think, Lance, isn't there rumors, or I can't confirm it myself, but isn't there? They've got a branch of headquarters there in Beirut, Evergreen.
Yes, they have. Let's have a look at that. Google Evergreen headquarters. There are 3, I believe. Yeah, I believe there are 3 in the whole world, main offices of Evergreen, and one of them was literally that port at the point of the explosion. And he's fact checking me in real time now, and he's much better. Right, Evergreen headquarters, Beirut. The ports of Beirut, Latakia, and Tartus are under the Phoenician Maritime Agency. Oh, look at that.
So I'd just like to remind everyone that, Evergreen Marine Corp, the shipping containers, this is a huge international shipping container company moving literally hundreds of thousands of container movements per year.
So yeah, here it is, the Phoenician Maritime Network, 3rd floor, Shenwai Building, PO Box, Beirut, Lebanon. They've got another one in Haifa in Israel, Gun Court in London. So London, Israel, Lebanon, and Slovenia. They've got 4 headquarters.
There we go, 4 headquarters, and just one of them coincidentally was blown to smithereens in the Beirut explosion.
And what about the tunnels underneath? Does anybody know about that?
Well, I sent when it happened, me and Lance kept messaging each other frequently. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
And I sent Lance a video. I see if we can find it. There was allegedly people were looking in the debris from the explosion.
Authorities are looking at external.
And they found multiple tunnels, like an underground network of
tunnels.
Here we go. This is
the explosion. The cordoned off area near where the ammonium nitrate was stored is being scoured for clues or evidence left behind in this field of debris. Among the investigators, bomb disposal specialists experienced in identifying and dealing with explosives. The harbour is one. And that's why I'm a bit closer.
That's it. There we go. Go back a little bit more.
The ceiling. You know that there's a labyrinth of subterranean.
Oh, wait, a labyrinth.
The giant silo stores. Now they're trying to shift the piles of rubble and spilt grain laying on top so they can investigate.
Here we go. This is it.
They know that there's a labyrinth of subterranean chambers here. They've discovered the opening of just one of them. And if you come a bit closer, you can see.
So a labyrinth of subterranean tunnels. You see the reporter here. She's pointing down. I'm no builder. I'm not into construction, but I can see that looks like a huge iron girder, iron beam, RSJ kind of thing. That's the top, and this looks like the roof of a tunnel system. So that ties it back in with what we mentioned earlier with the underground DUMs, the deep underground military bases, and then that ties us back in with the Pizzagate stuff when it comes to the what I was suggesting, that under James Alefantis restaurant Comet Ping Pong and the subsequent buildings around it and across the road with Beyond Borders, is all connected underground.
Hasn't Soros and Beyond Borders got something here as well in Beirut?
I'm not sure. We'll just double check that. So,
Yeah,
word nerd, while you just been out, I'm just going to fill you in quickly. We've got this is a little video that I sent Lance when the Beirut explosion. When the Beirut explosion happened, the reporter says here a labyrinth
chambers here. They've discovered the opening of just one of them, and if you come a bit closer, you can see the top of what looks like the ceiling of one, and that's what is keeping the hopes of relatives alive, that somehow their loved ones have made it to that shelter.
Right, can I just say something? How the fuck does anyone escape an explosion and make it into an underground tunnel? What the explosion happened? Oh, the explosion's happening quickly. Run underground, or maybe they got blown underground, and that's how they get saved. What a load of bullshit!
What the reporter's saying here, word nerd, is there's a labyrinth of underground tunnels under the debris field here, and they're hoping, loved ones are hoping that people have made it in there. But this ties it back into what I said in the Pizzagate videos, in the earlier videos that me and Lance did. About that, I think that everything, the way these people are operating, including on Epstein Island and in turn under the Playboy Mansion, they were all operating underground. It was all connected. They were moving these people and children underground through underground tunnels, tunnel systems, and actual full facilities that are underground. And that's the way they kept off the radar. And this is what I'm proposing that's been going on in Beirut, that they've got the head of one of the evergreen shipping container companies in Beirut, and they've got underground tunnels connecting everything so they can move any cargo, we'll call it cargo, that comes in, and they can keep it hidden if they want, hidden from sight.
Just going to put a reload on that explosion. It's fantastic. Look at that. There is no way.
Yeah. You're actually absolutely right, Andy. I'll speak to that in a sec.
No, go on.
Sorry, this delay. We'll sort this delay out next time, lads, because it's making it a bit awkward sometimes.
You carry on.
What were you saying, Andy?
Underground tunnels everywhere.
Yeah, what were you saying?
Basically in
underground tunnels, Beirut. When I was doing my digs on that, it's remarkable.
Carry on.
We got that delay. It's remarkable how often that it comes up. Yeah, we should check the actual delay. It's quite a long one, but it's remarkable how often it comes up in the real research. How often there are tunnels. You're right. There were tunnels when she referred to a labyrinth, which was like, okay, so there's tunnels underneath there, but that's not hitting the mainstream. So that is where some of the theories go, and what a lot of people claim to be speaking to. But there seems to be an awful lot of evidence for it in several of these busts and different raids in different places. I believe the same probably for a couple of the Epstein properties as well, but and rumors of others. So
that's right.
Tunnels seems to be a very common theme, which would make sense if we're dealing with people smuggling. Unfortunately, there are tunnel systems, so it is literally underground.
Yeah, we definitely have a theme: underground tunnels. Spoken word nerd. Let's do a thing where when we finish speaking, we put our hand up like that, and then we don't over talk each other because it's not good for the listeners, and we'll sort out the delay next time. Yeah.
That sounds great, mate. That sounds great. I was trying to be conscious of it, but it's a difficult one. So yeah, let's do that.
Okay, passing the baton over to me. So I'm playing some reloaded shots of this unbelievable explosion in Beirut. Now, not many people know that in the week of this explosion, look at this. This is an underground. Underground. This is in a hospital. The explosion ripping through. Look at this. Wow! Boom. That's incredible. So there were actually many explosions that week. There was one in, I believe, in Wuhan. There was one in Azerbaijan or Kazakhstan. And they were all like large installations or chemical factories. That seemed to be a bit of a theme. And I really wonder what was going on that week. Counter moves and counter moves, attacks. Hard to work out which way, who was attacking who. Big up Bradley Golden. You're not a noob, mate. I want to say a big thank you to Bradley because he's from Texas, USA, and he set up a group specifically or mostly to share my videos and a few other researchers. So big up all the Texas crew from the USA. Over to you, Word. Look at some comments.
I was
here.
just going to do a quick shout out to when I was doing this research on tunnels. He's just been pulled off YouTube when all the 17 lots all got pulled at one time, which was In Pursuit of Truth, iPop, and he did some very good videos, which I believe are now available on, but because he's done so many of them, but they're digs into some of the properties that came up when you're going down the Evergreen Trail and the tunnel systems. It just seems to be a theme that keeps coming up. So yeah,
Yes,
shout out to In Pursuit of Truth.
I think there are some other links to this that we haven't explored. Andy, can you type in Beirut explosion? Soros. I believe there's a George Soros bank within the blast zone as well. Twitter is such a weird tool.
That is correct. There is a bank in the right. In
Eagerly
the
await John Cassie's next column detailing George Soros explosion in the Beirut involvement. No comments. Rubbish.
I heard it was a Federal Reserve building.
Yes.
So I'd just like to interject. Say the Beirut explosion, from my research, personally, I haven't even actually gone into that much depth with Lance about this. Together, I've just sort of bounced a few ideas of him, and vice versa. I personally think that there was multiple cover-ups going on with the Beirut explosion. There was a financial cover-up with whichever financial establishment which was in the blast radius, because there's no coincidence. If all these globalists know that one of these things is going to come, so whoever owns that banking establishment would have known it was going to come. I think that it was primarily for the human trafficking scandal, which has been going on, and that again ties in with what the Trump administration has been doing about taking down global human trafficking rings. I think it was I personally think it was to destroy a whole load of evidence and establishments from the Evergreen. There was boats there as well, wasn't there, Lance? I think there was definitely one boat in the harbour.
Yes, and I believe it was an Evergreen.
It was a huge, international.
I think I'm
international shipping port, but I didn't know about the Evergreen connection.
Yeah, and I think the whole.
Sorry, I'll put my hand up next time.
Was for multiple reasons that the Beirut explosion happened. I'm done now, guys. Whoever wants to jump in.
Okay, I'll jump in. Yeah, I'm just trying.
Usually the case, if it's something like that, that's something that's really big.
This has got massive links. Taiwanese lines. Evergreen is literally moves the world through shipping. This is not what I was looking for. But basically, yeah, the Evergreen Company website lists an office in Tehran, Bandar Abbas, and both are listed under Iran Land Services Shipping Agency. So they seem to use lots of shell companies as well. Oh, here we go. What's this? Beirut explosion. Beirut port silos. Port of Beirut. Yeah.
Let's not forget as well. It could just be for a huge distraction.
Yeah, it could literally just be a huge false flag distraction. Okay, here we go. Interesting dig on the Beirut.
You just don't know with these things, and it's always suspicious when there's an explosion like that.
I said previously in the video in our stream earlier that I was surprised by this time there wasn't a huge false flag explosion, but I was talking about in the United States.
I found something. Interesting dig on the Beirut boom. Sex trafficking link. Also Evergreen shipping line link. Has anyone heard of the Sursock family? They are known as the Rothschilds of the East. The Sursock Museum and the Sursock Palace are located just south of the explosion today. That's interesting.
Got a swirl there right in the center of the stills.
Oh, look, that's the Sursock Museum. They've got pedo symbols. How fitting. Show this thread. Twitter's a great, like a jumping platform to go down different rabbit holes and to get themes. Here we go. Notice the pedo symbol, the Sursock Museum. Google pops up. Okay. The UN 2018 underwent a 5-year renovation and expansion project. The museum was expanded under 4 new underground floors beneath the current, oh my God, $12 million expansion underground.
Underground. Again, always with the underground. $12 million underground.
Okay, so this guy, Gab Parler Honey Designer, whoever this is, they've gone in. I need to find the links for this. The Port of Beirut has been selected as a transshipment hub for the second and third largest container companies in the world. Swiss-based Mediterranean Shipping Company, French-based Compagnie Maritime d'Affaires, or whatever it is, and Company General Maritime. Meet Matthew Lemoine. Wow, okay.
Let's Google him. Let's get that.
Here we go. chief economist of Edmund de Rothschild. Why? Mathilde Lemon
Mathilde.
is a group chief economist for Rothschild. Macro. Okay, so yeah, I mean, you know, the usual names always appear. It's like a blueprint, isn't it? Put my hand up. Is the delay really that bad? Holy shit! All right, big up SpokenWord Nerd. Let's do Sursock. Yes. If anybody wants to do a little investigation or a dig on the Sursock family, I have never heard this name before. These people are described. Let's get it up. Let's get a fresh one. These people are described as the Rothschilds of the East. So Andy, the Sursock family. I'll speak to the people then. You carry on. Speak to Spoken. Okay, let's have a look at some comments. Lord Arahim. ISIS. Oh, sorry, mate. ISIS said they were staying away from Europe during the beginning of the pandemic, so the cabal switched strategy and did not need false flag terror attacks until their story started to fall apart. I think that's a very good point because we've seen 2 beheadings.
Well, the ISIS thing
in the last 2 weeks, haven't we? And everyone
it's been
was saying
absolutely nothing for ages.
ISIS. Over to you.
Yeah, sorry, yeah. It's been absolutely nothing for ages. As far as I can work out as well, the US military teamed up with the Russian military, I believe, and we're legitimately like wiping ISIS off the map. They took out several of the leaders, and it went very quiet. I was on the same page as you, Andy, thinking like, even with half of this stuff coming out, regardless of where it's coming from, it's coming out. And so I was worried about false flags. And of course, there's still been false flags, but there haven't been any on a mass scale, thankfully. And well, there have been potentially, but you know, it hasn't been as bad as it could potentially have been. So, which is really in some aspects. But yeah, what were we talking about again? I've gone off on a trail there.
Well, we were talking about how Islamic terrorism or Islamic false flag terrorism, which some of it is, I'm sure some of it is all
ISIS, yeah.
But basically, the big meme at the moment was, well,
of course, but
during the pandemic, ISIS have obviously furloughed themselves because they're not active anymore. And what Lord Arahim is saying is because the COVID narrative is starting to fall apart, they've pulled Plan B and they've gone for the beheadings.
It seems to like ISIS got rolled out every time that they were desperate, and during the war on Syria, it was always suspicious because every time the ground was being made by ISIS, there was always a ceasefire from the Obama administration, which was always giving ISIS chance to expand their influence, for which he was criticized, but nothing was done, whilst he was expanding the drone warfare program. And this lost Obama a lot of support, I think, at the time because the Syria aspect, and it was ridiculous. And we now know that it's through the WikiLeaks, I believe, that it was the CIA, John Brennan, who we know from the Trump Russia nonsense, and John McCain and the Hillary Clinton State Department under Obama's leadership were directly giving finance and support to ISIS, which is what a lot of people have been saying for years, but hadn't hit the mainstream until the WikiLeaks documents confirmed it. So yeah, ISIS was a puppet show. I think they were losing support in the Middle East, not just with the public, but with the military as well. And so they had to go for more and more dirty ops, I think. Simple as that. With ISIS, and then other agendas that could be serving it also. In regards to ISIS, this is like destroying their ancient history as well, whilst they're getting about.
Yeah, I'd like to speak about that. Not many people know that ISIS have been really, really involved in actually destroying most of the remaining monolithic structures and ancient temples of Iraq and surrounding areas. And what we're talking about in that area is basically ancient Mesopotamia, Sumer. What's the name of the original city? Starts with a U, Urg, something like that. That we're talking about the first civilizations, about the deluge, after the deluge. Yeah. So there are videos of ISIS troops like smashing like the Sumerian tablet. It was actually purported that at one point Saddam Hussein was in possession of the remaining portion of the Sumerian tablets that hadn't been snatched by Zachariah Sitchin back in whenever he first got hold of them, and that's a whole other controversy how he interpreted the Sumerian tablets. But yeah, the Middle East was not just about oil, not just about money, not just about Israel, not just about sending refugees to the West. It was also about destroying the remnants of the actual proper old religions, I believe. Yeah, I'll put my hand up.
So I've just done a little bit of digging here. I'd just like to quickly
agree with you 100%, 100% on that, Lance. And sorry, go on. I've got a direct point on that one, but before we go off,
carry on, Werner. You carry on.
Sorry, mate, we keep going in. Lance, I couldn't have. You sure, mate? I couldn't have said it better than Lance said it. And actually, as soon as they rolled out into Iraq, the museum was the first thing that got hit, and there was a lot of fanfare from the Iraqis at the time because they promised going in that the museum would be protected. Obviously, all promises made, and it wasn't. They had one tank stationed at the end of the road, and I just wanted to mention when I was doing my Anunnaki digs, I came across the imagery of Nimrod and the Anunnakis with the pine cones in their hands.
Yep.
And then it was like, months later, I was watching the news and I opened up the paper and I've got that particular statue, that temple was one of the ones, and Nimrod was blown up as well with charges. So it's wait. ISIS are just, whilst they're at it and whilst they're called ISIS, they're just going around and happen to be destroying all these ancient sites, which is a tragedy as well for the people of Syria and for the people of Iraq, because this is like it's world culture as well. Not just their culture, it's all of our culture because this is global history. So yeah, that was a big one.
See what you just said about King Nimrod's statue getting destroyed. Did you hear that actually in Iran in 2015,
in Syria, I believe.
Yeah, well, in 2015 in Iran, they dug up what they were saying was Gilgamesh, but some people were saying it's King Nimrod. It could be actually the same historical character from 12,000 years ago, right? His actual body, mummified body, right? Did you see the leak that happened 2 weeks ago of some Clinton emails where Clinton, through a subsidiary, was requesting the burial site of King Nimrod, aka Gilgamesh, as if she wanted, and basically the word on the net was that, like, the Clinton Foundation wanted to exhume the body and extract the DNA of King Nimrod. Have you heard of that?
Don't tell me he's wandering about. It's the last thing we need.
No, there's actually, I mean, these are obviously bogus pictures, but there's like a picture of like the sarcophagus, and he's like 12 foot tall and blue. I mean, it's probably from a film or something, but Wikipedia says he was dug up. His mummy was dug up in 2015. Over to you.
Well, on my ancient history digs, giants do come up. So how much of it is true? There's clearly some images and stories which are entirely photoshopped, but large people seem to come up, and giants, as you would call them, if they're over like 8 foot, we call that a giant now. And we have some people like that. And then you've got these, I think, 12 foot, 9 foot and 12 foot skeletons, which do seem to show up in different parts of the world. That's an interesting one. I don't know how much truth there is to it. I'm not a geologist or an archaeologist, but I've dug on it a lot. They seem to pop up and they're always ginger. It's very weird. Ginger giant.
A lot of cultures have legend of the ginger-haired giant. Right, we're going to just rewind a little bit because we called up a name a minute ago of the Sarsok or Sursok family.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't want to.
They were linked to Beirut.
Jump in there. So it was said.
Yes.
I forget who said it. So the Sursok family. I'm just going to bring that up, guys. Quickly on Wikipedia. So the Sursok family, also spelled Sursuk, is a Greek Orthodox Christian family of Lebanon, and one of the most important 7 families in inverted commas of Beirut. The number 7 there, guys, again, just so I point out. So that's who they are. So just a quick article also I found here. Lady Sursok.
Holy shit.
Matyas of the, I don't know how you pronounce this.
Matriarch,
sorry, beg your pardon. Of Beirut family dies of blast injuries.
The Queen Dragon.
So this is a very important figure for the Beirut dynasty.
So basically, let's what that means is the matriarch, the female leader of what have been labelled the Eastern Rothschilds, was killed in that blast. We've just found that out live on air. Did anybody else know that?
So I'll just
holy shit, that's big.
I've got another article here.
98 years old.
So it says Lady Yvonne Cochran Sursok died last month, 27 days after sustaining injuries in the massive blast in Burait port. The life of this unique aristocratic 98-year-old woman was intertwined with the history of the entire Middle East, including Zionism.
So, if this was attack from Israel, it killed the matriarch of a really high-level bloodline Zionist architect family, who, according to this, have given a lot of money to help Zionist Israel happen.
Very high-level person.
So that I'm actually quite happy about that. We've just found that out live on air, and that's a real new piece of the puzzle. I had no idea about this, and this really blows out of the water the idea that that was an attack from Israel. Maybe maybe they accidentally killed her, but I don't think the Mossad is that.
Sorry, Lance. Let's just recap quickly. So the Beirut explosion has destroyed a high-level Zionist family member of age. And it's also
the matriarch of the family,
and it's also destroyed a shipping container company, international shipping container company, with ties to Jewish and Mossad operations. Okay, Evergreen. So that to me spells, if that was an attack from Israel, that doesn't make sense to me. That seems to me like an attack from someone else on Israel.
But don't forget, in the world of international espionage and geopolitics, sometimes states or agencies have to take out their own people as damage limitation.
Like you said, Lance, there's always warring factors here.
Yeah, warring factions. The world elite are not a monolithic force. They're at war with each other right now. Over to you, Spoken.
I was going to say, yeah, Robert Maxwell was one of them, because he was very much in bed, and I don't think officially, but everyone kind of knows, with the Israeli intelligence agencies and with Israel as the state agenda within government there. And he pushed off a boat or something. I think the inference is that he was taken out from the inside in the end, but that does happen with them as well, like you said, warring factions.
Yeah, Robert Maxwell was reportedly MI5, CIA, Mossad, and KGB.
Quad agent.
He was a Knight of the Garter, a Knight of the Realm, a Knight of the Order of the Dragon, Temple Orientis, and all of those associated. He was 33rd degree, all of them. They reckon when he was
if you've got all that as well, he's also the largest broadcaster, I believe, the largest owner of private broadcasting in England, and also the largest publisher. This is Robert Maxwell, right? Ghislaine's father. So yeah, immensely powerful in terms of real influence in the United Kingdom as well.
When he died, and was apparently fell off his boat called the Lady Ghislaine. I remember that he ripped off like a whole generation of people that had invested their entire savings in the UK into his pensions. And when he died, like, I don't know, 150 million went missing. Back in those days, we're talking the late 80s, early 90s now. I can't remember exactly when it was. But I was small enough to be young, but old enough to know it was bad, because lots of people lost everything. Literally everything.
Well, fuck, if someone did that to me, I might push him off a boat.
Well, no. When he got pushed off the boat and he died, then it happened. Then it turned out that he'd already stole all the money. He stole it from regular people, like average working class people. So no one elite took him out for that. Basically, when he died, it turned out that he'd embezzled 150 million pounds from his own pension customers, and they had just put their life savings into it, and it's all gone. Like a whole generation of middle-aged and elderly working class people were finished because of him. It was really bad.
A lot of the elites seem to do that deliberately. They invest in things, and they know when it's going to tank, and then you get like they did with the economy in 2008. Just micro instead of macro.
They're about to try and do like they're doing right now on a much
They're trying to seem to be like every excuse to slow the country to a stop at the moment. Places not taking cash. It's just it is definitely being used as a power grab, isn't it?
Yep. So we've got to keep cash alive, people. We've got to keep putting our money into independent shops and independent businesses that aren't playing ball with the stupid regulations that are ruining everything. And I keep going on about this because everyone says, what is like direct action? You talk a good one, Lance, but like, what are we actually going to do? But the best thing we can all do is vote with our feet, because the Asian gentleman at the end of the road, or the Polish shopkeeper, they are not going to play ball with the stupid regulations that they know are going to kill their own business when they've put all of their all the hardworking immigrants that have set up these small businesses that are going to be killed small shops, because that's what's really hurt, and small cafes.
Let's not forget the hospitality trade, guys,
which is already gone, unfortunately.
And in America, where the Walmarts are allowed to stay open, and all of these corporate motherfuckers, Amazon are making money, everyone's at home, so the online business giants, the tech giants, are all doing really well out of it because everyone's at home, so they're generating absolutely millions in ad revenue. So when people say, oh, well, they wouldn't do it because look, they're shutting everything down, it's like, well, this is all kind of old hat. The new world which they've been building is all online, it's all digital, you're all plugged in, and that world is booming. I'm guessing with everyone being at home, it's not being talked about, but there's no way they're not profiting from that when the only places that happen to be open when everyone's stuck at home are all of these places. And it's the same here. McDonald's is still open, so you've got the big old boys that are still allowed open, everyone else is shut out. And then what? You can go online though, so you can still go on Amazon and give Jeff Bezos some money.
Word nerd, can I get your take on what you think is going to happen to places like theme parks, movie theaters, places, where you have like complexes of, especially like theme parks where you've got like, they're huge. They're often owned by corporations. So what do you think is going to happen like that? Is this are places like that just simply on hold until Bill Gates sticks his fucking needle in everyone's arm?
I don't know specifically about theme parks. I mean, it's a shame here because in America, it's a kind of battle between, you can keep an eye on certain governors who are wanting to use this to power grab, to lock down unnecessarily. And it seems like the curve has gone down. The survival rates are just ridiculously high. So me personally, I don't understand, and I'm not medically minded, why we wouldn't lock down the 1% that are vulnerable.
100%.
And and then you do that, and also why you wouldn't tell people to boost their immune systems or to take vitamin C and D and all these things, which people are legitimately taking. I've just seen Joe Rogan yesterday, and Jamie has gone down with COVID, but has recovered very quickly with vitamin D and some other things. Now, Jamie is in the younger category, but it's all 99% survival rates. As for here, I don't know, because I was hoping we weren't going to lock down again at all. But I don't know specifically what's going to be left open. All the signs, and I know Lance has been talking about this, is that we're heading into another lockdown here.
Right, I'm going to say, everyone in the comment section, wherever you're in the world, put a comment with your current stage of lockdown, or how it's being described, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. Let me know where you're from and your current stage of what's going on there. Because like SpokenWord Nerd said, I've been quite open, and I said I've made a prediction, and we're on the eve of that prediction now. The 30th day, 31st tomorrow is I believe it is the Blue Harvest Hunter's Moon. And it's quite a rare, once in 36 or 40 years lunar occurrence. And I said I think that we could go into full lockdown or be announced. The reason I said that is because the word lunatic, the word lunatic means someone that's crazy. Do you know where that word comes from? We know what the word lunar means, of the moon, yeah. So the word lunatic was every full moon back in the day when they had lunatic asylums. So what are you if you're lunatic, it means you're of the moon. Well, what happens every full moon? It's like a myth. Well, it's not a myth. There are more people that get locked up for violent crimes and going loopy every full moon. So the word lunatic, okay, so the moon has a big effect on us. And I've been following the stages of lockdown being enacted and loosened, the restrictions loosened back and forth. And it seems to coincide with the lunar cycles. Now, this month, it's really rare. There are 2 full moons in 1 month. The first one is on the 1st of October, and the second one is tomorrow. It is a hunter's moon. It is a harvest moon because of the time of year, and it's also a blue moon. And you know the saying, once in a blue moon, because it's rare. A regular blue moon happens once every 3 years or 4 years, I believe. But this particular occurrence is quite rare. Once every 36 years, Wu-Tang entered the 36 chambers. So, and with that laptop business, that's a nice little anecdote as well. It's a blue hunter's harvest moon. Once in a blue moon on a hunter's harvest moon, a laptop is exposed. Is this all a simulation? Is this all a movie? Is it all a grand cosmic game, or is this like? Oh, hey, it's getting a little bit. Big up Marky P, by the way, Bournemouth crew. Come down to Bournemouth tomorrow and see me speak. I'm going to really go balls deep in it. I've really prepared something special for tomorrow. It's so controversial, I wouldn't even write it on my phone. I wrote it on paper. But anyway, yeah. What are we talking about?
Paper treatment.
Yeah, because I have a security advisor now, who has a military background, and he's advised me, like, on my way to speeches, like, don't take any devices with me. Don't write my speeches on an electronic device, because when I did the Serco speech, I had a number of people try to contact me that I didn't know who they were, claiming to be journalists, asking for the contents of my tablet. I thought, no. Can I have a transcript of this? I was like, no, I don't think so. So yeah, I'm taking all precautions, but I'm going to really take a macro view tomorrow. I'm going to zoom out and really look at the situation. I'm not even going to talk about a virus or a pandemic at all tomorrow. So it's going to be quite interesting how that goes down.
Okay.
Yeah, so Marky P says that recession equals orchestrated. Absolutely. The sooner people get it into their head, it's better. This is what I believe they need to understand. The economic shutdown is not happening because of the virus or the pandemic. It's the other way around. The pandemic is being made to happen because they want to shut down the economy. So it's an inversion. We are not saving ourselves by shutting down the economy from a pandemic. The pandemic is being used to shut down the economy. It is literally that simple. And I think until people get that into their head, they're not really going to understand what's going on, because they're going to keep saying, yeah, but infections, cases, deaths, hotspots. And I don't think that's ever going to be a way to actually get a lid on the situation. That's not taking into consideration the Great Reset.
I'm going to say that every flu season, Northern Hemisphere, Southern Hemisphere, some shit's going to be locked down somewhere, mostly in metropolitan areas.
Yeah, like I exposed on the last stream, the latest WHO Wuhan hoax organization figures basically show that in the first time ever in 2020, flu has basically been eradicated. And it's groundbreaking stuff. Is it the vaccine? Do you know about this, Spoken?
No, is that why there's no one dying of flu then? Because we sorted
basically. So I'll just drop some facts. In the UK, on average, every flu season, the deaths in the UK range in between, broadly, 10 to 50,000. An average year is about 20. 2018 was a bad year. It's about 50 to 60, I think. But every year, that is an average, 10 to 50,000. Do you know how many people died in the flu season in 2020? Yes.
I couldn't find many flu deaths at all.
384.
Right.
Pneumonia was also over half of what it's ever been before. So pneumonia is at a record low. Okay.
Mirrored in the States also. The pneumonia deaths are down, flu deaths are down, and
all over the world.
No one's talking about the miracle of, like, such a contrast with the media. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut in.
No,
it doesn't make sense, does it? I mean, what, we cured flu?
Yeah.
That's big news.
The crazy thing is, some people have said, when I've suggested this, go, well, it's obviously the social distancing. That's why we've eradicated flu. The social distancing works. And I said, well, if that logic applies, then why doesn't it work for coronavirus, which is transmitted exactly the same, has the same symptoms, and is it? So there's no logic in that. So what I was about to say is the Southern Hemisphere normally has their flu season when we have our summer, and if you look on the same graphs which I showed last week, the flu season didn't happen in the Southern Hemisphere this year. It's absolutely groundbreaking. It's never, this has never happened before. It's a one-off. Are you getting something up? Can we screen grab? Let's get this shit up.
Just give me.
Okay.
You keep chatting, guys. I'll hit it up.
Yeah. So that's some stark facts that if people don't accept this and they're still talking about the cause and effect of a pandemic causing a shutdown, it's like, no. That you can't understand it that way, and if you do, it's like, and now the Great Reset is on the front of Time magazine. It's being talked about by Prince Charles. Go ahead.
No. I mean, please don't feel you have to stop just because I put my finger up. You can keep flowing.
No, I don't want to carry on.
When you stop, it'll be a few seconds, and then I'll jump in because of the delay, and we'll sort that out next time. What were you talking about? Because I'm going to forget if we tangent on.
I was just saying that people need to accept the relationship between the pandemic and the economic shutdown is.
Yeah, I remember what it was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I mean, people. People shouldn't forget that with the Lehman Brothers and all the collapse in 2008 with the global economy, they were effectively deliberately bundling. I think someone used the metaphor of, like, if you imagine packaging oranges up and you've got rotten oranges, They were doing the banking equivalent of putting them in grade A boxes with a nice ribbon around it and selling it as a grade A product, knowing full well that the product inside was ruined. And that's what they were doing when they were deliberately trying to bring the economy down. So the only, a lot of people that do know that already have still come to me and then said, but why would they crash the economy, not making any money from it? But like, as far as I can work out, the whole new world is online. Then it's a part of what we're talking about at the beginning of an integration with a digital system. Everything is then trackable if you're digitized. So it's not so crazy that this would be another step in it, or at least if there was a virus, that they're going to hijack it and you have to look at it as a power grab. I mean, you can see that with other governments around the world who have got dictatorial governments, and they're using this to grab power, or are trying to, and are being held to account, some of them, and some of them not. So, I don't know why a lot would be any different.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to go back to what you said when people say, why would they want to crash the economy? Because I hear this a lot. And for me, this is a very easy question to answer. I'll just say, would you remember what happened in 2008 with the super big recession? They say, yeah. And so you understand how a recession works. It's a cyclical thing. A recession is a natural part of our economy. They lend out loads of money to create good times. People invest. They do all right. They borrow some more money. And then they pull in the reins, people can't pay back, and then they take in things that really are worth something like houses and assets. This is the natural cycle of our economy and our monetary system. In 2008, they did a big one, like a simulated crash. This is same as 1920 Great Depression. It's exactly the same thing. So I say, well, imagine that. You know what happened in 2008? Imagine them doing that, but on a massive scale, where you basically wipe out the value of the world. And then you turn everything to either 0 or 1, and you own the 1. People can sort of understand that. And then and then the Great Reset. When I started talking about this last year, I talked about a global reset, global financial reset, GFS, and people just laughed at me. Yeah, this is August in 2019. Nobody is laughing anymore when there's a picture on the front of Time magazine of the world with scaffold around it being dismantled. Of saying the Great Reset. Yeah, go ahead. You put your hand up.
Yeah, well, you were I was triggering images when you were talking about it, because they collapsed the economy, and like you said, then if you've got wind of that before it's happening, you can buy up everything for pennies on the dollar, and consolidate power, and it all gets kicked up the pyramid to the top, and the 1% end up with even more. And they've done that multiple times, as far as I can work out, as long as we've had the economies that we've had, which is 100 or 200 years or so. And it's an old trick, and it happens to work. And Kraft came straight over and bought Cadbury's, which was the only time the British people ever got upset, because they took our chocolate company. They took our Cadbury's, and then British people grumbled. But that was it. But that was part of a much wider move there, where the big US companies came in and bought up pennies on the dollar, bought up some of our British institutions, and our big boys got snapped up by Kraft and got swallowed into the beast. Like with Bayer and Monsanto merging and stuff like that. They got sucked up by the big boys.
Yeah, so it's like the conglomerates always end up centralizing power even more. So there used to be like 5 big pharma companies. Bayer was one of the main petrochemical, and pharmaceutical companies. And then you had Monsanto, which was doing all the GMO. So you've got the number 1 producer of drugs in the world, and the number 1 super bad company that's mucking up the whole developing world with these like Terminator seeds, which, that's a whole subject in itself. And they've just merged together. Now, Bayer goes all the way back to the Third Reich, the same as IG Farben, IBM. Not many people know that IBM's first ever contract was making, guess what? Do you know what it was? It was the clock-in machine at Auschwitz. The first ever mechanical clock-in machine for people to clock in and out was made by IBM for the inmates at Auschwitz. That was through a parent company called IG Farben, which Bayer was a part of as well. So you're literally talking about the Third Reich military-industrial complex in their latest incarnations, merging with Monsanto, making the seeds for Agenda 2030. Because in Agenda 2030, I believe that all seeds and germination must be UN approved, which will mean it will go through Bayer and Monsanto. So you won't be allowed to grow any food that isn't approved by their special GMO nanotech seeds. And you can all everyone can look into what happens when you sow those seeds. You can't germinate any other seeds in like a whole radius for years, for like crops and crops. It's like a monopoly seed. Okay, so we found the stats. Let me explain these stats. These go by
clear?
weeks.
Guys, let us know if that's clear in the chat. Let us know if you can see that.
Right, we'll get it big. I'll just get rid of this comment. Show, don't show. So if we zoom in, this is how you zoom in, mate. And you look down like this.
Ah, sweet.
So across the bottom here, we have weeks. Week 0 is obviously January the 1st of 2020. This graph represents all types of flu. Influenza B, and it's 3 different types: lineage non-determined, the Victoria lineage, and the Yamagata lineage. I guess this is like Western and Eastern influenza B. Victoria and Yamagata. How noble. Influenza A, 3 different types, and 5 different types of influenza A, different colours. So as we see, week 44, I believe at the moment we're in week 44 of 2020. Week 43, yeah, look here. So flu, over here at the end of 2019, as it normally does, in the north, this is the northern hemisphere spike here. So as you see, now week 12, when flu starts to disappear, because what you would normally see in this piece here, this is the southern hemisphere's flu spike. There should be another whole thing here, right? Week 14 here, I believe, get it up. That's like March. This is when the pandemic was announced here. So as we can see, all through 2020, across the whole world, flu is at a 0. There is 0 deaths. This is deaths, by the way. Oh no, global circulation of influenza viruses. Cases, sorry. Specimens positive for influenza. No influenza cases. Not even any cases. Not any deaths. Not any cases. How many weeks? Week 16 to week 43 across the entire world. No influenza A, B, all the different phenotypes. Victoria lineage, Yamagata lineage, whatever that means. No flu. You know, what do you make of that? Spoken word nerd, that was for you, mate.
Oh, you're asking me? Sorry, Lord
what do you make
Araman
of
is
that?
absolutely
I mean,
killing
like-
it in these comments.
Oh, right, you're checking the comments. Sorry, mate. I've got a little
Yeah,
guest on my
Lord
channel.
Araman again. He was mentioning Build Back Better, and I saw a picture of
Build
Boris
Back Better.
Johnson
Have you
with
seen
Build Back Better behind, and it's also what the Biden campaign we're using. So there's a weird
And in
synergy.
China too.
So I'll just
Is it China
interject
too?
build back better there. So when we kept hearing this build back better from Joe Bitch Biden, I did a little digging into it, and I sent Lance a link, which was basically build back better in English gematria. In
Gematria.
Sorry, gematria. Sorry, not English gematria. That was another thing. I was saying.
German or Jewish.
Yeah, and I think it's German gematria means 666.
Oh shit. Yeah, you did.
Yeah. That's what it is. It's 666. And if you notice, at the same time, Boris Johnson keep spouting "Build Back Better." At the same time, we played the link, Lance, where they were saying about 6 people 6 foot apart for 6 months. 666.
The rule of 666.
They're spouting all this 666 shit all together. All of them, like over the pond in the States, over here in the UK. Build Back Better means 666 in German gematria. It's all 666. Like, what's their deal?
Yeah, it's and 666 is not necessarily what everybody thinks it is. From our studies anyway, we covered this in the Dark Occult episode. 666, according to the Freemasons, actually means base consciousness. It means the manifestation in physical reality. That's what the beast is. The beast consciousness is the beast of being physical, not the higher self. That's what it actually means. Over to spoken word. You wanted to say something?
Well, that's that's a really interesting one because of numerology. Because I have the same experience with 33. It's so weird. Someone's just posted a comment as well at 33. Because that's a number I found just appears in my life, and it's sent me on numerology digs. But it's obviously one that's very important to them. So I think it's just a danger when you've got people who are enlightened to certain ways of things, who then shroud that in secrecy and would use it for malevolent ends. Then that's a problem. But it doesn't necessarily make the whole thing bad. Numbers aren't evil, kind of thing.
Yeah. I think that's a really important point, because I've studied the work of Aleister Crowley and Thelema. I think I'm not going to be an advocate for Aleister Crowley by any means, but from what I understand was Aleister Crowley didn't practice what he preached. What he preached was basically the power of manifestation through using the 666 beast. And he said that, do as thou wilt, which is meaning this is occult knowledge, and you can do as you will with it, but natural law will the consequences will be dealt upon you. And he seems to be quite a strong proponent of natural law. So this whole beast thing, 666, as esoterics explain it to me, is the power of manifestation. So if you practice the esoteric arts and you want to manifest something in physical reality using your disciplines, you would call upon the number of 666 because it's a number of manifestation. And what you're manifesting, whether it follows natural law and is beneficial to others, or it's for service of self and it's evil, is subjective. That's my understanding.
I think the problem we got is people. Sorry.
Go ahead.
That's interesting, but I mean, it's no secret that a lot of them are obsessed with Crowley as well. A lot of the really bad characters.
Oh yeah.
But I haven't studied enough to know, because I know that these people that go in all these different realms. I've definitely met people. It not being a good thing, but I haven't dig massively on that. I thought he was an outright Satanist though, and it was satanic, because I thought there was a certain level to which you dive into the ways of the universe, but then there was a crossover into I think that's a muddied, because there's a difference there, right? And that's a muddied subject as well, isn't it? I've had people saying the same thing to me, like, oh well, you have to put that in a different category with Lucifer compared to Shaitan and stuff like that, and people messaging me about that.
This is my understanding, and this is why I pulled up that comment earlier on, because the reason we made that video, The Dark Occult, was as an intro for people that have no idea about this. And we said we're not experts. I've looked into it on and off for years, but my understanding is that, like, from a religious sense, if you take the Abrahamic religions, like Gnostic Christianity, the true Islam before the Sabbatean Frankists inverted it, and maybe even true Judaism before the Sabbatean Frankists inverted it, that there is a difference between Shaitan as the opposer, right? Because Satan is the prince of darkness, right? This is what the Bible says. But Lucifer is the light bringer. In the Eastern religions, the character that gives the apple or the serpent is always seen as knowledge rather than sin. And I think what it's really about is free will. So, like, when the biblical sense, the serpent offered the apple. In Eastern religions, that's knowledge. Over here, it's sin. I think what it is free will. And that's where it comes to the whole occult thing. If you believe in it and you practice it, it can be used for good or evil. It is neutral. It's a practice. It's a discipline. So, well, off topic, the difference between Lucifer and Satan is that Lucifer was an angel, a light bringer. If you study the Sumerian tablets, you're talking about the difference between Enki and Enlil, the two brothers. One of them wanted to give the gift to the creation, so they were enlightened and they became sentient. The other one wanted to keep them as workers and slaves. Right, we've got some comments I want to comment on. Sam Caro, Lucifer equals feminine energy. Satanism equals masculine. Baphomet, the combined. Whoa, this is good. Get that on the screen, please. Big up Sam Carno. I haven't had you comment before. Thank you for coming into the show. This is a deeper understanding than even I have, I think. Lucifer equals the feminine energy. Satanism equals masculine. The Baphomet is combined, because the Baphomet, which people think is the devil, is actually a hermaphrodite. The dark trinity opposite to our holy trinity. Whew. Yeah, I like that. Because I've always seen the Lucifer character as dualistic. It offers you knowledge, enlightenment, free will. But when you've got that free will of the power of natural law, you can use it for good or evil. So it can be dark or light. That was my understanding. Thank you very much for that comment, Sam Carno. That's big. I really like that insight. That's what we got here. Oh,
that's what I've had people keep saying to me, because people are getting triggered because I threw Lucifer and Satan all in together, and to me it was all just like, I'm down with Jesus, I'm not in for any of it. But I've had people messaging me about that. But I was triggered because they use the term Lucifer and Satan interchangeably. And the Lucius Trust was another one of those charities that came up. and was it Luciferase or something like
Right.
that, connected
It's
to
in that RNA vaccine. It's
Bill Gates. So
bioluminescent.
but it's in it. I hear it from the perspective I seem to be getting from people are people who seem to me, in my personal experience, because I had one of them message me. It's like, well, I know them as universal truths sometimes on the way numerology works or the way the universe works, things like manifestation and stuff like that. But I'm not practicing or reading even about Luciferianism or Satanism. So there are certain truths. It's the same with the Masons that are universal, I think, and and some people are just, they have a warped extrapolation of everything, including when they have higher knowledge, and that just creates a mess for everybody else, if you know what I mean. And they make everything then muddy because it's very hard to get at, the real truth of it. But the Crowleyan stuff, I thought the Bushes were Crowleyan. That's what I heard.
Yeah, I often think
I haven't
Crowley.
got hard evidence of that.
So I
thought that family spread its tentacles stateside.
Well, George Bush is supposed to be the grandson of Aleister Crowley, according to Vinnie Paz and a lot of the rapper. And
Yes.
Right.
Yeah. End of days.
Crowley, although in his book it was neutral and it was about the power of manifestation, but what my observation is, the reason that he's on the front of Rockstar's albums, the Beatles, he's been referenced by the Bushes, etc. It seems like he was picked up as like a messianic character for the cult that has infected Washington DC, Hollywood, and basically the Anglo-American dark occult hemisphere. He seems to be, especially in the entertainment industry, he seems to be picked up as a messianic character to look into and to look up to, because he's referenced a lot in pop culture.
All these freaks are obsessed with him as well, which was always put me off. But when I looked, I didn't dig any further. But I understood that like with anything else, the esoteric guys, you're dealing with certain universal truths as well, and that's not my trip. But it's been strange for me because like I said with the 33, you have certain things that come up in life, and I knew as like what I would call like a universal spiritual truth. It was like, but then I assume that's all tied up with them and why they use the number so much. But then people then get very triggered by the number. Whereas I don't see the number as a negative thing at all. It's more more like a shout from the universe or something. It's whatever. It's hard to explain, but it's in the subject of numerology. But
my understanding
worried me because it came up like someone shouting out with Michael Jackson in the comments. He had the 777, which comes up a lot, and
that's the number of God. 777 is the number of God.
He had that patch on his arm, and I did. Robert Maxwell, of all people, came up in one of my Beatles digs. That's all I'll say on that. But he did. I'm sure he was one of the shadowy figures in a suit that was around that situation back in the day.
We've got some absolutely fire comments in here. Can we just rewind a little bit, go up a little bit, because we've been going deep. We've been properly like gassing there, and there's some great comments. Go a little bit further. Okay, DJ Marky P of BIC. Marky P is an excellent garage DJ and a good friend. We operate on a resonant frequency. Absolutely right. Johnny G, double NC, 33 in 4-base ciphers in gematria. Can you do that? We've got some gematria up on the screen. I'll carry on going through that. You do some gematria. Barbara Bush is Crowley's daughter. Okay.
Heard that.
Yeah. I'll do
They do look like they've got the genetics.
Hey, look at George Bush's face. He looks exactly the same as the Queen. They'll get grown, I think.
He is related to the Queen. I think that's official. So is Obama, and so was Cameron, and I believe Boris as well. They're all cousins, and stuff like that. But that is actually acknowledged by the
cat here. Right, wait a minute. These comments are badass. Was Crowley and Victor Rothschild the same person? Check the photos. Holy shit. Thank you, Richard Toffield. Right, Jason Renix is killing it with the comments. 2 angels were sent into Babylon to teach people magic, but they were told to warn people not to use it. It will end in destruction. This is where the informed consent comes from. Yes. I'd like Jason. Jason is of the Muslim faith, and he has an excellent insight from an Islamic point of view. What's the name of the Imam, Jason, that you are into and I've seen as Sheikh Holomini, the badass? It's the same one that you were talking about, and he talks about this from an Islamic point of view. He's awesome. So what Jason says, 2 Babylons came.
Some of the parallels, yeah.
Yeah, this is to me. This 2 angels coming into Babylon. It seems like a mirror of the tale of the Sumerian tablets, Enki and Elil. You get this 2 brothers or 2 angels, or like the Christian God, the good and the bad God, Because at the end of the day, the God in the Old Testament is an absolute asshole. That's no grand infinite creator. It's a jealous, ruthless tyrant. That's not. There's no way the God of the Hebrews is the creator of the universe. Not in a billion years. That's a jealous individual. Right.
Jehovah in the Old Testament.
Jehovah, yeah,
fire and
Jehovah
brimstone.
and Yahweh is the same deity in my belief. The God of the Hebrews, an imposter. Right. Okay. So, okay, Dave F. Jigsaw pieces falling into place tonight. Keep it going, people. Like, guys, if you're appreciating this, because we are freestyling this, and like Andy's Jamie in it here. He's right. So someone a minute ago said check something in gematria, was it?
Yeah. So Lance.
Screen
Sorry,
share.
Double LMC. No, mate, you go, Andy.
So Lance MC double L is 33 in gematria.
Fuck off. Are you serious? My name is 33 in gematria.
Shut
Shut up. Please do it. Type in double L. Oh my god, no. Okay, so right, we're actually going to see someone in the comment section a minute ago claimed that if you type double LMC into gematria, it's 33. We are doing this live. 334. No, it's not. Oh right, so, English, Jewish, and simple gematria.
Yeah. So I don't know what the deal is.
Nah, someone's winding me up.
It says 33. It's 334 in Jewish gematria, English gematria 522, and simple gematria 87. I'm not sure if we, it's 33 at the start in Jewish gematria. We could.
It just starts with 33. Fair enough.
Give you that. I don't know if that's what you're.
Okay, more comments because there's some serious fire in the comment section. Big up everyone tuned in. We've had 80 people all the way through. Hang tight, SpokenWord. What an awesome guest. Okay, so what we got here? Trudeau funds the Chinese army. Juliana. Yeah, Trudeau's a shady character. Has anyone seen the photos of him next to Fidel Castro? He looks exactly the same as Fidel Castro. It's for, you know all these crazy lineage comparisons like Chester Podesta. You know that one?
Oh God, yeah.
Who else is there? Tom Hanks and one of the Rothschild or Rockefellers. If you look,
Rockefeller.
Yeah, he's a Rockefeller. And Trudeau with like I said, Fidel Castro. Here we go.
Fidel Castro. When you look at the image, it actually looks like his daddy.
I don't know in the audience if everyone's looked at my our older videos and my Pizzagate stuff.
They've been slept on. You need to go and watch him.
Everyone will know that I am after John Podesta. I have got a personal vendetta against this guy for no reason apart from that I don't like him and I don't like what he does. So yeah, John Podesta is he's on my radar. So this guy, Chester Podesta, allegedly murdered by his father,
Imam Hussein. That's it.
So this, don't know if people don't know, this is the lead singer of Linkin Park. What are your thoughts on this, word nerd? I mean, they are like pretty similar looking there. Let's just get a couple more images up.
That's not the best one.
No, but there's plenty more.
Much better. Look at that likeness. Bennington was Podesta's bastard child. Bennington struggled his whole life with mental health issues as the result of being molested as a child. His father found out he was raising another man's son, and his parents divorced when he was around 9 years old. So apparently this is his official life story. Bennington's mother, Elaine, had an affair with Podesta. Bennington received a grant from the Clinton Foundation as a result of Podesta's influence. Oh my God. John personally knew he was Chester's biological father. So, oh my God, if he knew, this would make sense because that's got to give you some psychological damage if you're not of that ilk, but you know that John Podesta is your dad. Because he must have been, if this is true, if this is all true, what we think about and we've researched about these people, the abuse is generational and they've grown into it. It happens from a child. So it's also important to point out Chester Podesta, along with a number of other famous people, died in a particular way. They all were hanging from a doorknob. It was called, and there was an article called "The Doorknob Sacrifices," and it's reported that in the world of secret societies and the hidden hand, that if someone is hung by a doorknob and apparently commits suicide, now imagine how difficult it is for someone that's a 6'4" man to hang yourself from a doorknob and commit suicide. It's not an easy task. It's actually supposed to be like a ritualistic hit against people that spoke out. The same as the mafia shove rats in people's mouths and things like that. So Who put the hand up?
Can I just
Andy?
Can I just put this picture up, guys? What do you think of this, Lance and Word Nerd and everyone?
Oh, who's that?
This is Lawrence
That looks
Rockefeller.
like Chester Podesta.
This is Lawrence Rockefeller. Okay. Now, what did we just look up before? Okay.
Podesta, the molester.
on the left here, and John Podesta on the right. And then look at this dude, Lawrence Rockefeller. Don't you think these three guys look remarkably similar? What do you think of that, Lance? And
I would just like to interject. I think they look remarkably similar, but to people that think, okay, that's just a coincidence, I'd like to point something out. If you've spent a number of years researching the MO of the bloodlines of what people have coined the Illuminati or the Hidden Hand, the Rockefeller, Rothschild, DuPont, these kind of families, right? They have a particular method of siring illegitimate bastard children of different names, of putting them in positions of power. I can't, I'm not going to pull loads of examples off my head. If you want to research this, it's a well-documented fact. And many people throughout history that we think are someone, it turns out they're actually somebody else. It's a way of hiding the name, but putting people of the bloodline in positions of power. If you studied like the work of Michael Sarian, David Icke, and a number of other very esteemed researchers, it's highly documented. So what we're talking about is not a one-off coincidence. This is a blueprint. And it's also reported that the whole House of Windsor could be of this blueprint, illegitimately sired. Probably get banned for saying that. Andy,
So on
sorry,
the,
Karen. Go on, Martin, your turn.
On the bloodlines, interestingly, a very early David Icke dig, he was talking about the symbology of the bloodlines, because he does put out a lot of info that you can't verify. But then there's the other stuff where he, when you've researched it, like you said, and these bloodlines are put into positions of power, including people like the Kennedys, if we're being honest about it. Like he was from an elite family also, to say the least. But it is done. And then what are we talking about?
Siring illegitimate children and with a different name and putting them in positions of power. This is the theme that we're talking about here. Obviously, here we've got a Rockefeller. Oh, what's the link between these three? Because you can do this with a lot of people. Where were you going with this, Andy? Did you have more examples of this?
Of who? Who?
Well, could you put the picture of Rockefeller? This one. Show that picture there, please.
So this is
all three of them next to each other. This is three generations.
3 generations.
So on the left we have grandfather Lawrence Rockefeller.
So we got Lawrence Rockefeller, then we got John Podesta, which has gone into the political industry, and then we've got Lincoln Park. So in Chester Podesta in the entertainment industry.
Yeah. So it's important to point out the man on the left is the only person that has an official Rockefeller name, and he is reportedly illegitimately sired one of the top 3 most influential people in Washington DC. And this guy sired an illegitimate child of another different name again, which is Chester Bennington. Now, the interesting thing about Chester Bennington, about Anthony Bourdain, the other ones that are involved, you know what I'm talking about, don't you?
Multiple.
There are 5 or 6 of these famous people. I can't think of the other ones off the top of my head. The guy out of Fast and Furious, yes, he
Audio
was well.
Slave.
The DJ,
oh yeah, him too.
Basically, you guys know what I'm talking about. They were all making a documentary exposing child abuse and child trafficking.
It was called The Silent Children.
Here we go. Let's get it up. Get up the doorknob sacrifices. Let's go in on this. This is a big topic. Okay, exclusive. Have I still got?
Can I come in quick, Lance?
Look at my cat. Oh, Martin, go on.
I remember what I was saying because I completely trailed off. The David Icke thing that I was putting into tangible reality when you're studying the bloodlines and how they're moved into positions of power. He mentioned them all being related, so I checked that out with George Bush being a cousin of the Queen and etc. So they are actually. They do admit even Obama was a cousin of the Queen. But what David Icke said was that the reason you see the red carpet only in 3 places is because those are the places where you've got the most members of bloodline families, which is the rolling of the red carpet for the Queen, which is where I believe it's originated, was walking on the royal bloodline. She's literally walking the bloodline, and that's why you only ever see that red carpet in 2 other places. One is Hollywood, and the other one is on the presidential planes when they roll them out.
Bloodline. Can I just interject? See our Queen, the head of the House of Windsor. Has anybody ever seen the Queen curtsy to anyone?
She's not my Queen.
I have. There is a photo, and someone mentioned Haile Selassie in the comments earlier. I'd like to put there is a very famous photo of when the Queen went to Ethiopia and went before his High Empress Lord Haile Selassie. Get that photo up, and she literally had to get down on her knees in front of Haile Selassie.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, and people say, "Oh no, I've seen the Queen curtsy before." This was no curtsy. She was on her knees.
Well, that's interesting because the Rastas are great. That'd be but they're down for Jehovah as well, right? Isn't it? So there's a
no. Haile
Selassie,
Selassie,
the whole Jah, isn't it? Is Jah Jehovah?
Haile Selassie claimed his lineage directly from King Solomon through the line of David, right? So if we are to believe these real bloodlines of the Bible, which are basically the 12 tribes of Israel, which sired the whole world, right, according to official biblical history, this guy is the closest living representative of one of the original bloodlines from the Bible, i.e. King Solomon. People in the comment section, please get me, if I'm getting this wrong, tell me, because I'm not an expert on this. I've studied Rastafarianism quite a bit. I've studied Haile Selassie. Yes, Queen Elizabeth. Yeah. There she. Yeah, that's the photo. Get it up on the screen. So basically,
Jamie.
Even the House of Saxe-Coburg Gotha, the imposter Windsor, they have to get on their knees in front of the actual bloodlines. These are the actual bloodlines, I believe.
This is some serious rabbit hole.
This is I'll tell you what, guys. This
for the listeners now.
If you guys are enjoying this, let us know. Steve Wardlick, I'm 100% on Rastafari. Me too, bruv. Right, let me speak about Rastafari a minute. Right, when the Rastas speak about I didn't know what this means, and many people have no idea what it means. I basically means it sort of means like you and me. What it means is there is no we. There's no you and me. It's just I and I. There is only I, the infinite self. It's about unity. It means we're all one. So Rastafarianism is quite closely linked with what's called the law of one, which is a very esoteric discipline, which I'm interested in. It's also quite linked to Buddhism. It's a very holistic spirituality. Rastafarianism is very beautiful. Rastafari leads the way. Absolutely. How do you pronounce your name, bro? Div Vordelik. Rastafari stand alone, brethren. Now, I follow the tenements of Rastafari. I burn down Babylon on a daily basis. I smoke the holy tenement. I respect I and I. So I think I'm quite a good Rasta. Please, if you have any faith of any different type, please put it in the comment section. Let me know how you're feeling. Jah. Yes, Owen.
Jah.
Love them. Rasta is the fulfillment of everything.
So can I just
go on, Andy?
Get back on topic quickly?
On topic. What topic?
In the picture here, we've got the Queen Elizabeth, but if you just look to the right of her, we've actually got Prince Philip as well bowing. Yeah, Prince Philip's bowing as well. That Nazi, yeah, the Nazi.
The Greek Transylvanian. God, what? I don't even know what they are.
Getting back to our symbolistic language, or otherwise known as green language. So Nazi, let's look at that word if you really break it down, yeah? Nazi, to not see, yeah? Not see. Anyone who follows Nazism does not see, yeah? That's what the word means when you really break it down. Not see, Nazi. Enjoy that one, folks. Look into that.
Nazi
language always gives you away.
Words are spells.
Green language. Yeah, this is how the dark occultists communicate.
Selassie, I broke the spell. Div Vordelik, or have mate, you're deep. I like your comments. Look at this one. Go down the rabbit hole. It will blow your mind, and you'll know evil can't beat us, no matter what. Done though, mate. That's a big comment. Comment of the night. Comment of the night so far. Whoop whoop. Go down the rabbit hole. It will blow your mind, and you'll know evil cannot beat us, no matter what. God wins at the end of the day, as the 17th letter massive say. I always say that the pendulum can swing really far one way to good or evil. The further it swings in one extreme, that just means the quicker it's going to come back the other way. The yin and the yang always reaches the equilibrium. It can't be all black or all white. The universe is about duality. Have to always reach the middle if it goes too far.
I'm going to interject there, Lon.
Go on then.
So, from what my understanding is, the universe, how the universe works and how it reacts from us as beings from this realm, okay? So the universe reacts upon care. Okay, so it doesn't matter whether you care in a positive way or a negative way. Okay, these dark occultists, they all care in a negative way, but they all care. Okay, they all care. They've all got the same goal. They've all got the same negative care. Okay, so the universe respects that, and that's why they grant these dark occultists the power that they've got, because they all care. They do these rituals and they all care together.
They care a lot.
The ritual, the cremation of care, the cremation of
Bohemian
care
Grove,
ritual,
yeah.
Bohemian Grove. That is symbolic of the cremation of care. They do not care about us. Yeah, the masses. They do not care. They cremate the care. They burn. They fucking burn the care.
Yeah, they set fire to care, and care is the most important thing. Like, right, you see the Freemasons cross compasses, yeah. You know the G in the middle. What is your understanding of what the G means in the middle? Spoken word nerd. I know you know what it is. Well, if we're right.
Well, I've heard different things from different people. I've heard that it stands for God. I've heard that it stands for whatever that is to them. I've heard that it stands for different. I can't remember what the other ones were. Something to do with geometry, sacred geometry, potentially.
Yep. Yep. I've heard geometry, God, gnosis, but apparently that even some Masons believe that, but it's wrong. That's the level. Apparently, the G for geometry or the G for gnosis, knowledge, is what Porch Masons believe, like the first 3 blue degrees. Apparently, what it means when you get past the handshake and the Rotary Club level of Freemasonry, the G actually stands for the generative principle. And the generative principle in natural law, the most important one, is care. So it actually means Genesis. And what is Genesis? It's creation. So that's what the G stands.
Genus is. Yeah. Genus is. Break that word down. Genus and is. Okay, it's 2 separate words. That is. What is printed?
What does genus mean?
And the word gene as well, eugenics, and then you've got the word gene, and it's a creation story, and you've got eugenesis.
Yeah, look at that.
Okay. Now, what is printed? What is printed on the? What is the symbol for the American dollar? What is that?
ISIS.
Yeah, it does mean ISIS. What does it also mean?
What symbol? You mean the pyramid?
It spells is.
The 2 rods and the staff of Osiris, is it potentially? Because that's just an ancient Egyptian and before Babylonian symbol.
Multiple meanings for the dollar symbol. Okay, if you turn it on its side, it's symbolic of a whip. Okay, a whip in motion, being whipped. Okay, and that is for slavery, symbolic of slavery. The dollar bill. This is a whole nother rabbit hole to go down here. So yeah, it is. Getting back to the free.
Follow the money.
These are all Freemasonic symbols.
I want the $1 bill. This is not the best one. That's a $500 bill. Holy shit! I saw a $500 bill on eBay signed by Donald Trump in person with proof. Do you know how much it was worth? $5,000. $500 bill, $5,000. I almost bought it. I thought it was a shit investment though. Right, so I want a $1 bill. Can you do the thing? Will I just rabbit hole with mine? So, D Vordelek, look up the history. Check Mixcloud, Light and Peace. It shows about 72 hours. Shows about Haile Selassie from the greatest Rasta scholars in the UK. Yes, mate. I want to check that out. See, in Rastafarianism, and I've got a couple of mates that grew up as very militant Rastas. A mate called Akuma, which actually means devil in Japanese, and his dad was a militant Rasta, and he said that when he was young, he would remember all the older Rasta men. They would sit around all the time for hours, smoking and talking, and they called it reasoning. And they would break that. It's what we're doing now. We're reasoning.
So
the difference is we've got it online. People.
I was only worried.
83 listeners. That is double our listeners from last week and viewers. Big up.
We've got that $1 bill up here. Just
we've only got half an hour left, I think.
You want to have a little chat about this, Lance?
Okay, so the $1 bill. No,
I was going to say on Lance, I've got to tell you.
Go on.
On the Rastafarianism, it was only the Jehovah thing that got me. It was only the Jehovah thing in that context that I always found interesting, because when we've talked before about the God of the Old Bible, Old Testament compared to the New Testament, because I've always been really positive on the Rastafarian community.
Yeah,
like
there are
as if when I was looking, I was 17 and I was trying to look like when you're young and I was looking for religions to hold on to, because I was raised with a Christian upbringing. It was I was starting to veer off into different things. Rastafarianism is when I looked at along with Buddhism in the end, and decided that, like, if you're going to be a grounded human being, these seems like good ways to go. Oh, sorry, just seen your hand up.
No, it's fine. I'm going to say something, and I want Dee Vordelek to comment on this. My understanding of Rastafarianism is there are three main branches: Nyabingi, Ababa Shante, which are the guys with the brooms. They're always sweeping, keeping things clean. And I can't remember the third one. Now, I don't want to offend anyone here. My issue had always been that they refer to the King James Bible. Now, my knowledge of the King James Bible, it was written in allegedly the 1600s. I think it was someone like Sir Francis Bacon basically took the Bible, the older Christian Bible, and edited it. So the King James Bible is essentially like the latest Freemasonic edit of the old Bible. And they replaced all of the word of God with the word Lord in capital letters. And that's very significant, because the Lord of the earth is not the God of the universe. The Lord of the earth is the opposer, Shaitan or Lucifer. Right, so it was always really problematic for me that the Rastas, or a lot of them, talked and always quoted the King James Bible, because I thought, well, that's not very woke, because you're basically picking up the Freemasonic Bible, the same guys that run the transatlantic slave trade that kicked off Rastafarianism and the movement, yeah? So, allegedly. Am I right, Marky? Okay, so let me keep going. I follow a tenement at what's called the Rastafari Revival, which is actually pushed forward by a couple of musicians, and they put down the King James Bible, and they actually put down the cross. One of my favorite artists is called Kabaka Pyramid, and he's got a whole song called Liberal Opposer, where he talks about his new revolution of Rastafarianism, where he's had a Babylon education. He left the yard, he left Jamaica, and he went to Miami to college, and he had the whole, what he calls the Babylon education. Then he took it back to Jamaica, and he says, I reject the cross, and he picks up the Ankh, and the Ankh is the ancient Egyptian symbol of peace. It's like from Thoth, it's a very old symbol, tens of thousands of years old. And I think that's a much better branch of Rastafarianism, because it realizes that if you're reading the King James Bible, you're worshipping the gods of your conquerors at the end of the day. That is not an authentic document, in my opinion. Carry on.
I don't know I'm not versed on Rastafarianism at all, but other than a surface view. But the witnesses, I believe, and the Masons use the King James version, so it's definitely important to a lot of these structures. A lot of these structures are already out there.
I understand it's the latest edit, the latest proper Masonic re-edit of the Bible.
Well, of many edits, let's be honest. So, yeah.
Wow, this is our longest stream so far ever, 3 hours 36 minutes. And we've got more viewers than we've ever had before. Hang tight, everyone. Hang tight, all the new viewers that are tuned in for the first time. Lion of Judah, Marky P, absolutely. Dee Vordelek says, nah, listen to His Majesty, says it with clear conscience. Yeah, if you want to learn about what Rastafari really is, you're best off to learn to the direct quotes of His Highness Haile Selassie. Listen to what that man actually said, and it's pretty groundbreaking. It's no militant black power. It's no like separatism. It's absolute unity of all human beings. It's very powerful to listen to Haile Selassie. Wow, we're getting so deep tonight. We're getting proper deep.
That was what it.
Rastafari is a spiritual movement. It's not a religion.
I don't subscribe to any spiritual movement, any religion, whatever you want to call it. I'm not adverse to it. Anyone, you can go and do your thing, whatever. I was born in the south of the UK, near the forest. I subscribe to the forest. The forest is my god, the universe, whatever you want to call it. I'm not against religion or whatever, but I just don't believe in it, or any new age spiritual movement, whatever. I just don't believe it. I just believe in nature. That's it. Whether you're in a forest or the mountains or whatever, wherever you are, that's it. It's just nature. That's it. Gaia.
All the same thing.
It's all the same thing. You can call it what you like. You can subscribe. You can believe in what you like, but it's all the same thing. You call your God. in Christianity, you know, whatever people call God, some dude with a, you know, lives on a cloud or whatever in heaven, and you've got hell, and some dude with a, you know, devil and pitchfork and all of that. That's just a biblical depiction in Christianity. But, you know, that's just good and bad. Basically, it's just two forces, good and bad, negative and positive, light and dark. It's all the same thing. But I suppose you have to put it into context, don't you? You have to put it symbolically in some way to make people understand it. That's what religion is. It's all just a book.
I love going into the Bible because of all the I like going direct to source again with the Bible, going directly to Jesus, because they cut out a lot of the context of what Jesus says and the direct teachings of Jesus, and it's some badass stuff as well. And it seems to be the same with quite a few of the religions.
Honestly, in regards to the Bible, Word Nerd, all I've actually read in depth is Revelations. That's the only part of the Bible I've actually looked right into is Revelations.
Okay. I had Bible Club when I was growing up, so I had no choice. It was good.
Yeah, so you're indoctrinated.
Well, it was a bit of both, to be honest. I remember, like, I never believed it in the way it was being put to me, because it was a mix of traditional Christianity, and then for one short period, one of my parents was with the witnesses, but it was a phase that she went through. So I had a little touch of that, and that I was always quite wary of, because that was a lot of like, don't do that, otherwise you're going to burn forever and ever and ever, because God's going to be angry at you. And I remember tugging my mum's shoulder and saying, like, the God, I get that, and I get like the love and the all powerful and the giving yourself it. I can get that, but I don't understand the way it's being put across by these people. That kind of hit me quite early. So it depends.
Well, it depends
twisted,
if you're. So I know plenty of people who have been brought up in a Catholic household, and you know, it just gets drilled into them at a young age. But as soon as they leave home, they realise that I'm not really into this, and they don't subscribe to it anymore. Whether they still believe in God or not is irrelevant. A lot of the people I know who were brought up in a highly Catholic household, they don't subscribe to it once they've sort of left the home. You know, and they put on a bit of a show when they go home for the parents.
It's this strict way of getting it in, and I didn't let go of any of the good side of it, but the witnesses, particularly the way they go about it, it's cult like. And he actually, for some, that's a whole other rabbit hole, isn't it? But you Lance will know he was an occultist, which a lot of them don't seem to know, and it's no secret. He's got a pyramid on his gravestone. And that's a big no-no, according to the witnesses. And there's a lot of crossovers there, which don't make sense.
Wow,
because it's like your founder was an open occultist. Yeah, he was an occultist. Yeah. I believe.
I certainly didn't know he had on his gravestone.
The founder of the witnesses, I believe it's a pyramid gravestone. Unless that's something that I've seen and taken in, and then it's not for sure. I'm pretty sure that's the case. And there's numerous pyramid numerology, but certainly the founder was delving into esoteric study. And that's an open fact, but it's not much talked about.
Again, I'm just going to address a comment from one of my friends here, one of my friends, Jason Renix. He says, Andy, you don't have to believe in God. He believes in you, mate. Of course, absolutely.
Yes, Jason.
If you want to believe that he believes in me, that's cool, my man. I believe that the universe believes in me. You call the universe God. I call the universe the universe. So I don't disagree with you there, my man. Absolutely. We got some great comments.
J-Dog.
The infinite source of creation, care about every man, I and I.
It's all about care.
What would Marley generate the way the world is today? And
whether it's negative or not, the universe reacts to care. That's unfortunately the state that we're in today, is that the majority of people only care about themselves, and they don't care in unison. Okay, and the people that do care in unison are doing that for a negative purpose, and they are granted what they're asking for by the universe because they care. They care. It doesn't matter they care in a positive way or a negative
they
way.
really care. And this is what Mark Passio and a lot of people that have studied this heavily say. The universe isn't very fond of lukewarm people. it generally shines down on people that make a very good effort to be good or a very strong effort to be bad. And I don't know if anybody in the comment section has ever looked into the Law of One and the Ra channelings, which is a very unknown piece of text that was channeled in the 80s, this whole story. But what it basically says about the self-appointed guardians of this planet is that, oh God, I've lost my thread now. What were we actually just talking about?
We were talking about religion. I don't subscribe to religion.
Yeah, they don't really believe in. They don't believe in God.
You can call it God. You can call it the universe.
They call the Freemasons call it. The Freemasons call it the infinite creator, the grand architect. Right, Jason Renix. Let's have an Islamic interpretation. The word Allah is the word for God in Arabic Christian Bible. Allah cannot be pluralized, neither is it masculine or feminine. That's a very good point. I've always seen the deity of Allah, which, as I understood it, was the ancient Aramaic word for God. So if Jesus was the character he was supposed to be, or Yeshua was he's supposed to be in antiquity, he would have spoken Aramaic and he would have called God Allah. That's my understanding. Not the same deity as Yahweh or Jehovah. What's your view on that, Jason? Do you think that Yahweh and Jehovah is referring to the same deity as Allah, or are they separate? Yes, Martin, go for it.
Because I'm going in a whole different direction now because of the delay. So, Andy, if you want to go on that, and I'll come in after.
We're just talking about, okay, here we go. The word Allah is the word for God in Arabic. Yeah, that's the same comment. We're waiting for the reply. We're talking about concepts of God at the end. Wow, we're getting super deep. I talk about the source of infinite creation when I talk about the higher force. I don't believe in a higher. I don't believe in a higher force. Like Jason says, the higher force. I don't think the higher force believes in me. It is me, and it's like the entire universe and all creation. That's the sort of level I'm on. I know there is a source of creation. I don't believe that this is an accidental, random, physical manifestation through billions of years of random happenings, and then this happened. I don't believe that at all. Me personally.
So, yeah, no word nerd. You got your hand up, mate. I'm gonna let you crack on.
Well, just because everyone else has said, I'm somewhere in the middle, because I've always believed in that in something, and I went through a lot of, when you turned on to like getting cosmic with like manifestation and stuff like that. But then there are definitely times when I'm not in control, and that can be quite humbling as well. So that's where I put it in the infinite love of God category.
Yeah,
it's good to have a check and to have the idea of, even if it's the infinite abundant universe, but to have a check on oneself where it's,
I just simply don't subscribe to religion. My personal belief from my research.
Religion I put over there though. God's over here.
I personally think that the three mainstream religions, Christianity, Judaism, and Islam, were all invented by dark occultists for slavery purposes and for division purposes. That's what I personally think. You can try to change my mind. You don't need to try and change my mind. But there's no reason to try and change my mind. I'm not going to try and change anyone else's mind who subscribes to a religious ideology. Okay, it doesn't bother me if someone else wants to subscribe to it and believe in what you like. But I personally, from my own research, I believe that dark occultists invented the three mainstream religions for division purposes and for slavery purposes. That's it. End of story for me.
We're not that far. I believe that dark occultists have hijacked ancient knowledge. I think Jesus was a cosmic consciousness badass. Flipping over the money table.
I'm not saying some dude in the Middle East called Jesus Christ did not exist. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying that I don't believe some dude walked on water.
Me, sir.
I don't believe some dude magically turned water into wine. I don't believe someone fed the 5,000 with a loaf of bread and a fish. That's my personal belief. I'm not saying it's in a negative way to anyone who does subscribe to that ideology. For me personally, the laws of physics and the laws of natural law that bind this earth and this universe don't allow that stuff to happen on this planet.
I want to say about Jesus, I'd say something. I think if there was a real character called Jesus, his name wasn't Jesus, it would have been Yeshua. Everything that we know about him is false because all of the dates and all of the happenings are based on other past Messianic characters and astrological dates. However, the prophet of Jesus is referenced heavily in Islam, and Jason will back me up on this.
He's the most quoted prophet, I believe.
Yeah. But Muhammad, peace be upon him, was the final prophet, but Jesus is a highly esteemed prophet. So, and there is also in the esoteric teachings and different beliefs, Jesus was like a yogic traveling sensei. Yeah, there's a lot more to the story than saying, oh right, if he didn't was born in the year 0 and died, then he didn't exist. If there was a real character, which I believe that it probably was a real character, the same as the Buddha was a real person. Yeah, he was an elevated, esteemed, enlightened person that went around teaching the law of one, natural law. I think Jesus is real. Okay, Jacqueline, let me ask you a question. If you are Christian and you believe Jesus is real, do you prescribe to the dates of his birthday, being born in the year 0 on December the 25th? Like, are you a fundamental Christian? Do you believe it word for word, or do you believe in the concepts of Jesus and his teachings? Because his teachings were certainly pretty good. Wow, we're getting super duper deep. Did you want to say something, Spoken?
No, I was listening. I was wondering who you were asking. It was an interesting question.
Well, yeah, I'm just reading some of the comments. I believe Jesus is the Son of God.
I think it's only a problem when you take things too literally. But then, the more you go to the direct teachings of Jesus, it's fascinating, because once I always thought that he was probably a highly conscious, evolved being, and that, you know, when you see what some of the Chinese masters do when they can channel qi and energy, if that's really what they're doing, when as real as that is, when I've seen people that are taken in and they were healing children by putting their hands on the children, and the kid starts to shake, and he said he was channeling his qi through the child. But there are legit cases that have been documented of monks that have trained to do this. So I thought that's a story about someone who potentially then has developed their body to the point that you can channel a certain amount of energy and some things could be healed. So that could account for some of these somewhat mystical stories. And like what Andy was saying, he's absolutely right. These things have been written and rewritten, and the stories have been hijacked, and the water's been muddied, so it makes it very hard. If you're going that literally, yeah, I don't necessarily believe literally that a lot of these things happen, but I can see a lot of potential for things beyond our scope and order at the moment.
It could be symbolic for something else. I'm not saying that. It can be
allegorical,
exactly. But however, that is up to the individual to interpret, which means it is up for corruption, and it is up for, and bearing in mind, I'm just purely talking about the Christian Bible here, because that's what I've got the most knowledge on. There's the Old Testament, the New Testament, stuff's been taken out, added. It's all just a mixture of a choice from what's been allowed at the time by who's governing the church in the Vatican, or, you know, whoever or wherever has been in control over history. However, I would like to open up another rabbit hole, Lance, and word now.
Open up a new rabbit hole.
Let's talk about reincarnation. Okay, reincarnation has been stripped out of the Bible. Okay, in something like 407 AD. Don't quote me on the date specifically. It was around 407 AD, as far as I'm aware. So reincarnation, as far as I'm aware, doesn't happen when you die. It happens when you're alive. It's when something clicks within you, which is from what some people would interpret as enlightenment. But that doesn't happen when you die. That happens when you're alive. That's a reincarnation of truth. What do you think about that? Because that's been taken out of the Bible.
Well, it still exists in a lot of other religions. It's sort of like the tenement of Buddhism, the reincarnation cycle. You know, I've read the Tibetan Book of the Dead, and that's it's like a whole manual that someone has written, an instruction manual of how to die to actually properly leave the cycle of incarnation, because they speak of it like a soul trap, like we were talking about earlier on with this coming AI and stuff. The cycle of reincarnation, and I've looked into Buddhism a little bit, not very much, not as much as I've looked into Rastafari, but they sort of believe that the cyclical trap of reincarnation is like is like a lesson that has to be learned. And until you've done what the Buddha's done and you've learned the lessons of the 3D duality and you've ascended, you're going to keep reincarnating. So that's what Buddhism believes about reincarnation. There are massive documented cases of people recalling past lives, and they can actually recall details of. I don't know how to put it. They've recalled things that they couldn't possibly know, and it's been proven that you see where I'm going with this. Remote viewing, things like this. This has all been proven.
I can actually come. I could come on that one. There's a fascinating either documentary on YouTube or a book that someone wrote about these children. There's a number of children that have all come through, and claim to remember who they were before, and they say, "Oh, I was so and so," and they name family members, and it gets very weird because apparently they can investigate these children, and they're taking some of these children were being taken to houses and going, "Yeah, that's where I died there, outside, and I had a dog," and they go and meet the dog, and they're like, they know the dog's name. There's been some very weird, strange things, and even as far as injuries in places on people's bodies that were like, if they had, they died getting shot in the eye, they ended up with some kind of, birthmark around the area or something going on in that area. I can't remember what it was. There was a dig on the children that remember or something, and it was fascinating.
Yeah,
really
I'm thinking of the same study, I'm sure. Yeah, very interesting stuff. I met last time I was 2 years ago when I did my little pilgrimage to Southeast Asia. I meet some super crazy, interesting people. There was this this middle-aged to elderly, mature German lady who I was speaking to, and she was very traveled and very learned, and she was talking about past life regression. And she said she'd been to India and she'd studied with a shamanic teacher there who used these crystal staffs. And there was a technique that she was talking about, and she was very, very intelligent, very plausible. And I believed her that she had learned in India using these crystal staffs to basically help you regress and remember all of your past life. She said to me, I was speaking to her for hours and hours. She said, if you came to Berlin, I could perform this ceremony and you would be able to remember all of your past lives, all of them. And she said to me, you've been here for a long time. You've been here for a very long time. I was like, wow, how many would I have to remember? She goes, hundreds. So if I ever get to Berlin, Madeline Kehlbruck, I've still got her on Facebook. I will go and do it. I will go and do it. What have I got to lose?
Yeah, man, that sounds like a trip.
Right, shall we do? Has anyone read the Quran? I know Jason Renix has. He's a practicing Muslim. I can't really say I've read the Quran. No, I've listened to Muslim scholars. Imam Hussein, who the guy we referenced earlier. He's amazing.
I can't say I've read it either, but I have listened to. I think it might be the same guy you were talking about last week. Keep talking about. Makes these amazing videos that talk about the parallels, and he's got a very resonant voice, and he talks about the parallels between other religions with Islam, of which there are so many, and that was really fascinating.
I've learned more about
three people keep talking about comments about how we need to unite and we all need to come together, and that has never been more important than now. And actually, it's all mired by so much bullshit because of the narratives that the narratives are all driven by the people that control the mechanisms to push the narratives. And it's not that hard to draw a narrative that brings us together. We all have the same story of the flood. We all talk about, I believe, most of the religions of the world that make up the general world makeup of the big three, I guess, or four. We're all made of clay, according to all of them. I mean, I was with the Arabic one, the Islamic one, sorry, was coming from this preacher, was talking about he gathered the dust and he made the man. I was like, right, that's well, I've heard that one, obviously.
Clay,
yeah, and breathe life through, and that's like, it's the same thread, man. So like,
let's address this comment from
Johnny. More in it that brings us together than it is that separates us, and we always get caught up on the people that are taking it literally, or the people that are using it for other means, rather than just like something that actually brings us all together as well.
It's all about interpretation and misinterpretation. So Johnny G here says,
deliberate mistranslation.
What would you say if you knew the Bible had been changed supernaturally and you couldn't explain why? That's a very interesting question, but it's sort of quite loaded, because if it had been changed supernaturally, I don't know. I don't really know how to answer that question. I'm not ruling out that things like that happen. I know that the Bible has been rewritten on a number of occasions. I'm pretty sure everything we're told about when the Bible was written is probably untrue, and about who wrote it as well. And someone asked, have you ever read the Quran? No, firstly, because as far as I understand, the Quran should never be translated out of Arabic, and I can't read Arabic. So as far as I understand, if you ever read an English translation of the Quran, it's worthless. That's the first thing I ever learned about Islam at school. Is a true Quran must be in Arabic. But that's another story. Okay, so
I'll just interject quickly on the Quran.
Go on.
Again, I don't know much about it at all. However, I did recently. Me and you, Lance, we were talking about the young pharaoh. He had the Jewish rabbi on, and
that is a fiery interview.
That is a fiery interview, guys. Go and check out Young Pharaoh's YouTube channel and check out. He had a rabbi on. It was very respectful. At the end, they
he wasn't respectful all the way through. Young Pharaoh gave it to him.
But they left it respectful at the end. They were both very friendly at the end. Obviously, it got heated a little bit, and there was a little bit of emotion. But I'm just going to share this now, obviously, because I'm. Andy,
have you found it?
I'm Andy PG, Andy Pizzagate. So, in the Quran, it does advocate pedophilia. Unfortunately, it does. That's what it is. It's in there. It says the Quran permits pedophilia. The following Quran verses allow sex with the prepubescent girls who have not yet menstruated. That's fucking pedophilia.
I would like to interject though. This is not the only book that does that.
No, absolutely not. I'm just.
I've read the Talmud.
I'm simply saying about.
So what exactly does it say?
So again, I don't know. I haven't looked much into it, but I mean, this is just strictly on Wikipedia. So this again should be watered down if it's Wikipedia. Surely, you got Muhammad and pedophilia, Muhammad's companions and pedophilia. There's a lot about on here. Let's just click on that definition.
But one thing I will say is you have to put it into historical context. People, there are still some people in the world today in certain more less developed cultures, their life expectancy is only 30 to 35 years old. So if you don't procreate and have children by the time you're 12, that's a real problem. So we have to, one thing I will say is when we talk about this, you have to put it into context.
Of course.
Because when the life expectancy is 30 to 40 years old, you need to have your first generation going before we even probably think about getting mature. So it's different times. However, back to the point, because I've read the Talmud and there's some really nasty stuff in there with instructions of what it's okay to do to children. This is from Wikipedia, because there's a lot of controversy about how old Muhammad's bride was. Have I lost it? One sec. SpokenWord Nerd, would you like to interject?
That's been going on forever as well. But
what's going on in the media at the moment? It's like this is just asking for trouble, isn't it?
I'm surprised.
We don't want to offend anyone, but we have to give it. We have to be fair and talk about everything the same. We have nothing. Well, apart from Hunter, Grunter Slide-On's laptop is not something that can be talked about because we don't want to get deplatformed. But no, I'd say, what was the point in bringing that up anyway?
Yeah, no, guys, we were just talking about the Quran, and I just mentioned that the only recent knowledge I had of the Quran was what we were talking about the other day.
I'm sure it says it's okay to bugger boys in the Old Testament as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not advocating for one religion or the other.
Let's get some comments.
In all of these old religious scriptures is some strange.
Before Israel send an ISIS task force to behead us, let's have a look at some comments. Go down. Okay. A little bit further. Jason Rennick's always good. Right, up a little bit further, he said something about the Romans. Sorry if we're missing the comments. All right, we're pulling Quran verses out. Guys, when we're talking about faith, we've got to remain respectful because some people have faith in the comment section. So remember, Rise Above is about friendly discourse. We can disagree.
Guys, Jason, I just pulled this up, mate. It's just on Wikipedia. Go and check it. I just put in the Quran and pedophilia, mate. So if you want to go and look into it.
Association with child. Yeah, but he's actually read the Quran. So, association with child marriage. Yeah, but everyone did child marriage back then, didn't they? Middle Eastern, but they're still doing child marriage today in Bangladesh.
Again, I'm not knocking anyone's ideology or
anything. Everything we probably learned about the Prophet has probably been bastardized by the Arabs anyway. Like the Muslim culture was absolutely beautiful before the head choppers took it over. Anyway, let's stop being so bloody controversial and get back onto topic. We were talking about before we started talking about
Epstein Island.
Oh yeah, right. Back to what we were talking about 2 hours ago. Right. So, oh no, we just got rid of Ghislaine Maxwell. So, right, Ghislaine Maxwell, Jeffrey Epstein, Nexium, submarine bases, and Terramar. Can you do some rabbit holing about Terramar? Because I've seen a passport. I didn't get this clip I wanted to earlier. So when we were talking about Ghislaine Maxwell and her submarine license, does anybody know that there were submarine bases near Epstein Island? Did you know about this, Martin?
Yeah, submarine base, I believe, below Epstein Island, and one on the
Epstein Island
island
has a submarine base,
neighbouring.
and a neighbouring island also has one. Do you know who has shares in that island?
It was one of the politicians stateside, wasn't it?
It was a certain one, and his name rhymes with
Biden.
Mo
Crack pipe.
Ryden. Mo Ryden. No, his father.
Right. Yes, yeah.
Flydon's dad. He has an island which is neighbouring the island of Epstein, and it has a huge underground submarine base. This is documented. Zoom out a little bit. You're
Pedo
searching
Joe
on
just a few clicks away.
things rubbish. Sleepy Joe. Is anybody else in the comment section having an all-night MAGA party on Tuesday night and staying up for the results? I'm going to do it. Do you know what SpokenWord Nerd? I'm going to do it.
What are you doing?
Boom.
Boom. It's going to trigger too many people. I'll put it back. That's for Tuesday night. Anything's better than Mo Slide on.
USA Hitman.
Okay, here we go. This is one of the, let's get some screen grab going on. Right.
If you've seen what the Democrats are doing, then it's insane. And if it was any other time in history, and if it was any other situation, this would just not be going on.
Anybody else apart from Donald Trump, they'd be on them like fucking.
It would be being publicised. You can't have a scandal. You couldn't ask for a more. When I heard the tape of I know we're not going to get into it too much. I'll say when I heard the phone call of Crack Pipe, like he's literally talking about embezzlement with an investment with different companies and the Chinese ambassador's son, and it's like, how can you couldn't ask for a worse or a better leak to come out? And in the old days, which was only now before Trump got in, there's like a timeline there now, because they would throw that person under the bus at that stage and they would roll him out with the media, make whatever money they can get from it, and then they cut that guy out. But with this one, it's nothing. It's not in the news. There's a series of scandals that are breaking that are not in the news, and that's election interference at this stage. Even if you're completely on the fence, that is election interference, and that is coming from one side. That is also the side saying they're not going to contest it. So it's like, this is fucking madness. The Democrats, like, they don't represent the left. It's not the left. It's the faux left, and it's the ones that just pull on people's heartstrings, and it's total bullshit. And they've done this to themselves.
Dorsey getting grilled by Ted Cruz. That's, you know, Jack Dorsey, Twitter.
I haven't watched it. I know they got dragged in again because
they've subpoenaed Zuckerberg. They've subpoenaed Zuckerberg and Dorsey. They're getting grilled, and they're saying you're meddling in the election, which they are.
They are, and they did before. Yeah, Google suppressed up to 10 million votes. The lower numbers are in the 2-3 million, and the higher numbers are potentially up to 10, because they were manipulating their algorithms in favor of Hillary Clinton.
If Trump is blatantly going to win and Google are working against him, why wouldn't Google want to be on the winning side? What have Google got so invested in the other side against Trump? That's what everyone needs to ask. If Google were going to pick a side,
and China, as far as I can work out, and then obviously the rest of it, but there seems to be lots of links always with the Clintons and with China and all the corporates that are embedded therein.
Yeah. That's what it really comes down to. Chinese corporate investment. Guys, we've been going for 4 hours and we've still got 60 people listening to us just chat about.
To be honest, funny.
I was about to say chat shit, but we haven't been chatting shit. We've actually been chatting some pretty deep topics, and they've been super duper varied. So once again, I don't know what time is it? My missus is going to get pissed that it's 20 to 12. I'll tell you what, let's finish it at midnight. We'll do another 20 minutes. It'd be rude to finish not on the hour, wouldn't it? So, right, guys, we've got 23 minutes left of the stream. This is the longest stream we've ever done by double, and we've had more viewers than ever, so thank you everyone. Before I forget, I'm speaking in Bournemouth Town Centre tomorrow on the steps of the town hall. I'm going to be going in deep. If anyone lives in the southwest of England or anywhere in the UK can get there, you want to do something constructive tomorrow, we've got an anti-lockdown protest. We've got a number of speakers. It's going to be really good, so come down. What would you like us guys to discuss for the last 20 minutes? Thank you, Sam Carno. Yeah, time flies. Sarah Pack, you've been from the start. Big up your chest. Bradley Golden, hang tight, the Texas crew.
Yeah, what does everyone want to chat about?
What would you guys like to hear us chat about?
20 minutes. Let's throw it out to you guys. Have you just got me now, guys?
Holy shit. I thought we ended
they
the
kicked us out in
stream.
the last
Sorry,
10 minutes.
guys. That was him. That was him.
All right, guys. I'm not sure what's going on.
What do you want us to
coming
talk
back in.
about? Islamic sex dolls blow up themselves?
What we saying? Let's have a look at the chat.
No, I'm not
Guys,
talking about that.
Let's go.
So Mandela effect.
effect.
Let's talk about the Mandela effect. Good one.
Johnny G.
So, if anybody knows what the Mandela effect is, it's an observable phenomenon that's named after Nelson Mandela. The story goes that at some point in the not too distant past, and I'll come to when this date was, people started having a memory, you know about this, Martin, that Nelson Mandela died in prison. History tells us that Nelson Mandela was released from prison and became the president of South Africa. I'm sure that most
these are the
people,
Mandela
if not all people in the comment section, will remember that if you're old enough. You might not be. I'm just old enough to remember that. However, when I heard about this, a lot of people go, no, obviously he didn't die in prison. I have a sort of a dual memory that doesn't seem alien to me, but apparently some people remember it. And there's lots of other examples. Another one is Star Wars. What's the most famous thing that Darth Vader says? His catchphrase. Martin, do you remember? It's Darth Vader.
Well, he actually says, "No, I am your father," but everyone quotes Luke, "I am your father." But I thought that was people just getting it wrong.
Share screen. One sec, Martin. I can't hear you.
Can you not hear me? It did cut me off there for a minute. Hang on.
SpokenWord Nerd. Captain.
Mic check.
Martin, I can't hear you, mate.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Your browser has lost.
Can you hear me now?
Screen audio. Okay.
I'll jump out and jump back in again.
Audio. One sec. Share screen. Stop that. Martin, can you hear us?
Kick him and bring him back.
Yeah, bring him back. Okay, so we're sharing this screen, yeah?
No, not yet.
Sorry, guys, one sec. We need to invite Martin back. Invite Martin, copy to clipboard. We need to get rid of some of those tabs, mate. Hold on a sec, guys. We're not finished yet. We've got 15 minutes left. And he's got 400 tabs open. This is the problem.
There's a lot of topic to cover.
We are sending the invite back to SpokenWord Nerd. Where are you, mate? Sorry about that.
He's back. He's back.
Oh, you're back. Boom. Right. Okay.
Can you hear me all right?
Martin, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me all right?
Why can't we hear it? Why can't we hear Martin? Nothing coming through.
You can't hear me at all. Can you hear me now?
Can you hear us? How do we hear it? Can you guys hear all of us?
I can hear you.
I can't hear Martin. That's weird.
Cut us off for the last 20 minutes.
Hello. Can't hear you, Martin. We can hear him. Okay. Well, guys, if you guys can still hear us, then the stream is still working okay. You can still hear all. Let's invite him back. Copy to clipboard. Can't. We're not ending like that. Okay, so we will carry on and he will listen. That's right, we will carry on. Big up Bradley, big up Ardavan Ghazi. So what would you like us to discuss for the last 15 minutes? We've covered loads of stuff tonight.
Deep rabbit holes, guys. Deep rabbit holes.
Deep rabbit holes. One rabbit hole leads to another.
Chatting about the Mandela effect.
The Mandela effect. Okay, so the Mandela effect is basically where people have two different memories of the same event. Like the end of one of the James Bond movies with the Jaws character, he meets a little girl. Some people remember braces, some people don't. Darth Vader. Our SpokenWord Nerd has got the problem. It wasn't us. Darth Vader does not say, Luke, I'm your father. He just says, I am your father. SpokenWord Nerd, we can't hear you. How you doing?
Hey, can you hear me?
Good.
Mic
Okay,
check.
you
1
can just
2
listen,
1
mate.
2.
Sorry, I don't know what's going on. So apparently the Mandela effect, I've looked into this and there is no recorded evidence of it
You can't hear me,
occurring
can
or
you?
being recorded by anyone before 2012, the year 2012. Now then I thought to myself, what else happened in the year 2012? Apart from the end of the Mayan calendar, the Large Hadron Collider at CERN was turned on. This is my theory, by the way, in 2012. Now the Large Hadron Collider is supposed to be finding the Higgs boson, the God particle, the particle behind creating matter. And it seemed like when they turned it on, after that, people started believing or having these false memories. And some people said, are we straddling two parallel timelines with two slightly different versions of reality? And some people can remember another version. This is my understanding of the Mandela effect. And I think it could have happened when they turned on this bad boy. Share screen. We have to go share screen. That one. Audio. Share. This. Now, this is a Large Hadron Collider. It's like a big circle, isn't it? And it fires particles at each other. The Large Hadron Collider and the Mandela effect. So someone else has obviously had this theory as well. You know, I wasn't the only person.
This is from July 2016, this article.
Oh, is it? Okay, it wasn't just me then.
Absolutely not.
Oh, right, so it was actually first turned on in 2008. In 2010, Fiona Broome started the website, The Mandela Effect. I was wrong, according to this. Oh, carry on.
So the Large Hadron Collider was first done in 2008. In 2010, Fiona Broome started the website MandelaEffect.com after noticing many different mass memory discrepancy effect reports and popularized the phrase the Mandela Effect. The concept and false memories have been around for centuries, but these focus on individuals. These haven't really been much evidence. There hasn't really been much evidence for larger groups of people experiencing them before. This gives rise to much speculation.
Yeah. Well, if anything's going to rip a hole in your reality and cause a parallel timeline, that's a bloody good candidate. Next question. Where do we see ourselves come 2021? Aki, one love. That's a good question. One thing's for sure, 2021, the world is going to be completely different to it is this year. Who knows?
What's his name? Our friend, the head of the World Economic Forum, says that the Great Reset is going to start in January 2021.
The head of the Upper Schwabian Chamber of World Commerce, Master Lord Schwab.
And Darth Occultist.
Darth Schwab.
Darth Schwab.
Darth Schwab. Right. Here's a good comment. There are similar colliders going before the LHC. Sam Carnot. Yeah.
China are actually building the biggest collider.
Yeah, there's a new one in China. Instead of being 15 kilometers round, it's 60 kilometers. So it's much bigger. They never build one, they build loads. See you later, Chris Smith. Big up yourself. Hang tight, everyone, on the Atlantic Underground podcast. That was awesome last night. That's up. I'll put that on my channel soon. Go and check them out. They had David Icke on the last one. Brilliant podcast. Okay, so.
You mentioned David Icke today?
I no, because that's secondhand information. WEF reversed view. The World Economic Forum, the reversed view. Yeah, they think they're going to be the architects of the reset.
Starting in January 2021, apparently from the World Economic Forum.
I'm going to be talking about this tomorrow in Bournemouth, about the meta view of what's really going on and why they're doing the Great Reset. My theory. It's probably get me arrested or locked up or something. But we'll keep our fingers crossed. Yeah, Bournemouth tomorrow, 1 p.m. onwards on the steps of the town hall. We do a little march with a sound system. Various speakers come down and support. Hang tight, everybody that I met in London last week at the protest. That was awesome. Did some really good networking with other activists, researchers, people with podcasts. Gutted we can't hear SpokenWord Nerd. I don't think that's a problem our end. I don't know why we can't hear you.
I'm not sure. You definitely can't, though, can you?
Oh, Richard Alvis. There could be another Mandela effect shift coming. It wouldn't surprise me. Sarah Pack, is the Mandela effect gaslighting? It could be. Of world commerce, Master Lord Schwab. Dave F. I can't film live from YouTube from the speech tomorrow, but it will be recorded. and I'm not even sure I can upload it because I'll probably get banned. Other people will have to upload it. It'll be on YouTube, but not on Facebook.
What a shame we've lost Word Nerd.
Yeah, that's weird. I don't know why that's happening. But anyway, it's been an awesome stream tonight, guys. We've still got 60 people tuned in, which is more than normal. We're just winding down now. In a minute, I'll put a tune on for us to play out. We've literally spoke about everything tonight, from the US election to God, to energy, frequency, Lucifer, Satan.
Should we throw in a bit of Nikola Tesla for the end?
If you want to talk about that, mate, I'm not even that versed. Yeah, go talk about Tesla. It's important.
Word Nerd's got his thumb
Can
up
you
there.
guys hear Word Nerd? Or is he not speaking? Go on, you go for it, Andy.
Can you guys hear me if I talk? Can you guys hear me? Can you hear me at the back?
No, I think we've lost. I think we've lost.
No, you said I can hear
Oh
you.
yeah, go.
No, keep going.
If you can hear us,
No,
Word
we
Nerd, you go, mate. If there's anything you want to go with, you carry on, mate.
Okay, they can hear me, but you guys can't, and we got a delay. Okay, well, I'm down for that. We were talking about anything else. I missed all the Mandela effect stuff. I've looked at it a little bit, and I wasn't sure if that was one that was just put out there because things are so confusing at the moment. What else have we got in our last 10 minutes? What are the comments saying, mate? What do they want us to talk about in the last 10 minutes? Are you guys? Oh, you guys can't. I'm talking to you guys, right? Yeah. What do you want to hear? I can see the comments, but my computer is almost slow to a stop.
Yeah, there's a new one in China. Instead of being 15 kilometers long, it's 60 kilometers. So it's much bigger. They never build one, they build loads. See you later, Chris Smith. Big up yourself. Hang tight, everyone.
Should we try and get a guest?
From the Atlantic.
Why not? Yeah, easy. People can do it on their phone. Yeah.
I'll put that on my channel soon. Go and check them out. David died in the last one.
Yeah.
Brilliant podcast. We can't hear Spoken Word Nerd, so I didn't know you'd finished there. Big up Spoken Word Nerd. Thank you for coming on tonight, mate. Sorry that we had some issues with the stream later on, but we had like 2 or 3 hours of really amazing chat there. That was pretty awesome. The comment section is still popping off. People are speaking about the Azerbaijan war, aliens or military. You guys are amazing. Thank you to everyone in the comment section. We've probably had a best part of 1,000 people tune in tonight. If it's been for 4 hours of that many people, so it's been fantastic. This has been the best live stream we've done so far, and it's only the second one. We will be back next Friday, unless something happens to me. I'm sure it won't. We will. Gaia Worship. Big up Marky P. Hang tight, Bradley, Texas Crew, Arda Van Ghazi, Sarah Pack, Juliana. We're just winding down now. Let's get some tunes out. Let's have some music as we approach the midnight hour, stepping into the blue Hunter's Harvest Moon of the 31st of October,
Halloween.
All Hallows Eve in the year of 2020. What are we going to do this year? I think we should take down the deep state. Why is that not working? Richard Alvis, there could be another Mandela effect shift coming. It wouldn't surprise me. What happened to the tunes? Come on. We're not doing screen grab. That's why it's not working. Stop the screen. Andy PG. Can you guys hear the tunes? YouTube from the speech driver. We've got a sound problem. We'll just end off with a little bit of chat. So thanks again for tuning in, guys. Catch me in Bournemouth tomorrow, speaking from 1 p.m. onwards. 7th of November, I will be speaking in
that's weird. I don't know why that's happening.
Farnborough. On the 14th, I'm speaking in Truro. I'll keep updated. Here are the links. Big up Spoken Word Nerd. unless we'll have you back next week, mate. That was awesome.
Big up both of you guys. If you can't hear me,
Remind everyone it's the US election coming up. By next Friday night, we'll know what the outcome is. We'll be here locked on Friday night to. Fuck it, should we do a stream on?
Yeah, go talk about Tesla. Could be on the cards, couldn't it?
Could be on the card.
Yeah, we might do an election stream.
Maybe we'll do an election stream.
Okay, so here are the links. Add me up on all the socials. Please subscribe to the channel. New content once a week. Rise above. Guys, everyone, how long have we got? What time is it? Still 6 minutes. How many people? We've still got 60 people here. Right, last chance for any shouts. Does anybody want to say anything? 5 minutes left. Big up Sarah, Joanne, Bradley, Dave, Lord Ahim, Sam. Sam, great chat and great chat room. Good luck tomorrow at all. Make sure you try to make me love again. May God bless you. Peace out. Thank you very much, mate. Thanks, everyone. Have a good weekend. If anyone's attending protest tomorrow, be safe. Don't kick off at the police. Rise above. Thank you, Bradley. That's it. Rise above. Remember, they're not our enemy. They're humans like us too. And we're all going to the same place. Where we go one, we go all. It's all going to happen to all of us. We're all in it together. Everyone in the comment section, Marky P, Richard Tofield, Pat. Thank you very much, guys. I really wish I could play a tune. That's annoying. Let's see if we can play a double L track from YouTube. Hit Rise Above. Why is that not playing? How weird is that? I think the computer was just overloaded. We've been streaming for a ludicrous amount of time. Right, thank you very much, everyone.
Mine too.
What? See you next Friday.
We will see you next Friday. We might do a music stream on Wednesday. Rise above, everybody. Rise above.
Rise above.
Peace out. Thank you very much, everyone.